What's up, people? I'm about to turn my camera on, alright? Okay. And, we're just gonna, before I do, okay, I think Great Clips, fucked my shit up. We're just not gonna talk about it, okay? I don't think it's that bad or anything, but what the fuck, man? I look like some fucking cadet wannabe, bro. What the fuck? Like army. What the fuck? Anyway. Non-knit woman's undergarments. Oh, man. Bangladesh, probably. Okay, number 4. Indonesia, I want to say. Okay, number 8. Okay. Vietnam. Okay, number 6. I mean, it's got to be... I mean, China's got to be... Yeah, okay. China's number 1 by far. Our economy is a scale and the such. I'm trying to think. China, Indonesia, Vietnam, Bangladesh. These are like those are the 4 like top like labor intensive countries that I think of. Maybe it'll surprise me and it'll be like Germany or something. But I'm trying to think what other India maybe. It was Italy. Damn, India was number 2 actually. Oh fuck, that was a good guess. China, India, Turkey. Oh, I could have guessed Turkey. But we did really well. We got a gold trophy. Hell yeah. It's not gonna work, is it? We got it worked. 15 billion of like whole oil. I want to say Qatar, Kuwait. Wait, what the fuck? I guess that's further away. 1,000. What fucking petro state is 1,500 kilometers northeast of Kuwait in Qatar? There's no. Is it Iran has more than 15 billion exports? There's no way it's Iran. Plus, Iran is close. Oh, is it Azerbaijan? No, fuck me. It's not Georgia. What's the other country right there? Right there, it's like, is it Tajikistan or Turkmenistan? It's yeah, Turkmenistan. Okay. Hell yeah. Okay, this is impossible. Don't care. All right, real quick before we get into it, okay? I just want to say, total non-fun W today, okay? People in my server were doubting me. They were doubting me. They doubted my Facebook Marketplace lowballing abilities, all right? But wait, what the hell? I'm trying to pull up a laptop to compare the laptop I lowballed on, but this is not right. Hold on. Maybe they. Oh, thanks, Chris Lapp, for the sub. I don't know. Maybe they just raised prices a ton because of the tariffs or something. Okay, basically, I just want to say this fucking laptop. I just want to say goated. Not even negotiation skills. It's just. I think they were just desperate. I got this nice, fancy laptop. Okay, I needed a laptop. Well, need is a funny word. Wanted a significantly better laptop that would open Google Chrome within a minute or within a second rather than a fucking minute. And I'm shopping around at Facebook Marketplace, okay, and I see this beauty listed for $250, which is already a pretty good deal. This should be like a $400 laptop. This has like 16 gigs of RAM. It has a GTX, obviously the laptop version of it, but the GTX like 1650 in it, which is a decent card for a laptop, even at $400. And then a Intel i5 something decent processor, okay, decent enough. Beyond decent enough for opening Google Chrome and having my notes in it, okay. And I got these people. I basically robbed them. I got these people to go to $150, okay? Paid $150 for this absolute beauty, okay? Anyway, that's the most exciting thing that has happened to Nafon in a while, all right? So, had to get that out of the way. I should do that. I mean, you can try. I don't know. I got like really lucky, dude. I was I was looking at potentially paying like more than I paid for that one for like a way shittier laptop. Dude, my mom bought to be fair, my mom bought hers new, but my mom bought a $250 laptop that's like it's like a third as good as that one. It's like insane. Like I said, basically robbed these people. The battery is kind of short, but like that, I mean, that kind of, listen, that's just how that happens to laptops, especially like gaming laptops. That's to be expected with any gaming laptop, really. So I ain't gonna complain. My more expensive laptop can barely run Google Chrome. Yeah, exactly. Which I have Thorium on it, but the laptop I was using before, this Thorium browser that I use is like made to be lightweight. It is I mean, obviously, like every browser says it, but like they advertise themselves, oh, the fastest browser ever, right? And it's like an open source thing. It's like it's made to be lightweight. But the old laptop was like, it still could not handle it. It was insane. It would take like 5 minutes to boot up. Okay.
Olivia writes
another 30 seconds at least to just open a browser window. And once you open that browser window, you might expect, everything's set up now. Okay. We're good to good to actually use this thing, but no, it can barely watch fucking YouTube. Anyway, real quick, before we watch this video, because people are freaking out about this video, okay? Would you re-elect the New York mayor? I don't know anything about Andrew Cuomo. That's what I was just about to bring up, is this stuff. That's why rent controlled in the title, and I'm sure you guys can causally infer that. Okay. No, I mean the current? I thought Andrew Cuomo was the current. Or no, is he the governor? Oh, Mayor Adams is the current, right? He's still... No, I would not re-elect Mayor Adams. Eric Adams. I mean, it might be... I don't know enough about this socialist dude, okay? Maybe Eric Adams is the lesser two evils, maybe. But I also don't know enough about Andrew Cuomo, so... Is he even running? Is Eric Adams even running again? I've not seen people discuss him at all in the mayor race. But people are freaking out about this fucking video. That's why... Dude, my goat Micah, okay, is getting reposted by fucking... libs of TikTok, okay? This is how you know the wonks have truly made it, okay? Libs of TikTok is familiar with DBCFT enjoyer Micah Irfan, okay? We're gonna get there, guys. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get to the wonks being shit on by libs of TikTok, okay? And society will be better. Will be better for it, okay? Oh, fuck. Anyway. Before we get to that, which actually, I don't know if any of I haven't streamed in a week, okay? People have probably forgotten about me. I don't know if I have how many econ bros I have in chat now.
Yes.
There was this ad.
I'm Assemblyman Zahran Mamdani, and I'm running for mayor to freeze the rent for every rent stabilized.
The pause button in Twitter doesn't work anymore. Thanks, Elon. That's a nice one. That's a cool feature you added. Why would I want to do that? I'm sure most of you guys have seen this by now. The socialist New York mayor dude running for mayor. I think he's like second in the polling right now. Could very well end up winning. Like it's especially with messaging like this. Yeah, he wants to increase. It wants to increase and decrease the housing supply. For mayor. I haven't seen anything about. I saw there was another like New York housing thing that went viral on Twitter. I saw like two like they weren't city councilmen. I think they were like neighborhood council people. But two black people that basically had like the most progressive coded YIMBYism ever. It was like, we're going to end the displacement of black people in our community, and we're doing it by zoning reform. And it's like, yes, this is that was beautiful. That was beautiful. This is beautiful. Yeah, Chelsea. Yeah. The messaging is beautiful. The ad is beautiful. I wish more Democrats had ads like this. The policy is not good.
I'm Assemblyman Zahran Mamdani, and I'm running for mayor to freeze the rent for every rent-stabilized tenant.
Wait, you're gonna freeze my rent?
Yes.
Like, it's so like, it's literally, it's shot like a commercial, like a legitimate commercial. So energetic. It has such nice graphics. Okay.
Yes.
It's beautiful.
This guy's gonna freeze the rent.
No hike?
None.
This guy's gonna freeze the rent.
It's true. As your next mayor, I will freeze your rent.
It's so beautiful. I tweeted. This is the drama, okay? I tweeted, insanely good messaging for not so good policy, simple, bold, energetic. I still don't have an answer to this question. He said the rent freeze is only on already rent stabilized apartments. Now, from what I've read, rent stabilized. I think it just limits how many or how much you can increase the rent per year. And a rent freeze is obviously a freeze. On my unconstitutional, economically centered friend, how are you? What's up, Master Liberty? I'm doing pretty good. But like, I don't actually know. Like, if you're limiting the returns to developing housing to like 3% or whatever, or I think it's like a 3% increase per year. It's like is it really that bad if you just go all out and fucking freeze it? Like, I don't know. I have to read more about rent stabilization in New York. So, form of rent regulation helps combat the city's housing crisis by making some units remain affordable. Almost half of the apartments in New York are rent stabilized. Rent stabilized apartments are most often located in buildings containing 6 or more units. Blah 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 blah. Good, thought you did well in all those debates you've been having with Average Debate Enjoyer. I appreciate it. In a contest between socialists and the NIMBY rapist, I'm voting for the man that is bought by Turkey. I mean, if you think about it, like, he already got caught. So, like, is he going to do it again? Probably not, right? Like, he already got exposed for doing it. What are you gonna take your chances and do it? I guess like maybe he could work out another fucking quid pro quo with Trump or whatever. But if New York starts fucking enforcing it's unconstitutional for them to collect tariffs. But like if New York starts collecting tariffs or something, okay, then aligns with Trump on some policy issue other than immigration, which they've already agreed to align on. So it would be Brandon Johnson Part 2. I don't know. I know who Brandon Johnson is. I know who. Mayor of Chicago. Okay, I've heard of this dude. But quite frankly, I don't really know anything about him. So. One fair wage. Oh boy. City Council passed a one fair wage ordinance with support of Johnson. It establishes a timeline for eventual elimination of the sub-minimum wage for territory. Oh, that's not that bad. Okay. I thought it was going to be way more cringe. Okay. I thought it was going to be like fucking $50 minimum wage. Okay. But literally horror progressive. There's a good, slow, and boring column. That makes sense. What's up, Sauce Rama? Let's goon for real. Anyway. There's a Wikipedia article about, I was on it earlier. Rent regulation in New York. I don't actually know. For all rents to be placed under regulation, municipality must declare a housing emergency in the rent rate. That's not what I'm looking for. Generally applied. Just got off work. W. And the first thing you do is click on a non-font stream. This is the mindset all my viewers need to have. Hell yeah. Sets maximum rates for annual rent increases and, as with rent control, entitles tenants to receive required services from their landlords along with lease renewals. The rent guidelines, board meets every year to determine how much the landlord can charge. Violations may cause a tenant's rate to be lowered. Multiple ways of building owner can free the property from regulation. 2 possible methods to claim substantial rehabilitation or the need for demolition. I mean, like, I don't know. So, like I said, you know, how much worse is the rent freeze if it's already on these already rent stabilized apartments? Okay, how much worse? How much worse can we get? Which I don't know if there's any. I don't know if there's not going to be really any empirical evidence on like the negative effects of rent control on already, or sorry, rent freezes on already rent controlled apartments, rent stabilized. They don't want to call it rent control. Okay, rent control is it's a different thing. Dude, by the way, the rent control in New York is fucking insane. It's crazy that they still have this shit. Like, they literally, like, families in New York, like, pass down their fucking shitty apartment, okay, from generation to generation, just because it's rent controlled, and they don't want to give it up. It's like, it's fucking insane. But anyway. Actor got mad at me. Rent control is one of the most consistently opposed policies by economists on both sides. I'm like, yeah, I agree. I'm just not aware of the effects of a total rent freeze as opposed to the already stupid and bad rental. I'm just jealous populist Dems seem to have better messaging than neoliberals, less abundance liberals, who want to scrap rent control and get rid of zoning laws. And Actor was like, oh yeah, sure. And then we have the economics understander logs on, okay? Because they can't afford, I'm assuming these can't afford their rent, getting paid to judge whether other people can afford their rent. Whenever I see economist anywhere, it just has an image of a classic 80s style stork pushing up his glasses and their nose saying, well, actually, in the most annoying way. It's like, oh my god, kill me. Oh my god, kill me. This is a funny meme though. Price controls work. If they work, explain this. Average economics data are now for real. I think he literally says God sets a price. Muhammad responded that the highs and lows of prices are in God's hand, and added that he wanted him to meet God without having to answer for some injustice that he might commit in this respect. It is a funny meme. Anyway. This is the true. I don't know. I think this guy might join the stream later. I don't want to hate on him too much. I have respect for him. Okay, we're usually on the same side on a lot of panels, but isn't that just? I said economists actually get paid to publish papers using various statistical approaches to analyze the effects of rent control. He's like, isn't that just fancy speak for judging whether or not people can afford their rents? It's like, I don't even mean by that. They use models and historical data to determine if rent control has good outcomes or not. You shouldn't like a policy just because it sounds good and reject any evidence that is bad based on a notion that research is just judging whether or not people can afford rents. So you can see that there's a possibility rent control's overall negative effects, potentially even having negative effects on long-run rental prices because developers build condos for owners rather than apartments for renters. If you can see it as possible, what evidence should we look at to determine if that is in fact the case? What's up, Catrix? Economics is bourgeois pseudoscience that exists to justify inequality. True, dude. That reminded me, the Bad Empanada video about abundance. This guy has not read Abundance. Why is that the first thing that comes up? That shit was insane, by the way. But negative effects I see of developers cutting corners to maintain income at the same rate they are now, which is kind of true if you do rent control, even if you do things like exempt new buildings or whatever. Developers are going to want to cut costs to have the same profit rate. That's fine. And the quantity of demand that goes up, right? So if you lower the price of apartments, well, more people want that apartment now, which means you don't have to offer as good of an apartment because more people are willing to pay the lower price. So even absent wanting to maintain your same profit rate, same margin or whatever, which is not a wrong thing to do, you're still probably going to end up with worse quality apartments. I call myself a right-wing dengist when I'm arguing for abundance to troll people like him. Based. Like, if majority consumers are complaining about the affordability of their goods and services, why doesn't that count as a negative effect against, I'm assuming he means why does it count as a negative effect against price control? Like, I really don't know what he's trying to say here, but like, I don't think anyone really disputes that, like, the entire reason most price controls exist is because people are angry about the price of something, and the price control will lower the price, or at a price floor if it's like minimum wage, for example. A lot of people also complain about having to wait for housing. I mean, yeah, I know. No, we might read more about it today, but we'll see. What the fuck is this shit? Oh, this shit messed up. Oh, fuck. Dude, on my laptop, I knew this was going to happen. I don't think it actually messed up that much. I downloaded the same notes thing I use, Notion and Zotero, on my laptop, but oh, Rob Noah's doing his thing tonight. I forgot about that. I think it fucked up how on this computer it syncs between Zotero and Notion. I think now it's like trying to sync from that computer to this, and it's fucked up. But well, they just started, but maybe we'll go up and chat to Rob Noah. I don't know. Maybe. I kind of doubt it. Oh, what's up, Dylan Thomas? Welcome back. Well, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck is this shit? Hold on. Sorry, I clicked on YouTube. Hold on. What the fuck? Yo, Sauce Rama, you're the #1 community leader. And Dylan Thomas, you're #2. What the fuck is this shit? When did they add this? I don't get how employers can pay you an emotional salary. Will it pay my rent? No. Real. Place for fans to stand on the community. Top 3 get special badges and live chat. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, how'd you get to #1? You just get XP anytime you type a chat? I think you get like 25 XP every time you fucking type. Yeah, send live chat messages, send super chats or super. Okay, you guys have to, if you guys really want to be the #1 community leader, okay, you have to tip me. Okay, remember, these are, okay, tips, non-taxable income. Okay, you have to YouTube super tip me. Okay. That's how you maintain it. Okay, that's interesting. Whatever, I've already seen this video. There's no point. Bada Manana is not Red Abundance. He has no, he is just a retard. There's nothing legitimately you're going to learn from him, but it's just crazy.
Anyway, you might have heard of this idiotic shit. Like, neoliberals are trying to rebrand neoliberalism as the abundance movement. Because, neoliberalism, liberalism, these are like not big words with the youth. So what they're saying now is we need abundance. What about if instead of saying, the honest thing, we don't want anything to be taken away from rich people and given to poor people. What if instead of...
This is just like... I mean, it's an obvious straw man. One, because at least depending on your definition of neoliberal, like, I consider myself a neoliberal. I still, believe it or not, guys, I like progressive taxes, okay? I want to take probably more from the rich than we do currently. I just want to do it in a more economically efficient way than a lot of the current taxes we have, or a lot of the proposed taxes, like wealth taxes or whatever. I think that there are more efficient ways to do that type of taxation, like consumption taxes. Okay, that's just a better type of taxation that you can still make progressive. But even the people who would oppose that, like even the people who want a flat tax or whatever, their justification for it is not like, they just like love inequality so much. Oh, they just love the rich so much. It's just the justification's about incentives. It's like it's an overall net positive for society if we have the market, have the invisible hand do its work, guys, okay, and have these incentives set up so that, you can become rich by selling goods that other people want. Like, they think that the incentives are good there, right? Or become rich by investing in the right companies that help help out a lot of people and everything. It's about incentives. It's not like necessarily about inequality itself. For most neolibs, at least. Maybe there's some out there, okay, who are really, truly are dark economy, okay? They just love inequality. Some people argue for it based on some natural rights BS. Well, yeah. I mean, I guess you do. I don't consider them neoliberals though. Like I don't know how many people. I don't think when I think neoliberal, I don't think like you're doing like NAP like just desserts theory. I think you're just doing like basic capitalism stuff. What's up? Wow, this guy. Goddamn.
Wait. Why are you speaking as if I don't exist? I am that guy. I'm the dark convoy. I love inequality. I say that inequality has not decreased as a bad thing about the U.S., right? And I don't think it's agree with you why. Say something?
What's up?
Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'm just saying. Did you hear that or no? You probably
No, I
did,
heard
right?
that. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's true.
Yep. Either way, I got to go back to playing Shell Shockers. I'm this close to getting an achievement. Okay. Why do you have inequality.org open? Come on. You need to open David Splinter and I forgot his name. Arton. I forgot his first name.
Well, even even this, I have it like it shows it's relatively flat if you look at post-tax share of total income. Yeah. But
yep, they don't care though. They don't care. They do not care. Look, I was talking today to someone in the Dean server, and they were just like, just so motivated, reasonable. Like I don't know. It's just like, I'm like, oh, inequality is not really increased, and they're like, they just Googled inequality U.S. and then posted 2 graphs that popped up. It's like, bro, do you think
I know I
make a claim and I'm not aware that there are slop graphs you can find that disagree with me?
Yeah, I know.
I think the best high quality data that we have, that I think is the best, says as much. And then I cited. And then he's like, oh, there was a response to the paper. And it's like, do you think I'm not aware? Here's a response to the response. Are you going to change your mind? And it's just like, then we talk about wealth inequality, and they're like, actually, Social Security is not income. And I'm like, well, it functions as an annuity, and you should count annuities as wealth, right? That's the income I meant wealth. Okay.
Right, yeah.
And then it's just like, it's the selective skepticism. I'm okay with people who are overly skeptic, right? That you try to say something about economics, and they're like, well, what about a million, billion, bajillion confounding things? Well, how can we know anything ever? Whatever. I think these people are dumb, but whatever. I don't like when it's selective. So I don't like when someone can be like, oh, Marxist econ, you add labor and therefore it makes total sense. But it's like,
Gabriel and Zuckman, I'm going to cite that uncritically and like, it's like.
Yeah. Okay, I saw a meme on Twitter that says inequality is worse than the French Revolution. That must be true. It's on TikTok. TikTok never lies to me. But then it's like, oh, here's a peer-reviewed published paper that shows exactly what I'm saying. Well, does it account for offshore assets as adjusted in the period after the Exemption Act in 2000? Like, bro,
yes, you do not want to know who Bad Amanada is.
Hello? Am I speaking to the same person? It's just
right.
I don't know how to talk to people like that. It's really frustrating. But
dude,
yeah,
I think this guy might come on stream later tonight. By the way, I sent you a DM with a tweet he sent me. This is gonna make you want to shoot yourself.
Okay, let's see. Who's this? Sociologic. Okay, already a bad name. Okay. Because they can afford their rent.
TOS.
Oh, wait, my dog is fucking raping my door. Holy shit. Give me a second. Let me.
TOS.
My dog to death. Give me a second.
Damn. Good point, Neolib at BlackRock. That is very true. It's actually a BlackRock funded. Actually, a BlackRock funded study. I'm gonna crush Rob tonight. Oh, you're gonna go up there, JC? I said I might go up there. We'll see. I don't know. It's gonna be It's gonna be. Do you want me to pull it up on Stream Nest? I won't pull up like a DM on stream, but whatever post you sent me. This shit is gonna be crazy.
Someone comes in here tonight and says, Rob, I have questions of Donald Trump.
My dog was just like fucking scratching my door. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, so this is about rent control, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is insanely good messaging, not so good policy, simple, bold, and jerk, blah, blah, blah. My question is blah, blah, blah. Wow. Rent control is one of the most consistently opposed policies by economists on both sides. I don't like this fucking poll, brother. I don't like citing this poll because it's like, the fuck does fucking Asimoglu know about rent control?
Let me.
I don't. Why would I give a fuck? Maybe, I don't know. Either way, then sociologic. Everyone wondered. I saw your tweet and I was like, I wonder what sociologic thinks. Either way. Because they can afford rent, getting paid to judge whether the other people can afford their rents. Whenever I see quote economist anywhere, it just have an image of classic 80s style dork, okay, pushing his glasses up their nose and saying, "Well, actually," the most annoying way. Oh no, whenever I see economists, they are correcting me. God forbid. What is this garbage? It's just like, okay, well, actually, it's evolution is fake. You are intelligently designed. And every time I see this quote biologists on Twitter, there's just like some weird animal, and they're saying, actually, if you read my paper, it says you're wrong. It's like I don't care. It's God. God told me I'm right. It's like oh, it's no different. Oh, but economics is not a science. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Brother, it's bad.
Yeah.
My cat is here. So, at least have that. Yeah, it's bad. Well, I talked today to, I was walking to my uni, and someone tagged me and was like, yo, you gotta join VC. They're talking about co-ops. And I was like, okay, I'll join. I talked to this nice guy about co-ops for like an hour. And then, like, we got to build more homes, And it's like, this person's nice, right? They're nice. They're open to ideas. It's not, like, dogmatic leftists, whatever. But it's just like, okay, you want government to build homes. It's like, yes, okay. And can you give me, like, 2 or 3 criticisms of government building homes? And they can't. And it's like, okay, well, I want market rate homes. I mean, you look at the free market for food, PlayStations, headphones, whatever you want. It works very well. Housing is no different. And so we should do it for housing. Well, what if a developer wants to build a skyscraper in front of a person who really likes the sun, and now they cannot have the sun, so they don't. It's like, okay,
neoliberals have never.
You are proposing regulating the amount of home. You're proposing creating more homeless people de facto because some people like the sun. Like, well, I just think some regulations may be different. And I tried for an hour to like explain Coase's theorem, right? It's like.
Yeah.
Well, if they really don't like the sun, well, they don't have a legitimate property right claim to the sun, so they can just pay the developer not to go there, right? Think of it like this. I think gay people should be allowed to live wherever they want. And so if there's a community that's really, really homophobic, I don't think they get to ban with the law. It's dictatorial gay people. I don't think that's evil. What I think they may be allowed to do or whatever is be like, hey, you're gay, and like apartment A and apartment B cost the same.
Gay people from public spaces.
We don't want you to live in apartment A. We're gonna pay you not to live there, or something like that, or we're gonna help you move to apartment B or whatever. That might be something, but you don't get to ban people with the law and then it stays there for 50 years and just creates more problems because laws are really hard to repeal because of people like you. So it's really hard to explain to people. And
yeah, I want to.
That change this for PlayStations, right? No one says government really ought to limit the amount of we should not have pink PlayStations. What is this? We gotta limit the amount of colors for PlayStations. No one's like that. No one's ever like that. But for housing, for some reason, because fucking leftists
landlords
can
are
only
greedy,
talk
bro.
about billionaires. It's crazy.
That conversation continued. By the way, this ties into it because I don't know how to explain people these things. He basically said like, or I basically asked him like, do you think it's possible? Like, do you concede there's a possibility that rent control could have overall negative effects? And one of those negative effects could actually be reducing, increasing long-term rental prices because you reduce the supply of rental properties because developers build, condos and other things that aren't necessarily rent controlled. I'm like, and I said, like, if you concede that is a possibility, like, what type of evidence could we look at to determine, like, is that in fact the case? Because, like, I can cite you papers that find, like, oh, they did rent control in San Francisco, and like
paper I saw on TikTok that is in New Jersey that agrees most of the literature is against rent control.
It's not even. This guy doesn't even have a TikTok paper. All he said was like, he basically just said, "Well, I think landlords are greedy." he said like, I'll pull up the tweet.
It's like when I it's like when I tell people, "Hey, look, the corporate tax makes no rational sense. It lowers wages. It's really bad." It's like, well, but corporations are bad.
I know.
Dude, a creator booster just is in chat. Do you see this?
Who is in chat?
You're a child.
True. Sorry, Liv. I'm unlearning econ video debunks mainstream economics and rent control. The unlearning economics video doesn't even. It's not even like. It's not even. I mean what's the catalyst for the conversation
Sam?
was to.
Was that Sam?
No. It's a different person. They're being ironic too. But even unlearning economics, I'm sure if you asked him, do you support like a full-on rent freeze? He'd be like, nah. Yeah, but this guy said the negative effects I see are developers cutting corners to maintain this income at the same rate they are now. Otherwise, I don't really see an issue of capping rents at a rate that people can afford. And it's like, okay, dog, kill me.
Ask them like really like. Look, so what I'd like to do with people like that, if I'm in a VC with them, and maybe that guy will help on. It's like, first of all, look, I'm not saying you need to couch this because otherwise they lose their fucking mind. You need to couch this. Like, first of all, I'm not saying this says anything inherently about you. I just want to get a sense of how professional the conversation is going to be. Open MS Paint real quick. And you know what I'm going to ask them. You know what I'm going to ask. You know what I'm going to ask them. So ask them to do that.
I don't know what you're going to ask.
Yeah. And that's
to draw a price ceiling.
Yeah, draw a supply-demand curve for price controls or for, like, tariffs or whatever. Right? And look, I'm not saying you're dumb if you cannot do that or whatever. It's just... I'm going to learn something about you if you cannot. I'm going to treat you the same, so don't worry about it. I'm not going to treat you. No, not you. I'm talking like
okay.
in the VC. And so you ask them that. So for example, I was talking to that nice lefty, right? And okay, they were like doing bullshit about the housing, whatever. But then I have this. Okay, she's nice. She's Australian, sadly, whatever. Juniper. We know each other for like a year or so on Discord, but she's like a Bernie Sanders type progressive, Sam Cedar-esque. Okay. And I'm like, Sam Cedar got crushed by Ezra Klein. It wasn't even close. It wasn't even particularly close. Sam Cedar got demolished.
Yeah.
Okay. And she's like, oh, wow, Sample, the problem with you is that you you care only about what economists say, but never about what like the other fields, like sociology, say. And I'm like, kind of. The moment I start seeing like causal analyses in sociology, I'm going to start caring. But if it's like some fucking dumbass sociology saying neoliberal colonial mindset of the subjugated, I don't give a fuck. I'm so good. I'm so good. And it's like I said tariffs are bad, and she's like, "What, you think tariffs should be zero?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And it's like, it's so unnuanced. It's like, no. I read the arguments. I think it should be zero. It's like, oh well. And then the question was just like, can you draw a supply demand curve for a tariff? It's like, no. So shut the fuck up about being multidisciplinary, right? You are not multidisciplinary. You're just like a confirmation bias demon. Like, it's nothing else. Nothing's there. I'm not talking to a person. I'm not talking to someone who cares about consistency. You just want to confirm your priors. It's so annoying. It's like, I had to change my mind from like this, David Pakman-esque, slightly to the left of Pakman, to now what I am today, the monster. Because I cared about evidence, I care about econ. But these people don't at all. And they have strong opinions about this. Why is it normal? Only in economics. Maybe in medicine as well. Yeah. You have like these incredibly strong positions while not being able to do basic like functions in the field. Like if someone was like really had strong opinions about vaccines and they don't know what like DNA stands for, why?
Well, there are definitely people who do that, but
not fun. What does DNA stand for?
It's really long. It's like fucking. I know. Die. It's like die. Fucking.
Did
It's
you
probably
see the
there's
clip
like an
of
X in
Charlie
there.
Kirk debating a
Nucleic
kid at
acid.
Cambridge, and he's asked a question about DNA, and he says the full
he
name
said
for
like
DNA, and it's really funny.
he said we have dioxide ribonucleic acid tests. Is like just say DNA. Why are you like this?
He's very smart. He's intelligent.
Sometimes people use abbreviations to sound smart. So like I may say, oh, we have ID papers, we have DID papers, we have SCM papers, and they're all good, right? And I just said difference, instrumental variable, and synthetic control method. So now that made me sound smarter. Well, maybe I also sound smart when I say the full thing, but whatever. But sometimes people say the full thing to sound smarter. It's like, oh, we have deoxyribonucleic acid tests. It's like, just say DNA. Hello, are you okay? It's like, what the fuck?
He wanted to sound smarter because he actually doesn't know anything else.
Yep.
True.
Yep. Either way, so if someone joins and defends like some terrible policy, be like, look, I'm not saying this is the end of the conversation, the start of the conversation. I just want to like gauge the level of professionalism. Can you draw a basic supply demand curve and say the word basic? It's very important to me. And then they fail because they obviously fail. It's like, okay, so let's take a step back. You have very strong opinions about this, but you don't know the basic argument or the basic theory, at least, to deploy the like. Do you think it's okay to have very, very, very strong positions while having no clue what the counter argument is? Have you read an article against your position? Have you talked to someone as a professional or did read something? It's just like people are so incurious, and it's annoying. It's like, God, I don't know.
What is this? What is going on in this Minecraft world?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. This is some insane.
Are you in a server?
Yeah, this is some insane lore that I'm looking at right now.
No, but is that your childhood?
Is that my what? Childhood? What?
Yeah, is that your child or something?
Me?
Oh, yeah. This is my child. Yes.
Okay,
This is my 4-year-old son. Yeah.
You be having kids all over the place. Yeah, you be.
No, I'm your 26-year-old daughter who draws My Little Pony.
That was funny. There was this for Chad and for Sample. There's this one time that my 4-year-old son here posted a picture they drew like in our Discord server of My Little Pony.
No, bro. Okay, you're messing up the story.
Okay,
I bought a
bad.
My Little Pony coloring book and I colored in one of the pages and I sent it because I know that Zach likes My Little Pony.
All right, and then I took that picture and I posted it to Reddit and said my daughter drew this, and someone was like, "Oh my god, adults don't even color in the line this good," and then I said, "Yeah, she's 26 years old," and this was an incredible Reddit troll moment.
Let's go.
Non-fun, did you say you were coming on that tomato thing later?
I might, but like I know everything Rob Noah's going to say already. I'm going to come up there and I'm going to say, yeah, I think it's corrupt that Trump did X. And he's going to say, well, have you considered that the Democrats did FISA warrants and spied on Trump illegally, Russiagate, FBI corruption, and you didn't care about that. You didn't care about the lawfare against Trump.
Here's the thing. I actually remember that my DCS debate with Tyler was over Crossfire Hurricane. So I actually did all of that reading. I've already heard him bullshit through one point, and I'm grinning ear to ear looking at this notes document. So he likes to say, "Oh, well, Carter Page was an informant, and Kevin Kleinsmith altered the email to conceal that." Do you know any of the details surrounding any of that?
Me? I know a little bit about it, but so I think
Kleinsmith admitted it.
Right, he
admitted
pled
that he
guilty
had
or whatever.
But
it wasn't for concealment. It was for expediency, right? It was just
right. Even the judge said that. He said he took an inappropriate shortcut.
Yeah.
Carter Page wasn't even an informant at the time. And I don't know. I feel like this should be the end of Rob North's career.
Well, no, I mean, I've seen Peacekill bring that up to him before, but Rob just doesn't believe it. Rob just thinks the judge is corrupt. Judge is corrupt too. Like it's crazy, but.
Well, yeah, but if his response to me saying, okay, you lied about by omission about the like if I just say that and then I don't think it matters what he weasels with after that, because he either has to completely pivot topics or own that he's lying without owning it. Like, how does he do that? I've debated Rob before. Don't get me wrong. Like, he's slippery as fuck, but I don't know if I don't know if he expects everybody to do the same level of reading. But I guess if Pisco can't do it, I probably can't. So
I mean, they've had multiple like 4-hour-long conversations. Like you might be able to make him look bad or whatever, but you're never gonna get through to him at this point. Like,
I'm never gonna get through to him. It's about making him look bad. That's what we do, isn't it, buddy? That's why I debate against you. All right. Maybe I'll see you later. Oh wait, rent freezes are stupid, right?
Yeah, probably. I mean, so yes, but like I said in that tweet, like I don't know. I generally don't know this. It could be really bad, but like I don't know how bad the effect of a rent freeze is if you're only doing it to apartments that are already rent controlled. Like it's probably like a little worse, but like I don't know if it's like catastrophically worse or if it's just like a tiny bit worse.
Damn it, now I'm You're supposed to give me all the correct answers about econ. What the hell?
I mean, it's still.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm assuming you're gonna read about it, so I might beep you back later.
Yeah. I mean.
Maybe I'll see you later, buddy.
I already know what I need to know, but yeah.
Oh wait. I'm sorry, I misunderstood then.
What?
Do you just not have like a grounded out position then about like the specific circumstances? Is that what you mean?
No, I mean, I like. Me and Sample are talking about this. I mean, I know enough to draw a basic supply in the man graph, right? So like, I know plausibly what the effects of rent control are going to be, and then I have like a bunch of like links to blog posts that like cite a bunch of studies. I just haven't I probably just need to. All I really need to do is like make a like Notion page, just like understand what each study finds, so I can be like, so in a debate I can be like, well, I have like the study here that finds exactly X thing, or.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry for misunderstanding that.
You're good.
Okay. Bye, buddy. Love you.
See ya. Thanks for helping me roast Gorp in that one debate. It was fun, dude. I still have to edit that, but I appreciate it. And okay. Anyways, Ness, what's up?
What's up? So, do you want me to tell you about my day yesterday? I had a really good day yesterday.
Sure.
I'm sure chat wants to know too. Okay, so basically what I did is yesterday I went to a trampoline park and it was so much fun. But I got really tired after a few minutes. They had a slide and I went down a slide. It was really fun. To Cheesecake Factory for lunch and it was really good. And Jared, you're gonna be mad at me, but I got chicken. I ordered chicken.
What? You better donate to it, dude. I found out there's actually a charity called Farm Kind, which lets you offset the harm to animals you do by eating them. There's you can donate like $26 a month or whatever. It's less for me because I don't actually eat meat. I just
I don't have the money for that. But whatever.
I don't either actually, but
what else? Oh, okay, so I went to Cheesecake Factory and then I had lunch and then
like even if I ate
cheesecake, I got Oreo cheesecake.
21 fucking milk and egg servings a week, it'd be $5 a month.
And then what else did I do? And then I went shopping and I got a bunch of clothes. And then that was pretty much it.
Wow, incredible.
Yeah, yesterday was really fun. And then today I went to school. And I literally did nothing today. Never in my life have I ever felt more unproductive.
Dude, I've been lazy the past like 5 days. I haven't done anything. I mean, I guess I went to class today. That's about all I did. But
You have physical classes? I thought all your classes were online.
no, I have one physical class now. I have to go once a week, okay? I have to actually go to an in-person class session. It's unbearable.
What is it?
Psychology.
Oh, I bet you have a gay old time in that class.
I don't think I'm taking a like introduction to ethics class right now. I kind of wish I took that one in person instead, because I think it'd be really funny to see people in person when like my discussion forum post would be like so unhinged. It would be like
Is it morally okay to fuck a dead person?
That's absolutely a fucking post I would write. It'd be like the most like fucking like, oh, insect suffering is actually the biggest issue in the world, and we should reduce the insect population dramatically, and we should.
Did you read the paper that I wrote on Beauty and the Beast?
No, I didn't know you wrote a paper on Beauty and the Beast.
I did. So for my lit class, our final project was to write a paper on a Disney movie through a literary criticism. And mine, I chose Beauty and the Beast, and I basically wrote about how Belle has an Oedipus complex. And yeah, that was what my paper was about. And I talked about, I said the word Freudian probably 20 times.
Incredible. Are you for zoophilia? Dude, there's been more Twitter discourse about zoophilia recently.
Why?
Zoophiles. Also, Freud was correct.
About what?
What did Freud talk about zoophiles?
No. He was just like correct in general. His idea that we derive our
Nicholas
idea
Decker
of
is my fucking goat.
Of a sexual partner through our relationships. It wasn't just like from our mother. Everybody goes like, "Oh, Freud is like he said that you want to fuck your mother." Wasn't really quite it. It was kind of like you derive your sexuality and view of relationships based off of the relationship that you have with your parents, which is kind of very true.
That's just factually correct.
Yeah, like if your mom acts in a certain way, and let's say that way is stressful to you, right? And that's the feminine presence that you have in your life. You're going to derive a certain view of women, and that's going to later inform your decisions and interactions with women. And let's say like you have a partner that may exhibit those traits, but in a different way, you could have like a negative response to that and be sexually turned off because it reminds you of a way that your mother acted.
Between Wick and Pentuple? Yeah, I have. That shit is
derive the
actually wild. They're actually having a judge debate on that.
Of how you think a feminine figure loves you based off of how your mother loved you as a child.
Word up, brother.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that paper that I wrote was probably the shittiest paper I've ever written. Next to my rhetorical analysis of Obama's Rosa Parks statue speech. That was horrible.
Dude, by the way, speaking of zoophilia, the Ryan Malay guy, or however you pronounce his name, who's a dude I generally respect, okay, as much of an enlightened centrist or whatever he is, okay. I'm not the person to debate him about this. I recommend he reach out to Synth or someone else. But basically, Wick quote tweeted the Nicholas Decker tweet about zoophilia, and Ryan was just like, "Is this a real person? No one gives a shit about the dog. it lessens the humanity of the role involved. It's gross. It's profane. Christ, I hate utilitarians, lunatics. Which, by the way, it's always so funny to me when like these people like saying it lessens the humanity of the role involved. This is an outcome of the action. You're not saying the action is bad. You're saying the action is bad because X outcome being humanity is degraded or whatever. Which like we can make that argument. That's fine. Fucking utilitarians.
Hey,
they can justify
Jared,
anything.
your persona would be a fox.
Like from Zootopia?
No.
Play Fortnite.
But it would be a fox, just not the guy from Zootopia.
It'd be like Swiper from Dora the Explorer.
Yeah.
Swiper, no politics. Swiper, no politics. This is
that's another thing. Like,
dinner.
they're clearly utilitarian justifications for zoophilia being wrong.
I can imagine on Fawn with like uber
but,
like conservative grandparents at like dinner.
Dude, my grandparents are fucking woke. They're based. It's awesome.
Based.
My grandparents.
Your grandparents are awesome.
And I live with them.
Did they like protest the Vietnam War at like college campuses?
No.
The Vietnam War?
My grandpa almost went to Vietnam, actually, but
yeah, my great grandpa was in Vietnam,
and he wasn't that woke now, was he?
Well, maybe not back then. I don't know if he. Well, he wasn't drafted technically, but he was very likely to be drafted. So I think he volunteered because if you volunteer, you can go into like a non-combat role. So.
And weren't there like benefits if you volunteered?
Yeah, I mean you get. Yeah.
Because that's why my grandpa joined.
Fun little fact about the Vietnam War: it's where we get the term fragging from.
Wait, we should abolish the Republican Party on the basis of what?
So
on the basis of like it's not MAGA enough, or on the
It's
basis
a
of
funny
it's too
word.
MAGA?
I like it actually. I'm gonna use it incorrectly all the time.
Uh-oh.
Don't tell me what it means.
Okay, I won't.
Awesome. But yeah, I'm trying to think of. Jared, do you remember any outlandish things that my grandfather has said?
I think you told me
he was watching. Right now.
He was watching Alex Jones in the car once, and I forget what he said. Alex Jones was saying, but it was some. I mean, it's Alex Jones, so it was some.
Well, it was probably something stupid because it's Alex Jones, but it was pissing me off.
Dylan, that's basically what the interview section of it is.
He doesn't think he's a Holocaust denier.
Oh, based.
He doesn't think slavery happened. Well, I think he thinks that slavery happened. I just think he thinks that it wasn't as bad as it actually was. I don't know.
It's kind of a weird like conspiracy to take that like slavery didn't happen.
Yeah.
It's just wokeness they teach in schools, okay? It's all.
Yeah, it's all DEI.
That's true.
Do you think that if we had like Greco-Roman slavery, that it would have been viewed differently in American culture?
I don't know. I think it would
I should say, of course, it would be different. Would have been viewed more favorably, kind of like viewed almost analogous to maybe the way that we treated like the Native Americans prior to like the recent push for like re-examining that.
Yeah.
Like they might just view it as like, oh, slavery happened, but it was like a necessary evil kind of thing at the time, or maybe they might have not even viewed it as evil if it was Greco-Roman slavery, just like, oh, that's just something we did.
Well, yeah, I think I don't know. That was another thing that he told me. He said that America would operate better under a Christian government because the Roman Empire was founded on Christianity.
Truth. Watch the Greenwald video. Wait, hold on. And okay, you might know this. Is it true that Glenn Greenwald like posted a video of him licking spit off the floor or something? I saw people talking about that on Twitter, but I didn't see the actual video. Can I even watch this video on Twitch?
I didn't see it, so I can't verify.
Is it like a porn thing? Oh, I have the video. Oh, it's him looking. Oh, it's just him looking. Okay, I don't know if I can show this on Twitch, but this video is awesome. It's him like licking someone's foot. He's in like a skirt too, and wearing an apron. And then I think the guy he's licking the feet out spits on the floor, and he licks the spit off. Dude, a man can't. I respect the man, okay? Man can't do shit nowadays without the internet finding out. What can I say? Jesus.
It's true.
Yeah, I can show this frame of it. Like, you can see.
I don't know. Here's the thing. Have you seen VO3 yet from Google?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, some of the examples I've seen.
Yeah,
I
mean,
VO3 video.
Truth is dead. Truth is dead. I could say like every slur under the sun right now and deny it in court.
Put it away. Put it away. Put it away. I'm scared.
I don't actually think you can't see its dick or anything, so it's probably fine with Twitch EOS to play the full thing, but I don't want to take chances.
I really hate that
Thanks
they
for
dropped
following,
the VO3
fucking
after the debate that I had with Gorp
Butch
and everything,
Catbot.
because that would have been like so great just to pull that up and be like, look at this. Look at this motherfucker. What I would have done is I would have pulled it up and been like, okay, I would have said something along the lines of, hey, we know like how AI video is now, but do you think like AI can ever make like a car salesman video like this? And I'd play the car salesman. And then after he says like yes or no, I would have been like, that's AI. That whole thing is
Are you even doing anything in Minecraft right now, or are you just running around?
I'm basically running around. Technically, I am working on getting a jetpack, but I have not been locked in.
Lock in, bro.
I don't wanna. Please don't make
I
me
get
do
really mad when my teachers tell me to lock in. Like, I don't appreciate it.
Wait, do they? Is this something
Yes,
teachers tell?
all of my teachers tell me to lock in, and I don't like it.
I'm gonna make up a random name for you right now, right? They're just like, you're just like working on math, and they come up and they're like, Courtney, lock the fuck in right now. Get on the grind set.
Well, not to me directly, but like when, like my literature teacher, before the AP exam, she would be like, okay guys, you really have to lock in on these FRQs. And it's like, she said it like so passively, like she didn't even say a brain rot word, and we all just kind of looked around and was like, what did she say? And then she just keeps saying it over and over. I think she likes that phrase now.
You could say that George Washington really locked in against the Redcoats.
That is
It's true. This happened.
He was tired of the phantom tax and
phantom tax.
Okay. Speaking of locking in, I gotta lock in this fucking stream. Okay, can't be sitting here talking about fucking brain rot all day.
Wait, is that Rob Noor? Dude, Rob Noor invited me on a fucking show. I was thinking of doing it, but I don't know if I want to talk to it like a Trump supporter at the moment.
Dude,
very angry.
Yeah, this is I don't know if you've ever seen this, Sarah, the Raising Tomato Girl, but it's gonna go into like an open panel afterwards. If you wanna, you can go up and chat with him and whatever other people might show up.
Yeah, well, he wanted to do a 1v1. I have him on Discord. We've been talking.
Yeah, I talked
about
once,
brain rot on my AP World FRQ.
Are you gonna go on to his open panel and
I don't know. I know everything he's gonna say already. The premise of the topic that he set up is like every criticism of Trump is a joke and should be laughed off or whatever. And I know everything he's gonna say. Someone is gonna say Trump did X bad thing, and Rob Noor is gonna say, well, have you considered illegal FISA warrants, spied on Donald Trump, Russiagate, FBI corruption? And like they're just gonna go in circles about that like all night. That's all they're gonna talk about. It's like, oh, lawfare after Trump. Like, it's like maybe if we're super lucky, and maybe I'll come up if he says this. Okay, maybe we'll get the at least once in there he'll say, oh, Biden's economy was an unmitigated disaster, which he had a 5-hour conversation with Econoboy about, and he did. I had a lot more respect for Rob Noor before I watched that conversation with Econoboy about the Biden economy. That shit was horrible. I know everything is going to go down already, okay? But
I will give you this. Not fun about Biden's economy. I'll give you this. After looking at some of the numbers and stuff, I agree that he was doing okay with the tools he had at his disposal.
Incredible.
And that it was a lot better of an economy than most people realized at the time. Because, and the major factor of that is going to be like, okay, if inflation raises, I know this is probably not the number because I don't have it on me right now, but let's say it raises 20%, like rapidly, and then the next year it only goes up 2%. That's like a huge.
Yeah, I mean that is basically.
But it still means 22% inflation. So everybody's gonna be like, "Holy shit, 22% inflation!" Like if it doesn't
basically
go down,
you saw basically over 20%. It was like 21% cumulative inflation from 2020 to 2023. Obviously, most of that was kind of like a big spike in 2022, but. Also, this is actually my chatter is correct and based here. We should attribute everything good to Powell and everything bad to Biden. This is true, actually. I mean, like, I don't think the president has like that much control over the economy. So I think
unless if you're Trump right now, Trump has direct control.
Yeah. So there is there is a presidents do have the ability to press the stock market crash right now button. That is a button that exists, and Trump has utilized that button.
And then brag about it on fucking their social media, saying that Lamau, my friends bought into the dip and now are like made fucking $300 million overnight. Also he has a fucking Trump coin that he gets transactional payments for every transaction that goes through, and he's actively bragging about taking Trump coin payments from foreign adversaries. I don't. How is this legal, dude?
It's probably not legal, but they were on
Biden.
They're just not investigating
on Biden
it.
for handing out water during voting season. They were handing out water in hot states to people waiting in line to vote. Yet Elon Musk say I'm giving out $1 million if you vote. Kind of, wink, wink for the right person.
Right.
Wink, wink at show me your ballot. Wink, wink. It has to be conservative.
Trump scamming his base, pretty cool. I support it. Well, that's the issue. Sheesh, non-fun haircut. Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
Not scamming his base that much, because that's only a little bit of money. The average person
that's what I was about to say. I bet it's so incredibly top heavy, and it is just as many of his supporters might lose a little bit of money. It's just a mechanism by which he can say spend $1 million on Trump coin and you'll be invited to the dinner. And then if I happen to pardon your family member after the dinner, I bet that was just a coincidence. That's definitely just that's a thing I was planning on doing anyway.
The fact that Qatar, outside of the plane incident, Qatari officials have specifically said that they would give gifts to Trump in the form of, there's some talks of it being joke, but in the form of Trump coin crypto, right?
Yeah.
Well, it has no worth. It's just crypto. It's what they say, but
it's a legal bribe. That's what's funny too is that Trump had tweets there, or actually they were tweets back then. He wasn't banned on Twitter yet, in 2016 saying like crypto is made up bullshit and its value is nonsense. But now that crypto benefits him, he's a crypto guy now.
What's your take? Do you like crypto?
No, I think it's mostly cringe. I mean, there might be like I'll admit like ignorance to some extent on like maybe there is some potential for blockchain technology somewhere, but it just doesn't seem like cryptocurrency is like the best use of it.
I like the decentralized nature of it. But that's just because I've seen it firsthand, specifically for like journalists in third world countries, as well as people that are in countries. I have a friend who is in a country that's going through a civil war in Asia right now, and basically the currency is non-existent, getting jobs isn't, and the government is at a constant war with some rebel fighters, and the government does not care about killing innocents, and the only like real like money that he's able to make right now is via Bitcoin online at the moment. So and then other people, like I know some Afghani news reporters who used cryptocurrency as like their way of staying like independent and being able to like crowdsource like news in like very volatile regions without being cracked down upon. So I think like the idea of a decentralized currency such as this that allows like people to kind of skirt around the government overreach and be able to have some type of independent finance to them to like float them, but also be able to do things that are important seems to be like the strength of crypto for the legitimate crypto. I think 99% of it is bullshit that's going to fall apart, but I think that like but for the ones that have legitimized themselves, you know, like again, Bitcoin being like the number one, what is it, like solar, whatever it is, solar. Those are going to last quite a while, and I think that they have a legitimate place as a decentralized currency.
Okay. Well, hold on. I gotta lock in, bro, at some point today. So.
All right. Peace.
I'll see ya. Appreciate it. I have to know, chat. By the way, just I don't know if Ness is still here. I need Ness's opinion, really. Yes or no? Did they fuck my shit up? I think it looks a little bad empanada. Yeah, we were watching him a little early before you came in. I think it looks a little goofy. But what can you do? Dude, am I... So, no, okay. I thought I was like balding where my fucking headphones are like rest on my... it was the rest on my head. It's just... It was just because it was holding the hair back. Okay, I thought I had a fucking... Thought we were bald in there. Okay, let's close the Zoophilia's morally permissible tab and get back to this. Nampa will say all this, but he will never talk about APAC. That is true. Listen, I gotta get funding somehow. Okay, you guys don't watch enough ads. Okay, you don't super chat me enough. Who's the number? I wonder who the number one YouTube chatter is right now. I think it's Dylan's number one right now. Damn. Oh, they're tied actually. They both have 75 XP. Yo, everyone in YouTube chat, just send like 20 messages, okay, and you'll be the number one fucking non-fun chatter. Anyway, back to this bullshit. Can't wait. He talked about he strawmanned inequality. I remember that.
We said we want abundance. We want you to have more stuff. Like this is a rebrand of neoliberalism. I'm going to tell you why. What would it look like if philanthropy celebrated black abundance instead? Ooh, what is abundance?
Which, by the way, I don't know what this charity he's citing here is. I can't see the website because his fucking Patreon link is blocking.
Let's check the rebrand of neoliberalism. I'm going to tell you why. What would it look?
But like abundance. What do I even look up to find it? Abundance, like black charity. Wait, abundance movement homepage. I don't even know if this is the official abundance movement home. I maybe it is. I don't know. I don't think. I'm pretty sure the book Abundance didn't mention George Floyd like once, or really like it mentioned like racial issues in the context of Well, I actually think it is one of the best points about the book, or best points in the book. I think it mentions racial issues like literally once, maybe twice, but oh my god, I can't type. Right here, where it says basically liberals govern so badly that they are symbolically liberal but operationally conservative. Much San Francisco, you can't walk 20 feet without seeing a multicolored sign declaring Black Lives Matter, kindness is everything, no human is illegal. Those signs sit in yards zoned for single families and communities that organize against efforts to add new homes that would bring those values closer to reality. San Francisco's black population has fallen in every census count since 1970. Poorer families, disproportionately not white and immigrant, are pushed into long commutes, overcrowded housing, and street homelessness. Texas has been the single largest beneficiary of California's housing crisis, and like he goes on to, use the data for that. But like, I don't know, what. It should not mention racial issues. Yeah, I know. Like, abundance is not about racial. Like, none of the abundance agenda is like really about racial issues. It is. I mean, you can play into it. Like, we were talking about this earlier. Some of the New Yorkers that were like, we're gonna end black displacement by just building enough homes for everyone. And I think that messaging is good. And I think that I obviously think you can play into the abundance agenda with racial overtones, racial characteristics, abundance liberalism with woke characteristics. One might say. I think you can do that.
1,000 black people were displaced from Bed-Stuy alone.
Here's how we end the displacement.
I'm New York City Councilmember Chiose.
And I'm Councilmember Crystal Hudson.
And we just passed a plan to save Black Central Brooklyn.
It's a total rezoning of Atlantic Avenue called the Atlantic Avenue Mixed Use Plan.
Or AMA. As more and more people arrive to our neighborhoods and cities, whether seeking jobs, fleeing hardship, immigrating, or just starting another chapter in their life.
They add to the demand for housing. Many are bidding for the same units as existing residents.
If we don't allow more housing to absorb new arrivals,
they bid up the pricing of the current limited housing stock.
Like, this is like BLM coded abundance, but like the primary, but the fact that it's BLM coded abundance implies that the primary abundance messaging is not about that. Like, it's just not a particularly relevant thing to the abundance agenda. Okay.
Like if philanthropy celebrated black.
You're forgetting about how neoliberalism is also in black people and women. That is true.
Abundance instead. Ooh, what is abundance? Let's check it out. Why is it like phrased around black lives, black? It's all black. It's like identity politics.
And dude, this guy has not read the book Abundance. So, like, I don't know if he genuinely thinks this is what the book talks about, or it seems like he very well could have just looked up abundance agenda, and, like, this is, for whatever reason, what came up. Like,
it's weaponized neoliberalism. What a fucking joke. Okay, there's no
way.
I've
never seen Ezra Klein push this site. Yeah, exactly. I've never seen, like, the book did not talk about this site. I've never seen Ezra Klein in this podcast talk about this site. Like, added this to my reading list. Based. I think you'll like it, but there are some. A lot of times it draws criticism from people more to the left. Okay, like Bad Empanada is an extreme example. Okay, but even people not quite as far gone as Bad Empanada still don't like it.
Hey, that's the actual official website.
Real.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's all about black people. That's like a side project they made to like appeal to black people or something, or like just frame it in the identity politics vein. But basically, the thesis of these guys is we don't need to take away from rich people. We don't need to redistribute. What we need to do is build more, produce more, and that way you will get more. So there's no need for you to.
One, that's not really the thesis. They don't really. They kind of. I think there's like 1 or 2 points where they talk about like welfare, and they're like, oh, maybe it wouldn't be great. Maybe it wouldn't be great to have the same type of welfare as like Denmark or whatever. But so much of the book is about it's not producing more for the sake of having more and whatever, just so and don't tax the rich under any circumstance. I'm sure if you asked Ezra Klein, should we tax the rich more, he would almost certainly say yes. I guarantee you, we could find some article, some New York Times column where he says as much. But the primary point of the book, okay, like if you don't even have to read the book, you just have to look at the interviews he did. He's like, it's a book about identifying bottlenecks. Okay, it's about identifying what do we lack and how do we get more of it. Okay, well, we lack housing. Well, a big reason for that is zoning laws. So we should probably reform a lot of zoning laws. Like, okay, we lack inventions. The number of inventions is slowing down. Okay, well, what's the issue? Well, the NIH requires researchers to do too much paperwork. So we should probably go back to not requiring as many administrative hurdles to get grants for medical research. Like, it's not about why redistribution is evil and we have to produce so much to do whatever. It's about identifying bottlenecks. This is literally Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher, no mo. True. I don't know. Maybe Ezra will surprise me. He's super against taxing the rich or something. But I watched this. He says I don't know if Ezra Klein has like a specific like tax plan that he likes, but he plays into like the progressive messaging here. He's like, oh, this is a like clearly like regressive tax cut. But at one point he said, oh yeah, it's not precision. He says it's also grimly exact. The bill has 1.1 trillion in tax cuts for people who make more than $500,000 a year, and it has 1.1 trillion in cuts for Medicaid and food stamps. It is a straight transfer from people who cannot afford food and medical care to people who can't afford to fly first class. Like, oh yeah, sorry, Liberal. Have you considered the one study, okay, that Sam Cedar has bothered to read, okay? Oh my God. Bad Empanada doesn't even care about that study. He's not going to cite that study because he doesn't care about anything published in Economics Journal, okay? He's not going to care about it.
Go against the rich because the rich are working to make more for you. That is the thesis of this movement. Now, this is a completely
I'm going to just explain. It's obviously not the thesis of the movement.
Insane thing to be talking about for one simple reason: something called climate change. And you can see here Ezra Klein, who is like,
is it like? Actually, I'll let him keep talking a little bit.
I don't know who this guy is. He's like a Twitter guy, basically. He's no one. But he got famous because he posted on Twitter about how, he says, we have not made enough of the things that we need. That's his whole thing. The problem is not a lack of equality. The problem is a lack of more. So there's this problem with this idea. It's called climate change. And it's funny how neoliberals claim to be against climate change, claim to be like for dealing with it, when now they're just actively advocating to build more shit at a time when we very much need to not do that. The problem is not that.
Like so much of abundance. It's fucking impossible to do projects that help the environment. Like California high-speed rail would have helped the environment. They talk about it in the book. California high-speed rail would have been good for the environment, okay? Less people would be driving. They'd be taking a more efficient train that you can electrify, and you can electrify the train. So much of the book is about electrifying everything and switching to renewables. And the thing they say, and they talk about the Inflation Reduction Act and green energy subsidies too, they say, we have made it fucking impossible for the state to actually build these things. Like they say in the book, the free market is not necessarily going to fund switching to renewables. Like there just isn't as big of a profit incentive to do that. We need the government to do certain subsidies, certain push and pull factors to go through. When it's a push factor, saying like we're gonna pay you to do this, versus a pull factor like we're gonna pay you if you achieve this. When to do those two types of like subsidies to get people to build green energy or to get medical grants done or to get other research grants done. And so much about it is so much of the book is about we just have made it impossible to build high-speed rail, to build enough housing, to build, which, I mean, I don't know, maybe homeless people are good for the environment. Have we considered that? But also, yeah, what if we just nuke our economy? It seems a lot easier degrowth now. Does anyone have the chart? I think is it from Our World in Data? It's just the CO2 emissions decoupled. I think Our World in Data, Where's the chart? Where's the chart? Where's the chart? Yeah, like all these countries that have, you know, a lot of economic growth, but also a decrease in emissions. Like this is GDP per capita versus which is equal to income, and decrease in CO2. You know, all these countries, including the U.S., and we fucking suck at building renewable energy. Okay, we can't deploy it nearly as effectively as China can, because of the regulations and bottlenecks that Abundance talks about. Which actually I don't know if China's on here because they, A, they might not have good data, and B, they still use like coal mines and stuff. But like even the U.S. Okay, we have continued to grow while reducing carbon emissions per person. Homeless people are bad for the environment. They destroy habitats that animals use and reduce wild animal suffering. This is Bada Banana. Actually, hold on. Sorry, you're Bada Banana. You're so right. Neoliberalism is super bad for the environment. Okay, abundance is all about destroying the environment. The section you didn't get to, okay, is why destroying the environment is based because it reduces wild animal suffering. This is the. By the way, Bethan's bulldog, actually, it's funny, we were talking about it in our server, and then like literally the next day he posted a Substack post, long run human impact and wild animal suffering, much more than you want to know. I have not read this, but this whole post is about you know, decreasing wild animal suffering, and obviously the long-term impacts of humans on it. Like, yeah.
That we don't have enough stuff in the world.
Also, the Matt Dillahunty debate. I did not watch all of it, but it like, I mean, I'm an atheist. I think Matt does fine against like your average like call-in debater, but Matt just does not seem like he really actually knows that much philosophy, and that's like, I don't know a ton of philosophy either. That's fine, but like, bro, you've made it your job. Like why don't you like know these things? But regardless, anyway,
the world has more than enough stuff for everyone already. The problem is it is the distribution.
That's just not like, he doesn't cite any data for this. Depending on what you mean, like he says like, oh, we grow enough food for everyone. It's like, okay, well, that, you know, I think that that individual thing is true. Now, it might be impractical, not just unprofitable, but like impractical, not possible to actually get all the food to everyone who needs it, right? Like it might be like literally impossible to deliver a fucking enough Big Macs to the middle of the African desert to actually feed everyone. Maybe it is practical and it's just unprofitable or whatever. But like, he says he says in here, oh, there's already enough housing for everyone. Doesn't cite any data for that, and he is just like wrong about that. Like I know the meme he's citing like there's more vacant homes than homeless people or whatever, which is a like dumb bullshit meme, because vacant homes doesn't mean it's just available to use. A lot of them are run down, a lot of them are vacant just because they're like in between tenants, right? Yeah, more vacancies than homeless though. Like it's a total like bullshit statistic, and like a lot of the vacant homes aren't where the homeless people are. Okay, all the homeless people are in San Francisco, all the vacant homes are in Montana, and they're all abandoned and don't have electricity. Like we're gonna do the like homeless person ethnic cleansing, okay, and like shift them all to Montana in their fucking shit to shitty ass vacant homes. Really, that's what you want to do, buddy? But rather than just build more fucking housing, like, kill me. What's up, Boggle? Welcome to the stream.
The problem is that you can't build more stuff because we legitimately actually have an existential threat on the horizon to human society as it currently exists at the very least, if we just keep building more and more stuff. If you build more stuff, and your selling point is, I'm going to build more stuff and give to the people who don't have it, rather than taking away from the people who have a ton more stuff than they actually need and give to those people. Your selling point is that I want to end the world. That's what the argument you're making.
I mean, it's just, again, so much about abundance. It's like, how do we actually make it possible for the state to actually build things that protect the environment? But like, you're also just wrong about that. Like, it doesn't, Hamster's a good article about this. I don't know if he's watching right now, but W. Hamsters, like, there are reasons to believe that like, oh, producing more stuff can actually be good for the environment sometimes, okay? Like, where it says, the smartphone is a great example of how innovation coupled with production increases has been a net positive for the environment. Consider how many materials are used to consume tools such as a calculator, telephone, video camera, alarm clock, voice recorder, navigation system, camera, MP3 player, compass, answering machine, scanner, measuring tape, radio, flashlight, and library online resources. Now consider how your iPhone is capable of all these things, which were created through the incentive structure of capitalism. I'll demonstrate capitalism to drive innovation in another piece. Like, there reason to believe that capitalism can actually be good for the environment, at least to some extent. Like, if you encourage innovation, which leads to a better allocation of resources, so we're using less resources to get the same amount of shit, or using less resources to get more shit, that's a good thing for the environment. And then, like, I mean, he mentions, like, empirical data in here, too. It's just, like, we just look at countries with higher environmental scores, and, like, that is a very high correlation of how capitalist a country is. 2016 study found that the open market index and measurement of free trade, a hallmark of capitalism, found that there was a high degree of overlap between the OMI and the EPI, which is an environmental protection index, I think, is what it stands for. I think he mentions, heritage knowledge and economic freedom correlates pretty high with environmental protection. Do you think we should build more homes? I do. I think we should build a ton more houses. I think that's quite obvious. Capitalism is premised on endless growth on a finite planet, not possible. Climate change will end the world unless we shrink global GDP by 90%. This is crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, put me in charge of everything. True. I have the solution. I just need you to put me. I just need a vanguard party, okay, to do it.
Arguing that you want to end the world as we know it, rather than redistribute its resources from the people who have way more of the resources than they could ever use to those who don't, to those who actually need it, who have basically nothing.
Also, there's probably some trade-off between the amount of redistribution you do and how much growth you have. But, like, I mean, I kind of doubt the. Well, depending on what you count as redistribution, I would say it like almost has to be the case that, like, the some amount of redistribution is actually positive for growth. Like if you, I think quite obviously, if you were taxing away resource rents or taxing away the unimproved value of land and, you know, investing that in education like that, like that's obviously it's obviously pro growth, right? Like it's obviously that is redistribution. You're taking away from the rich oil companies or whatever and giving it to, you know, poor people who wouldn't otherwise be able to afford private education. You're making public schools with that money, but like that is almost certainly a pro-growth thing. And it's evidence that carbon taxes can have pro-growth effects too. But yeah, what would be your plan to build more homes? I think primarily it's just that cities have to, a lot of Democrat cities especially, have to get real about zoning reform. They have to get rid of a lot of the regulations about what you can build and where. They have to get rid of some of the regulations about what happens when you trigger like public money, like what government funds can be used for. So like in San Francisco, they have a ton of regulations. Like if you use public funds, you have to have like above standard like air filters. You have to use union labor. You have to contract with a small architecture firm. You can't use any of the large, more efficient architecture firms. And it just makes it fucking impossible to build like public housing, or to build any housing with at least some public money, because like it's literally if you accept like government money for the project, it ends up adding more to the cost than you get from the government because of all the, you know, strings, the strings attached with that public money. So like it's just totally fucking infeasible to use public money to build housing right now. So we need to go real about that. But you're taking jobs away from kids when you do that. Children are creative and innovative. This is true, actually.
This is especially a ridiculous narrative because it's also coming in line with something that's even worse than just this narrative, which is the rapid rise of cryptocurrency and AI. These are two things that use ridiculous amounts of energy and provide literally no.
By the way, so much, actually, not a ton of abundance about this, but they mentioned it a few times, like, you know, basically the energy bottleneck is probably like the biggest issue that we have to solve. Like we need to like Ezra Klein talks about transmission lines a lot. Like not only do we need to do a lot of switch to renewable energy. We also need a way to get that energy to places that need it, which means we need to upgrade all our transmission lines. And with the current regulations, it would just be like totally impossible to upgrade their transmission lines, and it would cost an obscene amount of money to upgrade their transmission lines. Would you try to make building cheaper at all? Well, yeah, I think all the things I mentioned would make building cheaper, but well, maybe not everything I mentioned, but like quite obviously, not requiring that you have to hire union labor would bring down the cost of building. Also, would not. This isn't really about abundance liberal. Well, in a way, it is. I also would not. I would not tariff all the inputs that construction companies use that they buy from. Like I would not tariff Canadian lumber. I think that is a pretty obvious thing that we could do. But budget growth is attrition and renewal, but the accumulation will box us into a different paradigm than even the capitalist world market system. I don't know what to say about that.
Actual material benefit for the energy that are put into them. That this is happening at the same time. That like AI is getting.
When you ask ChatGPT a question, you use more water that is needed to save 100 kids at Casa. True. By the way, that I really wonder if Adam Panada is vegan. Has he read about the environmental effects of not being vegan? Because it is like 100. I don't know if it's 100x, but it's at least like 20x the impact of using ChatGPT. Even 3 questions a minute, 24/7. ChatGPT is like 1/20th the environmental impact of not being vegan for a year.
Big crypto is getting massive, and we have people just advocating.
Why not just use extra revenue for Doge checks
to build more shit without thinking about the fact that we actually can only build a finite amount of shit at least for a very long time, because there's not going to be any sort of grand energy transition to renewables anytime soon. At least not in the time frame that's needed. So we actually do need to.
Which, by the way, it's so funny. It's so funny he says that, because like that is. Like, you're not wrong. You're not entirely wrong there. With the current regulations we have, that would be very hard for the U.S. to do. That's why the book Abundance exists. Yeah. Also, there is an energy credit system where you, when you are building more, it adds a good amount of money to cost. Yeah.
To build the shit for a while, we need to redistribute shit way better, especially given the rise of AI and cryptocurrency, which is an absolute disaster for energy consumption worldwide. And these fucking morons, in their quest, in their like genocidal death cult neoliberal ideology, to ensure that the rich.
I don't know. Like your brain is so broken. Like, you're so lost.
Never have to give up anything. Their new selling point is just make more, just make more, just make more. We can't just make more, because that's going to end the world. You're contributing to a problem which is already out of fucking control. It's a problem that we had to deal with definitively 10, 20 years.
Again, didn't read the book, doesn't know what the thesis of the book is, doesn't know the whole book, like throughout, is talking about, climate change and the need for energy abundance and to electrify everything. Read Jason Hickel. You make the third world better off by trading with them. And not letting them burn coal base.
Years ago, and we've done absolutely nothing for that. The problem has only gotten worse. There's no mass global transition to renewables on the horizon, and you're just preaching to make things even worse when an actual solution is easy and on the table, because we do have enough stuff. We make enough food. There is enough housing. The world has enough.
Yeah, that's what I assumed. Yeah, not trading them, obviously.
The world has enough
Obviously,
housing.
That's exploitative. That's the only reason we trade with these countries is to rip them off. Okay, is to exploit the third world's resources. Actually, the only reason CO2 emissions have decoupled is simply because we've moved the emissions to the third world. Okay, the only reason the rate of profit isn't falling is because they've moved the rate of profit to the third world. Like,
the world has enough resources. The world has enough food. Why do you want to make more stuff at a time when making more stuff means emitting more, which means accelerating the fucking end of human civilization scenario that is the present course that we are on.
Also, I read the whole ozone layer is gone. What is the problem? We can just make a new one and fix it later. This is true.
And climate change. We already breached 1.5 degrees Celsius last year, and that was like the first tipping point. At this rate, if these guys get their fucking way with all the AI and the crypto bros who are aligned with them, oh my fucking god, we're breaching 2 degrees Celsius by 2030. Probably even before that. It's that fucking bad. Like 2 degrees Celsius over pre-industrial levels is what I mean. If neoliberals ever convince you that they care about climate change, they were lying. The reason why this guy's doing this is because what he cares about is the rich keeping what they have. He's happy with your children basically being burned to a fucking crisp by the sun. Okay, that's not literally what's going to happen, but he's totally okay with like people in the third world basically being forced into a situation where they can't live and being massacred for their resources by the first world.
He's just lying. I can't even tell if he actually thinks this is what the book is about. Like they talk about climate change so much in the book. They talk about it so much. They're like, we need to electrify everything, and we need to start using renewable resources. Like,
countries being massacred en masse when they try to immigrate, when they become climate refugees, he's okay with that because he is okay with that. He does not care. Ezra Klein is totally fine with a nightmare climate change scenario because what he cares about is that rich people get to keep what they have. The problem for him is not that like there's rich people who own 20 fucking apartment buildings and half the units in them are unoccupied. The problem for him is that we don't build more stuff instead of just
also very nice use of data there too. I appreciate that. Like
seizing that from them and giving people that housing. Because taking that shit from them and giving it to people, do you know what that means? It means you don't have to emit more because the construction is already done. In his scenario, you do emit more. So quite simply, these people have pretended to be against climate change forever when their actual actions show that they are 100% for it. They are for climate change. What they are against is actually doing anything to fight it. What they are against is taking anything from rich people to fight it. What they are against is taking anything from rich people at all for any reason, even when it's
also funny. Again, I don't know what exactly what tax plan Ezra Klein supports exactly, but you talk about it in the book too, and he talks about it in interviews all the time. Like, you know, he loves public housing. I live in a block with public housing. The issue right now is it's impossible to build public housing because as soon as you trigger public money and all the regulations that come with it, it becomes way too fucking expensive to do it.
Like, it's obviously fucking logical because there's no housing shortage. What there is a distribution problem.
He's just wrong. Like he's not even citing. You can at least go through the effort to like have like the bullshit like article on your screen that says like more vacancies and homeless people or whatever. It's bullshit and wrong, which I explained earlier. But like he doesn't do it. Okay.
These people know that. They know it 100%. And they will sooner end the world than deal with it because they want to keep what they have and they want to deprive you of any of like the most basic material needs that you have, and they will end the world in the name of doing that. That is what the abundance movement is all about.
Kill me. Anyway, yeah, that is that. I wonder.
The point is.
Oh, JC's up there. Oh boy.
Quick logistics. Ryan and Soypill, you got 5 minutes in the bag. And to the chat, you
Oh, Soypill immediately gets put to the back. Damn.
can revive them. Talking that we want.
Can I respond?
All of
Soypill stream.
million things. You're welcome.
Oh yeah, he is streaming.
All right, Spicoli, let me say this in general. Like, I think you fundamentally misunderstand what the point that I'm trying to make. Pissed off his.
When does my man speak? When does JC get to speak?
Kamala Harris and Joe Biden said that it was a human rights abuse that there would be any kids in cages. And yet, within 3 months of the Biden administration, I think it was 3 months, there were more than 2 times more kids in cages. Where was AOC?
I thought Joe Biden repealed all the Trump executive orders on the border or whatever. I thought that was a criticism for him. I'm pretty sure Biden did repeal a lot of the Trump executive orders on the border, by the way, which is like, it's fair to criticize him for that. I think it's fair. I think Biden did not address the Assad crisis nearly as soon as he should have or whatever. But like, part of repealing those executive orders was legitimately making detention less cruel. Like it did legitimately, there might have still been kids in cages, but they were nicer, cleaner cages. Okay, it's like the meme that leftists do. It's like, oh, liberalism was when a female drone pilot. It's like that. Okay, we have the liberal, inclusive kids in cages, right? Like I'm sure I could look it up. Like, legitimately, if the number of immigrants coming over is higher, presumably the number of detainees that we detain at the border or whatever is higher too. But we also I feel like I feel like there was a executive order specifically about executive orders. Under socialism, the children would own their own workplaces based on a boy. Fuck, I don't remember. Other atrocities continue. Biden is currently considering executive action that would prevent migrants who enter the U.S. outside of ports of entry from claiming asylum. Devastating blow. Wait, when was it? Was this literally the last year? This was there. I'd have to look into it because there were executive orders that Biden. JC wants me to go up here. I don't know if I want to go up there. There were executive orders that Biden repealed, and it's fair to criticize that. But why are we also saying that he continued all the family separation? Like if that's the thing.
Is she taking photo ops, crying outside the cages? No, all of a sudden, dem kids in cages didn't matter. F dem kids, they deserve
to
be in the cages. So why would I listen to now if people want to talk about kids in cages again under Trump when they were silent about it for 4 years? Those people could kiss my ass. That's the point I'm making. So specifically, I'd be happy to talk to you anytime about legitimate criticisms you have of Trump, because based on what you've said, if I take it at face value, you're willing to criticize the other side when they do these sorts of things. He's just primary though. But so that's the only thing I have to say.
But what about that Senator Menendez that was taking gold from all those Arabs and stuff? He just got sent away for 10, 12 years. You know that dude, that guy from the.
They gained the ability so people like Big JC could come on here and go, see, Democrats go after their own, unlike Republicans that don't.
Accountable
yes.
to rule of law. Yeah, that is actually a distinction.
Really? Accountable to rule of law?
Yeah, it actually is.
Can you point
That's
me
your
to your
problem, not mine.
Cool. Can you point me to your criticisms of Hunter Biden and the FBI covering up for him?
Let's
Can you
go.
Point me to your
We got there, boys.
Yes, that's right. I don't know who I'm talking to. You are a nobody to me. But can you point me to your criticisms?
Actually, Rob, I got a better.
You gonna let me finish my point? You gonna let me finish my point?
Conservatives.
Are you gonna let me finish my point?
Hold on, conservatives cannot shut up about Joe Biden. Dude is not the president anymore.
Right, but when he was for 4 years, and we were accurately calling this out at the time, the Democrats said that we were conspiracy theorists. And another tool in their playbook is to say, when it matters in real time, you're crazy, it's not happening. And then once they're no longer a threat to the... Would you just shut up? Would you shut up? Would you shut up?
You guys can do it, but we can't.
Would you shut up?
Pardon me for just a moment. JC, I know that you're new here tonight, but you have been in the Discord, and I appreciate your support and being here. But on this panel, I do not like.
I really want to. I want to see what Ringold says, though. I don't want to just steal Sarah's content live. But I was talking to Ringold, like weeks ago at this point, about Rob Noir doing this because I had it scheduled like way ahead of time, and it's just like me and Ringold are both pretty young dudes, and I think we both talked about like maybe we should just go up there and be like, hey, listen, man, I didn't follow politics much in 2020, you know, like, I'm a young guy. I don't think it's fair to like expect me to have like done all this reading, which like I know JC has. I haven't done a ton of reading on the fucking Carter Page, whatever FISA warrants that Rob loves talking about so much. You know, I don't think it's fair to like expect me to do all that reading when like, I don't know, I just started this thing and like I see Trump doing kind of fucked up shit and I just don't like it. I think it's can't read based. Dude, Accountable, it's so funny to me, by the way, that you are like in my comment section arguing with fucking retards. I saw it. Don't worry. I see all your comments. You must atone for Hunter Biden sins. True. You're like Accountable son. I guess that's a compliment, mini boy. No one wants out the Vanguard Party in Norway.
Like it when people interrupt other people. It just pisses me off in the middle of handing
points as long as he's allowed to speak.
Rob,
I don't think he does.
okay.
And I'm certainly trying to be quiet when other people
I thought
are
it was a
speaking.
debate, not a circle jerk.
Holy
Say
shit.
this. Listening to the speaker, you mute yourself and then talk.
But he's answering you guys.
Can I ask you a question about this?
Well, look,
He's offering you an answer.
look. Here, I'll give you an answer, Rob. I think that the Hunter Biden. I think he should have pardoned all of Hunter Biden's future children as well. Okay, I think with the level of heat that conservatives have lit the fire under this country's political climate, I think that it is high time, and this is kind of what I was pointing out. I think it's kind of ridiculous that you guys get to play by an entirely different rule book that any of us have access to, and I'm kind of sick of it. So no, actually, I'm fine with Hunter Biden being pardoned. I'm fine with Donald Trump pardoning his kids too. He's not going to be able to save himself from the capital crimes that were coming after him after the midterms.
And there you have it. That's exactly proves my point. This is why people like JC should be mocked, ridiculed, and we shouldn't take seriously any of their claims. At least he's being honest here when he's admitting that, yeah, actually, I'm fine with the fact that whistleblowers said that the FBI was covering up for Hunter Biden. In fact, we should pardon him for everything.
That's
that
not
he
what I
potentially
said.
That's not what I
Ed.
there's no okay. Nope, we're not okay. Return to sanity. All right. Jesus. She should be mocked and ridiculed. We'll check out Rob in 16 minutes. Okay, people have been freaking out about this video too. Okay, like I said earlier in the stream. Okay, return to sanity, and it's this. This is I'm going insane. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they have insane takes or something. Okay, I trust Micah to be sane. I don't know who this girl is, but I saw fucking Libs of TikTok reposted this video or posted a clip from the video. Okay, that's how you know Micah is making it, and that's also how you know it's a sane video, because anytime Libs of TikTok is making fun of something, it's probably a reasonable thing, right?
Substack, which probably statistically speaking, 89% of y'all read already. But Olivia, I want you to talk about that Substack, and I also want you to talk about one of the newer articles that you wrote about why men drifted right in the previous election. I consider myself a resident expert on this because I am a man, so I feel like we could have an interesting conversation on the conclusions you reached in that article.
Yeah, so my Substack it's called A New Perspective, oliviajuliana.substack.com, and we're actually very close to hitting 100,000 subscribers on Substack. I'm very excited. But I write a lot about politics, and I hate that all these newsletters are the same. There's so many Substacks that you get on, and they're all telling you the same stuff. I don't want to do that. I want to give you a new perspective on the political issues that are going on. And so I keep seeing people talk about
a lot of weird stuff in this video,
cycle,
but it's more than that. It's just such horrible optics.
Cycle, and they keep
dude, people have said the same thing about Democrats are doing a $20 million study on how to appeal to young men or whatever. I can't believe if you have to do that study, you're already lost or whatever. I don't know. I think I'm on a panel tomorrow actually. Gibbs is hosting about the Democrats or whatever. I don't think it's. I'm just not at all convinced that it's a bad thing for after your party loses an election to be having conversations with people, between people within the party, different ideologies within the party, right? The abundance liberals versus the progressives. Okay, I think that's a conversation that needs to happen, right? I don't think it's bad to have that conversation. I don't think it's bad to have conversations about how to appeal to people that you lost, the demographics that you lost in the last election. I don't think any of this stuff is bad conversations to have. I don't know. I don't know why people get so upset about it. I get to party first, ideology second, vibes from Olivia, or don't do studies and market research. That's gay. Use only vibes. True. What about the sonic inflation liberals? I wish, dude. I will be the first sonic inflation liberal to to win a seat in Congress. Okay.
saying well, it's because they're not getting laid enough. And they feel judged.
For real.
And, or alternatively, well, they're just racist.
I will only vote for Kamala Harris. Who knows if she's going to run again. For AOC, okay, if I get laid at least once before the 2028 election.
And they hate women. So, it's really, I see these takes coming out from both sides of the party wing, I would say. And I just think that all of that is wrong. I think all of it is wrong. And so I wrote this piece called The Politics of Getting Laid and Preachy Females. And I really dive into what I actually perceive it to be. And shocker, it's all economic anxiety. I think the Democrats have a really bad problem of every time we message to young men, we frame it in a way that is wrapped up in the same principles that we critique. We critique the patriarchy. We critique the way that
if you post and say shit on Twitter, fucking Irish, we gotta pronounce the name. Yeah, that girl could do it. Maybe. I think I don't know. I saw she's offering it. Okay. Well, she's still because I do follow her on Twitter. Well, she's still under 35 and fertile. I think she said she's gonna be in New York in a couple of weeks from now. Maybe we can fundraise a. I guess I can drive to New York. It's not that far. Fundraise a trip to New York. Okay. Exclamation point TTS in a chat. Okay, guys, we need some tips, non-taxable tipped income, obviously. What the fuck is wrong with you? She said, brother, she said that. Her Twitter post says, well, I'm under 35 and still fertile. Come see me in New York. I'm not the, okay, where I am not the one initiating that, okay? She's dating, I don't know what the fuck that is or how the fuck to pronounce that shit. That sounds like a made-up name. Oh, no, we're doing the economic anxiety meme again? I don't know. Like, that's probably the meme I'm most sympathetic to. I don't know what's necessarily wrong with that. I feel like a lot of people just did not vote for Democrats in large part because of, I think a big factor for young men, too, was just inflation. Was just the fact that we saw, cumulative 20% inflation during Biden's term or whatever. I feel like people just did not like the vibes around the economy. They didn't see like enough just like simple. I really just do think just having like bold messaging is like it's just the best thing to have. Even if it's bad policy, okay, then like what we were talking about earlier on stream, the New York socialist guy, Zoran or whatever, coming out and saying like, I'm gonna freeze the rents. Like, that's probably a pretty stupid policy, but like, Americans like understand it. Like, idiot Americans will think it's good, right? And like, people see that, they see that, oh, this guy's actually gonna change something. I think they like it. But he's the OG AI will kill everyone. He has a P doom of like 98%. God damn. Punishing incumbents for inflation is not an economic anxiety thing. I guess I should probably, actually listen to what she's about to say.
Hierarchy and power structures, and then we message to them as if not only is that the reality, but that they have to continue to be like that. So the example I use in the article is the issue of abortion. When we message to young men on abortion, or men in general, we do it from the position of, well, real men protect women. And if you care about the women in your life, you should be pro-choice. And that might be true. That is true. But we don't come at it from the approach of, this is the reality that young men face about that issue. Because it's entirely possible that a young woman in college gets pregnant unexpectedly, and that could upend her life if she doesn't have access to abortion care. But it's also entirely true that the young guy who gets her pregnant, now he's on the hook to not only take care of this
I don't think this is an unreasonable take.
child that could be him, that could be coming into the world, but also to
How do
take
we
care
build
now of the mother of the
friendly
child.
AI?
And I think that it would be
I
so
don't
much
know.
easier if we just understood that the problems we're having with young men shifting to the right, it's not because they don't agree with us on the policy. They do agree with us on the policy. It's because they feel like we don't understand the struggles they're facing, the actual struggles, not the perceived struggles of the masculinity crisis or whatever it is, the actual struggles.
The median voter has gotten way more dumb. We need to reduce voter turnout based. Dude, that's an unironic, like, no opinion, I think, has that take. I think he has a whole article or a whole blog post about that. Dude, I am, by the way, I don't know. Listen, I know I am a young man. I think I'm doomer pilled just because I just don't think. People just don't care about policy, okay? And like, I don't know how to make people care about policy. It's just like I don't know, very few young men, okay, are out here in the trenches, okay, reading about like, oh, what are the most effective taxes? Like they just don't care. Like, I don't know how you message people who don't care. But I think that it's just because my brain is broken. I am the one with the broken brain who cares about this stuff, and everyone else is just a normal person. But I just don't know how to reach them. It's like all like, I don't know. I'm truly lost. But 10% less democracy now. Do I want to read that book? I've not read it, but I've seen people talk about it. It seems interesting. During these turbulent times, we have been saved by Lord Powell and the court system, not democracy. The voters can cope. Very true. Very based.
Instead, we just kind of want to blame them for all of our problems.
Right. I think there's a lot of that I just fully agree with. I mean, we just don't message to men, right? As like we don't message in a way that resonates to men. Like something that you kind of responded to that I've seen a lot is, well, the reason why Republican messaging resonates with men is because men want bad things, right? It's like men want to have sex and like own women, right? Like they want to dominate everybody, and Republicans say you get to do that, and then Democrats can't say that. So we just lost men. It's over, right? Like, what are you talking about? Like a lot of times it will be men that are liberals who will like agree with that shit. I'm like, dude, what are you like? What is going on? Like, there's a lot of men that don't think that way, obviously, and it's just such a negative view to take on like half of the human race.
Well, I also think it's just so abundantly clear that the people who say these things don't actually spend time talking to young men you know this because we know each other in real life, but I spent a lot of
Democrats
time
need
on
to
college.
need to do bitches be lying, stump speeches to win. This is true.
And I spent
He
a lot of time
loves
with
young men.
I love young men. I love frat guys. And in that, I realized, like, even the ones that identify as conservative are almost always pro-choice. They're almost always pro-gay marriage. You'd be surprised at the number of them who supported Black Lives Matter. And so I feel like people just kind of lump them into this box when the truth is, again, a lot of them are with us on the issues. They're just not part of our coalition because they feel like they're not welcomed in it.
They're not talked to, right? And yeah, they're not welcome. That's true. Like there's a lot of times where it's like being like masculine characteristics or seem like they're frowned upon, and they're kind of welcomed and championed by the Republican Party. And like masculine characteristics are not characteristics that are intrinsically bad, right? Like, and I think that some Democrats have presented it that way. Now, obviously not most Democrats, but it's like this perception that a lot of guys have had. In terms of issues, like good messaging is messaging that resonates with people's actual anxieties and lived experience, right? And so yeah, like the whatever podcast can resonate with men that are like incels or like struggling with women, right? Because a girl was mean to them or whatever, and they're able to project upon like those women which come on and like look really dumb. They're able to say like, yeah, all women are like this. I feel better about myself. But there's all these other things that resonate probably more, which is like, man, shit's expensive, right? Like, man, I don't feel supported, right? Like, I don't feel like there's anywhere for me to go, right? I feel like if something bad happens to me, no one's there to support me. That's the thing that a lot of men deal with because men are a lot of times kind of put in the box of supporting other people, so no one's there to support themselves. And it's like those are things that we can absolutely talk to. Actually, we could probably speak to better than the Republican Party.
Yeah, well, I think speaking to that is also understanding the mentality that they're coming from too. So another example is when you look at the polling of what are the issues that are the most important to young men, one of the top issues consistently is immigration. If you
Oh, and wait, inflation is like number one still. It's crazy. 66% inflation, healthcare, housing, gun violence, jobs. I'm surprised gun violence is so high up, but. And what? Holy shit! Wait, they don't give a fuck about student debt. Okay, how young are we talking? 18 to 29? And you're telling me they don't give a fuck about student debt? What the fuck? That's supposed to be. That's supposed to be the. God damn it! What the fuck? Why do people not care?
You actually talk to a young guy about how he feels about immigration. Am I allowed to cuss on this?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about immigration. It's this idea of scarcity and competition of if you're a young man in America, you are expected to go to college or go to a trade school, get a certification, get a degree. Then you're expected to get a high-paying job. And then once you get your high-paying job, you're expected to find your wife and to buy a house and to have kids and to do all of these things. And if you don't do that, then you're a failure because you are the man and you are the provider. And if you can't provide, then you're not actually a man.
They're too economically anxious to think about student debt.
True. They set this expectation and then they make it almost impossible for young men to actually do those things, whether it's through not raising minimum wage, whether it's through the price of tuition going up, all these different things. And so what ends up happening?
Okay, first of all, they actually, you know, I'll give her the raising minimum wage thing. Okay, I'm just I've been thinking a lot about price ceilings and price floors today. Okay, I had a reflexive reaction to it. Okay, but I'll give her that. That's okay. That's probably a popular thing that probably would help you win over young men or whatever. I don't know the tuition cost. We just saw they don't give a fuck about student debt. Apparently, they don't give a fuck that Biden canceled half their fucking student debt, and Trump is reinstating it.
Putting it through not raising minimum wage, whether it's through the price of tuition going up, all these different things. And so what ends up happening is you have these young guys who they're working every single day. They're working on oil rigs. They're working at Amazon warehouses. Maybe they work a 9-to-5 job. They're working every.
I don't know. I'm sorry. Why is oil rigs the first thing? I don't. 1% of men that work at oil rigs. Okay, regardless. What about the 1% of people who make the federal minimum wage? So Democrats, they do something for them. True. I mean, I do think obviously, if you raised, I actually don't know how many people at this point would a $15 minimum wage affect. I actually don't know. It'd probably be like a relatively small percentage of the workforce. There's that one paper, by the way, I saw on Twitter. It was the critique of Dubé's paper. Is that how you pronounce his name? Andrew Dube or whatever. Critique of his paper that I mentioned. In that paper, they said, like, you know, by the way, increasing Dube. Yeah, okay. The $15 minimum wage, only like 10% of the people who that would affect are like actually low-income people, which is crazy. But
single day, and they're still not getting ahead. So then we force young men to make this decision of either you can blame yourself or you can blame others. And if you're a young guy and you're working 8 to 12 hours a day, if you're paying all your bills, you're doing everything you can, and you're still not getting ahead, why do we expect them to think that they're the problem. They're doing everything that they've been told to do their entire life. And so that kind of little nagging, insecure voice in the back of the head, that's where Republicans really push through the ideology and get to young men, is because then they can convince them, well, this is the person whose fault it is. It's not your fault that you can't get ahead in America. It's the immigrants who are coming here. It's their fault because they're taking your high-paying jobs.
Right. And this hits on something that's so true. It's not.
I mean, I just think people like having an enemy. I don't know. This is why I think, and I think Mike even talks about this. I think Mike has a blog post about this, about the need, for liberal pseudo-populism, You just need to have an enemy, a common enemy to unite around, and that shouldn't be, it shouldn't be the corporations, We love corporations. Corporations are great. Oh my God, I love big corporations. I love the billionaires. It shouldn't be billionaires. You just have to find a way to make, bottlenecks. The zoning laws to enemy. I don't know. You could probably do it with corruption. Just be like, oh, I don't like corruption. I don't like that boomer homeowners are able to influence policy so much. That's not very democratic. Blah, 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 blah. This is 2025. Many arguments. Oh, what's up?
Hey, buddy. If you go on that panel later, just as a heads up, make sure your keyboard doesn't click too loud, I guess.
Did they kick you for that?
Yes.
Based, all right.
So, anyways, I mean, yeah, you were right, by the way. It is a Rob Nor nonsense.
You're the only
he asked me like 2 questions. I pre-typed I had 2 answers typed up. She read super chats and then it was gone.
Damn. Destroyed.
So, yeah, I got owned. By Rob Nor. My career is actually
gonna
over.
Upload it. It's over for you.
Yep, it's over. Upload all the L's. Only the L's. All right. Have a good night, buddy.
Yep. See ya. Appreciate it. Many argue that minimum wages can prevent efficiency losses from monopoly power. We assess this argument in a general equilibrium model of oligopolistic labor markets with heterogeneous workers and firms. We decompose welfare gains into an efficiency component that captures reductions in monopoly power and a redistributive component that captures the way minimum wage shifts resources across people. The minimum wage that maximizes the efficiency component of welfare lies between lies below $8 based, and yields gains worth less than 0.2% of lifetime consumption. We add back in utilitarian redistribution motives. The optimum minimum wage is $11, and redistribution accounts for 102.5% of resulting welfare gains, implying offsetting efficiency losses of 2.5%. The reason the minimum wage struggles to deliver efficiency gains is that with realistic firm productivity dispersion and minimum wage that eliminates monopoly power at one firm causes severe rationing at another. These results hold under an EITC, a progressive labor income taxes calibrated to the U.S. economy. Oh yeah, there's a lot of research about the heterogeneous impacts of minimum wage. For example, minimum wage makes it harder for disabled people to get jobs. That makes sense. Can you pay disabled people lower wages? I thought you could. I thought. Aren't there I feel like I'm gonna look stupid if I look up disabled minimum wage. I feel like I've heard about this. Would phase out program that allows some employees to pay disabled workers less than federal minimum wage. Okay, and Biden wanted to end it. Biden wanted this guy, who's having the time of his fucking life right now, to not have a job. Jesus Christ, Biden. Could you get any more evil? What the fuck, man? Differential impacts of minimum wage increases on individuals' disabilities.
That people are intrinsically prejudiced against immigrants. I mean, certainly some people are, but most people are not. The critical mass of Americans that say they care about immigration are not. It's that Republicans have made immigration an economic issue. They made it an everything issue. I mean, they point to immigrants and they say, these are the people that are taking away your livelihood, the safety of your family, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And like, that's a lie. It's a vicious lie. But it's...
I should probably add, it's not Andrew, it's Aaron Dube. I should probably add the critique of his paper to to the list as well. But
a lie that you can perhaps understand people believing if they have no other explanations offered to them. And I think there's something else about this that's really insightful. It's men are looking for an explanation about why things kind of suck in their lives, right? And so if you look at a lot of the content that men like watch, well, some of it's, this right-wing content. A lot of it's like self-help stuff, right? Like who's the most into self-help? It's men. And what does the self-help say? It's your mind. It's your thought process. That's the reason why things suck, right? And some people are even always eager to blame someone else. They're just eager to have an explanation, a solution to the suffering they're facing in their lives.
I had a really in-depth conversation a few weeks ago with some other content creators where I was talking about the messaging that the Democratic Party uses so often, and we talk about the diversity, equity, inclusion, DEI, and I think where we've kind of fallen into this trap is
DI for men would fix this, okay? Men in STEM, whatever happened to good old men getting college degrees?
We have made the party.
Oh hell yeah, dude! This is how I know I've made it as a streamer. Okay, I don't have to do work. My chat just links everything for me. Based. Wait, this is the working paper version. Where's the? Fuck you, chat. Find the one that got accepted into the journal. Actually, it might be the same exact version. Oh, wait, did you actually find the... Hell yeah. Thanks, Catrix. Yeah, finally find that less than 10% of workers who would be affected by newly proposed $15 minimum wage live in poor families. I had that one first, to be honest. Or to be fair, yeah. Although I don't think you can... I could grab the DOI link and use Sci-Hub. I don't think you can look at the PDF for free here, right? Yeah, you can look at the first page, but...
By trying to make it inclusive. And what I mean by that is, every room we walk into, the messaging that we're using is different. Every single one of them. And I think that that's the wrong way to go about it. I think we should have one specific, this is the message we use on this issue. Because people are going to interpret that message however they want to interpret it. Everyone has their own form of cultural competency. So, and I think with Trump in particular is they kind of just say the same thing over and over again. And then if they ever change their opinion on it, they just say it with so much confidence that it's hard to convince people that that's not what they meant. So for us, I think we should just be saying the same thing about the same issue over and over and over again, and let the voters decide what it means through their own cultural lens instead of telling them specifically what we mean every single time.
Right. The issue with pandering is it looks like you're pandering. You don't seem genuine whenever you're saying something different in two different rooms with different demographics in them. Even if you are being genuine, but sometimes it's just not, right? Like the Kamala Harris's agenda for black men, I don't think that really went anywhere because it just seems so kind of contrived. It seems so like...
Well, and this is the same thing, it's the same thing that Hillary Clinton did, where it's, you'll have people on the right throughout these claims of well, what are you doing for this group? And we'll have these long-winded explanations with these details and these figures, and then we can go out and talk about it so we're blue in the face, but at that point the conversation's already moved on because they didn't actually care about the answer, they cared about how they felt about the answer. And so I feel like we just get into these specifics so frequently that frankly people just don't care about.
But we need simple ideas that you articulate all the time, right? It's like, for instance, home or housing, right? And somebody says, well, how does that benefit this group? It's like, well, do you live in housing? Like there's some big economic issues that hit everybody. Affordability is one of the most central ones, and that's something that we should champion. And the good news is it helps everyone, right? It's not just good policy all the time, but it's also like we don't need to have different messages for different groups, in large part because there isn't different policy solutions for different groups. Like targeted policies are usually ones that are kind of watered down, right? They're kind of less, increasing funding for specific grant programs for certain races of businesses. I mean, that's great and all, and we've had that for a long time, but that's not going to fix the big economic inequality and opportunity issues we have in this country. The only thing that can do that is dramatic investments, is a huge expansion of the social support system, et cetera, et cetera. And that's the kind of stuff that we should probably focus on talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you look at things like the healthcare plan or homeowners first-time loans up to this amount or this percentage. I need Democrats to start talking well, what's your healthcare policy? My healthcare policy is healthcare should be good and cheap.
Right. He doesn't explain I'm going to do price transparency, like a price statute, and I'm going to expand the premium tax credit, whatever. Republicans never say the word tax credit. Why do we say the word tax credit all the time?
Mike hasn't even started law school yet, and he's already becoming curse. What do you mean he's becoming curse? What's wrong with my man Micah, bro? Bro, why are we hating on Mike? And actually, I did. He did post, the absolute impact to Trump's tax bill instead of the relative impact when it came to the distributive effects. It's like, oh, poor people earn $1,000 less or whatever, but rich people earn $390K one more. What the fuck, bro? Why are you here? Which is that's still regressive when you look at it as a percentage of income, but why aren't you looking at the percentage of income? New paper calls into question prior research that found minimum wage hikes reduced poverty. Wait, isn't this is the same. This is the critique of the Doob paper. But I still appreciate it, Starfuse.
Fallout of Reagan, Bill Clinton mentality. But the difference is that most Democrats don't have the charisma that Bill Clinton had. And so instead of leaning on the charisma, they lean on the details. And I just don't think it translates the same way. We just come off as a bunch of dorks. Like that's just the truth. We just come off as a bunch of dorks. Nobody wants to listen to a dork.
I think voters like people they think are smart, but they don't like people that they don't understand, right? They want to feel like they understand.
I meant the critique of a different. Oh, does he have other papers that people don't like? I don't know.
Saying and it's smart, not just like I don't understand what they're saying, therefore they're smart, right? And they also like simple solutions, right? Like we don't need to talk about each detail of each healthcare policy. We can just say, like you said, what we're going to do, right? And you can tell people the basic details about how you're going to do it, but you don't need to really get in the weeds, and you also don't need to talk about 20 things at once. I think that's part of the issue with the Democratic coalition. The Republican coalition is like, we want border security, tax cuts, whatever. There's like 5 things that they actually care about, and then there's minor things. And for the Democrats, it's like, well, we're really diverse actually. We want a lot of different things, but we need to learn to prioritize because not every issue deserves to be brought into the spotlight just for any reason. Whenever you go to a door as a Democrat and you knock on the door to talk to a voter about the things that your party supports, they should already know what those things are. If they don't, that means that you're not doing a good job messaging. If you go to somebody and you ask them, what does Trump support? They're going to be able to list at least 2 things, probably. They can't list anything for Kamala Harris. $30,000 home buyer tax credit, whatever. No, there's a 0% chance they can list anything because there's just so many ideas and they're all so contrived.
Well, no, that's not true. They'll say that she supports sex changes for transgender illegal aliens.
True, and price controls. Never forget.
A center of her platform, yes.
It was a central part of her platform. Yeah, I mean, it's just the same thing over and over again. It's kind of like, guys, what are we doing here? I think of it as America, or voters in general, when they're deciding who they want to vote for, they want a mom and they want a dad. Not to be homophobic, because there can be, same-sex parents here. They want a mom and a dad.
Wow.
They want someone who, in times of uncertainty, can bring them comfort and can make them feel like there's someone there for them. And then they also want someone who's going to be stern, who's going to have their back, and who's going to say the tough things that need to be said. And I feel like we try to offer voters comfort, but instead of coming across as like mom or dad, we kind of come across as like the aunt who you kind of don't like her, but she gives you a really good Christmas present. So like every once in a while you'll go visit. Like I feel like that's kind of how we come across as like, well, I don't really trust the Democrats and I don't really like them that much, but the Affordable Care Act was cool. And like that's kind of the extent of it. Is how people feel.
Bro, you think people know what the Affordable Care Act is, bro? You think these people I don't know, maybe have less faith in the voter base than these people do or than I should, but the people even care. Do people even care that Obamacare, bent the curve of healthcare cost in relation to GDP? They don't care. They don't care, dog. They might care about the effects. I don't even know. I don't know if any of them actually know that it was fucking Obama. Kamala didn't have enough mommy vibes. True. My retarded story and vibes can beat up your retarded story and vibes. Based. Dude, I think tomorrow will basically be mostly vibes and retarded stories or whatever. I'm sure it's going to be me, Tyler, Tiberius, and the Ivory Coast dude. We'll see, but I think it will be mostly vibes. Tyler might have some polling. What the fuck? Some polling. That's going to be mostly vibes.
Feel about us most of the time.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the family theory of partisan politics in the United States.
Oh, okay. I guess that's the end. Damn. I want to see JC get kicked out.
Okay. I think with the level of heat.
This is why people like JC should be mocked, ridiculed.
And then
Duck's the trooper, man. And Duck, for the audience.
I'm on my good faith arc right now, Rob.
And go find Anderson with 2.
You give any criticism of Trump and like.
I heard his keyboard for like a second, or at least I think that was his keyboard. It's hard to tell even. This is really what they kicked him off
I just
for?
went through and was like, I share a lot of these criticism.
I'm not good faith. Or do you not remember? I don't know if you guys have seen the clip of Soy Pill. Solar pill with Rob Nora and fucking Wick, and he caused Rob Nora to like crash out and leave. That shit was wild.
Saying what about Biden? I'm saying if you're the type of person that was fine with these sorts of abuses under Biden or any other Democrat politician, and now you want to pretend it's a big deal when Trump did it, we should not take you as good faith because clearly you don't care about the issue, or else you would have addressed it when Biden was doing it.
Fair enough.
Can I actually ask you a question about that, Rob? Because that's like
Well,
the
can I
question.
way, please?
This one is the you have a good fish to be you call it bad. Might think that you can
Neoliberal
absolutely
and more attractive than Rob.
like have more convincing.
You just live. I don't want to hear you clutch your pearls now to make people think what about all of these
kids is can drag show
working out, lifting French horns. You know, that's
lying about. Hey.
That's a
I was like,
1v1.
okay, well, let's clear the air because I actually did want to have a conversation about something completely
You
different.
guys,
by the way,
do you?
so.
Okay, do we need a debate? That's two. Who the fuck is typing?
It's me, and I'll leave when I answer my questions from 15 minutes.
Before you do, just mild housekeeping because it's driving me.
So a good faith debater. That's
All right, just mild.
He's always.
I don't even. Where is the typing? I don't even hear any typing.
Bad faith section.
Your questions from 15.
I have a fuck. You're gonna sit on panel, and I understand. Yeah, there's other people talking. We have to wait. We want to talk in chat and so on and so forth.
JC
Fuck,
destroyed.
I know you're
Whatever.
full of shit, and so it's not
What
worth for
the
me to
fuck?
sit here because as I go through it, like you're gonna be like just like furiously Google searching any out that you can, and you're gonna be like, well, there's exceptions. It is blatant. They got a subpoena. They deleted the subpoenaed evidence. That doesn't mean Hillary ordered it, but someone on Hillary's team did that. The FBI knew that it was this guy Paul Combetta. They knew it, and they said, well, instead of charging him, we thought it would be a long, drawn-out legal battle. So what we did instead was offer him immunity. And then he said, guess what? I did it all myself. I had an oh shit moment. I remembered 6 months ago, Hillary's team told me to delete evidence, and I forgot to. So then I knowingly committed a felony by having an oh shit moment after they were subpoenaed and deleting them. And then the FBI said, but you met with Hillary's top attorney.
Might have been too many liberals in here. I mean, it did seem like it was pretty biased towards, or not biased towards liberals. It had like it was pretty unbalanced in favor of liberals. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. I didn't hear. I literally did not hear the typing. Maybe there's a clip I didn't see or something. I don't know. Could be. Listen, I love Sarah. Okay, could be totally justified. Okay. And I am a well-known JC hater, obviously. So who knows? So, but I literally did not hear the typing.
Susan Mills like 2 days before you deleted it. What was that conversation about? And you know what Paul Combetta said? I don't remember. And the FBI said, good enough for us, all wrapped up in a nice neat bow.
We have to take Rob's word for all of this stuff. Like he's narrativizing so hard about all this, and I doubt anyone on the panel actually knows all the facts about the things he just fired off, right? And Rob himself, I would assert, or I would suspect rather. So yeah, I really think that's the thing to take away. I if you're a fan of Rob, what I encourage you to do is like slow down his stuff and like just really go point by point and explore it yourself. Like I'm trying to do this more. I'm trying to slow down and explore this stuff because I think it's really important to take our time when all this stuff's happening.
This can happen with any. Actually, I don't know if it can happen in any discussion. I don't know. Like it's just I could. Is Rob ever happy? I don't know. I've never seen it. Like if you get your fucking panties in a twist about one thing, okay, this is the one like most evil thing, like FBI corruption, like presumably this is what I do with tariffs, actually, okay? The only reason I don't like Donald Trump is because I hate tariffs so much. It's because I'm such a dogmatic free trader. I don't know. It's just... it's stupid. From the river to the sea, very true. Tom cracks.
And you know, I got a list of when we just fire off so fast, you know?
I got a list of 20 things here. How about me and you? We'll set up debates on each and every one of them. We'll go 4 hours through each single one. How about that?
I would love that, Rob. I think that
he's already done it with Pisco with like all of these things. It's just nothing's ever gonna happen, man. Ugh.
Let's set it up. I'll be happy to do it, and I will guarantee as we painstakingly go through it, and you're forced to admit that everything I said is true. You're gonna be like, yeah, but, maybe. We'll see.
Well, I guess we'll find out when we do it. I'll reach out to you on Discord, Rob. We'll talk about it.
Sounds good.
He's a 5-year plan.
I'm happy to set it up. Ryan, you got 15 backstage, and your mic.
I'm probably just gonna bounce.
Okay, your mic though, I don't know if it's like too loud or something, but it is peeking out. I tried to hit you in the private
my
chat. I
bad.
didn't want to interrupt. It's okay. It wasn't the worst thing in the world, but just so you know. All right, say goodbye, Ryan.
Nice seeing you,
Bye, everyone. Take care. Yeah, you too, bye.
Bye. And if you'll all just allow me to get through a few super chats and do some logistics.
I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Sure, take your time. And
Fuck.
Chuck with the big.
Is Reniel still up there? Reniel is still up there. Has he said a single word yet? Let me DM real quick. Hold on. Tariffs are actually the most important issue to be on. I don't know if they're the most important issue. I think they're like totally, I think it's like obviously unjustifiable. Like it's so, yeah, Reginald has not said anything yet. I think like it's a totally like indefensible thing. Like there's no actual, like the only reason people support it is because Trump said it. Like no one would have supported this if Trump didn't say this shit. Like no one was arguing this before Trump. After Trump leaves, no one is going to be arguing for universal tariffs. I don't know. I think I think you could argue even a budget bill might have worse aggregate effects than the tariffs, but which, by the way, I could imagine a defense of the budget bill if you are just stupid. If you're just like, well, I think the government should dramatically reduce in size, and spending cuts aren't popular, but we're gonna do the tax cuts first, and then we're gonna have a fucking budget crisis, and then we'll have to cut spending. Like if you're like that type of retard, like I can see that as a kind of defense for the budget bill, but that's about the only thing I can say in defense of it. Goddamn. It's not just the economic effects of tariffs. Well, I mean, I imagine. I guess foreign policy wise, it is kind of fucked that we're making all our allies hate us. That doesn't seem to be ideal. It is kind of giving China a kind of big handout. Me ending the global world order because I'm bored. Vibes like, oh, thank you, Donald Trump. Yes, this is what we needed. Thank you. Yes.
10.
What? I said I'm trying to.
Is Soy Pill still? Did he just like leave or like? Is he in the
No, I disagree with that
waiting room?
completely. If I had met Rob's energy, that never would have calmed the thing down. Wear a beanie and reading glasses. I do have a beanie in case I went on Tim Pool tomorrow. I'm not gonna put it on. And then tone yourself down, and then they'll naturally.
The bill is still based if you want poor people to lose their health care. But you shouldn't even I think Scott Sumner put it well. Even if you want poor people to lose their health care, it's still fucking insane. It blows out the deficit. It's so much. And like, fuck. Where is it? This tax bill is almost unimaginably bad. If you're a progressive, it's bad because the massive taxes for the rich while the poor are hit by tariffs and benefit cuts. If your supply side of the bill is bad because it reduces economic efficiency, the SALT cap is a massive. The SALT deduction alone is a massive engine for wasteful spending in high tax states. If you like simplicity, the bill is bad because it makes the tax system far more complex. We are back to itemizing deductions. I don't even think Kamala Harris would have produced something quite this bad, and any other GOP president would have delivered a far better bill. The bill is good if you're a single issue SALT voter, I guess. Do the people even? Genuine question. I have no clue. Does the average person know what the salt deduction is? I actually don't know. Like, I actually genuinely do not know. Is there polling on like how favorable the salt deduction is? Why the fuck? I have zero understanding of why the salt deduction is such a big thing for Republicans. Why do they like it so much? It's a subsidy to fucking blue state. Like, what are you doing? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. No, they obviously don't know. Yeah, like salt deduction favorability polling. Like what? Like does anyone talk about this even? 74% of voters believe double taxation fairness is. That's not really. Oh, Cato Institute poll found that initially 64% of Americans favored extending the $10 cap. However, hearing arguments for against the cap, 57% favored removing it. No, there are approximately 12 members of Congress that care. Why? Why? I like salt, so that sounds fine. Nine in 10 Americans support universal savings account. Holy based? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why can't we do that instead of the salt deduction? What the fuck? Majority of strong liberals say violence against the rich can be justified. Holy base. What the fuck? What the hell? Wait, can I say that on Twitch? I'm being ironic. Oh my god, Twitch. Twitch mods. I love billionaires so much. Oh my god, I love billionaires. Oh my god, I'm not even joking. I love billionaires. Look at all the books I have downloaded defending billionaires, okay? Oh my god. How much? Look at income inequality hasn't even increased that much, guys. What the fuck? Louisiana residents will benefit from it, I suppose. Are taxes that high in Louisiana? It's just such a threat of Americans under 30 say they like communism based. What the hell? I love billionaires. Oh no, you're still here, Conor? Oh no, he saw the billionaire defense books. Okay. Literally, just a couple of Republicans that sit in purple districts that are driving it. I love this country. Jesus.
Lose weight,
That's all. We're just cutting things in half and moving in a smarter way. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the Raging Tomato now.
No, fuck. Oh, hold on. I gotta go over to the to her fucking stupid ass second channel.
All right. There's a lot of people on panel. A lot of you have been
live stealing her content. I just want to see Rinald speak. I need to see Rinald say at least one sentence.
Quiet. I appreciate the non-interrupting folks who are kind and respectful of others' time. Let's go ahead and kick it off. Evan.
God damn it. What the fuck? Dude, I have to set up I hate Notero so much. Notero makes me worried every time I try to set it up again because I'm pretty sure it is partly responsible for, at one point, duplicating every single thing I had. That's why I got rid of a lot of them, but that's why somebody, That's why I have this paper twice. That's why I have this textbook twice. Okay, some of these things are duplicated. They were all duplicated on the same day. Republicans want to live in blue states with GOP in control federally, and Democrats want to live in blue cities in red states with Dems in control federally. This makes SALT deduction a key issue for everyone, but no one can say the reason. I guess, man. Why can't I? I thought I could. I might only be able to put it in. Shit. I think it's just alphabetical order for the rest of it. Fuck. Whatever. People in chat, Econ Bros, okay, if you have any papers on rent control, okay, now's the time to send them, to add it to the list, okay? Where's Sam? See here, Sam. Do you want to defend rent control to me? Do you want to defend the New York mayor dude? Do we? Rent control good. I guess Economo can defend it too if he wants to. You have to pretend about double taxation, even though everyone actually loves double taxation. Corporate tax, what's capital gains? I do actually have. I don't actually think most corporate income is double taxed. Using data from several sources, we showed the vast majority of corporate income is not double taxed in the U.S. We estimate that the taxable share of U.S. corporate equity has declined drastically in recent years, from over 80% in about 1965 to about 30% at present. We discussed the causes of these dramatic changes, which, by the way, I haven't read it. Maybe there's critiques of this paper, okay? I'm caveating, okay? But we discussed the causes of the dramatic changes in the taxable share of corporate stock. Several factors explain the shift, including changes in retirement finance, demographic changes, changes in the prevalence of pass-through business organizations, and the increased globalization of capital markets. These findings are important for the development of corporate tax policy, moving the capital tax burden to the individual income tax, as some have proposed, without reforming tax preferences that currently exempt much corporate equity from these taxation under the individual income tax, would leave a large revenue loss. These findings also have implications for other important questions in public economics, including the measurement of the cost of capital, the importance of capital gains, lock-in effects, the consequences of changes in dividend taxation, and the nature of clientele effects. Boring Oz stream. Thank you, Chicken Jockey, for the insight. Sorry, hold on, guys. Sorry, hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. There's your Subway servers, okay? And then we'll put slime videos vertical. Okay. I need a vertical video, but I need one that's like an hour fucking long. No, I redeemed ad. Sorry, I don't have the Twitch thing open right now. I can't. Can I even run ads right now? I probably ran an ad not that long ago. Scam. True. I don't even think I can. Yeah, I can't run ads. I ran ads too recently, so. Anti-land value tax paper. Hold on. We need to make the stream interesting, okay? In order to read that, in order to get through the abstract of this paper. Well, okay, wait. There's got to be a playlist. Okay, you know what? You know what? Fuck it. You know what? We're watching this fucking this shit, man. This is what you guys wanted. Picture. All right, this is what. Okay, this is good enough for you guys. This is- Incidence inefficiency of land value taxation. What the wait, did I just hear? Sorry, never mind. I'm making things up. I thought I heard someone join a Discord call. I'm lying. I'm hearing things. Land value taxes are often seen as particularly desirable because the fixed supply of land implies no efficiency loss from taxation, with the entire tax burden falling on current landowners. We studied the incidence and efficiency of land taxes using unique quasi-experiment that generated persistent variation in land tax rates across Danish municipalities. In contrast to predictions of the standard neoclassical models, we estimate a precise zero effect to land taxes on residential home prices. The precision of our estimate allows us to confidently rule out full capitalization of taxes into home prices using leading estimates of housing discount rates. Our results imply that the burden of land taxes is shared with tenants and future purchasers. We also estimate null effects of land taxes on measures of housing development, mobility. Although, to be fair, all else equal, LVT would probably increase home development, but it's not the primary thing that is going to drive home development. Mobility and home ownership, though we do find older homeowners sort away from high tax areas. Our results are consistent with limited efficiency loss of land value taxation, but imply that land taxes are more aggressive in our setting than predicted by standard models. Did you enjoy that chicken jockey? Is that enough for you? Okay. Are there enough are you being stimulated enough by the dude I when I went to fucking my class today, my psychology class, first day of psychology class, okay, this is how cooked Gen Z is. Actually, I don't know if it necessarily represents the word cooked. College class, by the way, college level class. I'm probably the youngest person in that class because it's a community college, so there are a bunch of I don't want to be mean. There are people less successful who are not as academically successful at my age. Wait, not that I'm particularly academically successful. They're a bunch of older people because they didn't go to college early in their life. Okay, I don't know what I'm trying to say. My teacher, the fucking professor, is like, oh, doctorate in education, by the way, literally has her doctorate degree. It's like, oh, by the way, I'll pass around this fucking bucket of sensory toys for you guys. It's like literal like autism kid branded sensory toy thing. And it's like, okay, you know what, whatever. I ain't opposed to it, okay? Listen, I fidget, okay? I stim. We're all human, all right? It's natural, but...
Is completely ineffective.
Has my boy Reginald spoken a single time yet? That's all I want.
It's not very good.
Just a quick question to Rob. And then the state
is absolutely unacceptable, Evan. I don't know if this is a homeschooled argument or something like this, but this isn't coming from someone who knows anything, who's done any research, right? Have we not spent the last really solidly since the 1960s?
Americans are true. Oh, also, if anyone has any papers on the relative importance of selection effects, signaling in human capital with respect to post-college earnings, if you could send me those as well. We're gonna develop an opinion on education policy. Okay, eventually we're gonna see how I land on that. But
democracy, we have the U.S. government has spent probably billions of dollars studying democracy, probably tens of billions. Maybe.
What the fuck are we on? Let my boy Reynolds speak. What the hell? Reminds me of the graduate level business class I was probably doing Skittles probably. From what I've seen, from what I've read about education, it seems like we need way less of it. Truth nuke. I've seen Brian Kaplan. I haven't read Brian Kaplan's book, but I've seen Brian Kaplan talk about it, and I've seen. I don't know what he was citing. I should probably dig through the citations, but there was supposedly, papers from some sociologists that there were like 80% of the increase in educational attainment is like just credential inflation and not actually like any meaningful, human capital effects or whatever. But I don't know. Did you know your DC was being ableist and homophobic towards me? Who is my DC? What is my... Brian most things is interesting but wrong. Truth nuke. Discord. I'm sure I'm gonna scroll up in the general chat. I'm gonna find like the most like obvious joke or like dumbest bullshit. What the fuck? Thing that you're somehow construing into it. But all right. Was it even my mod or just a random person? Like high school should be 11 years. And then trade school / academics. Bachelor's should take 3 years, not 4. And you should be able to do any professional school after basically prereqs in high school. That is true. I looked into actually some of European countries are weird. I looked into going to Europe for college. When I still might at some point. I think in the Netherlands. They actually have like three different paths. Like if you want to go to high school in the Netherlands for 3 years, you can do so, and then just go to like trade school afterwards. You can do that. Or if you want to go to high school for 6 years and then transfer to like some high tech university after that, you can do that as well. And I kind of like that idea. Because your 6th year at high school in the Netherlands is like basically. It's basically what I'm doing when I'm coming to college right now. You just take all your general classes, and that transfers over to whatever university you want to go to. I do like that idea, but for a lot of people, they just go to high school for 3 years, and then they go to trade school, or they I don't know what percent of people get high school or get a job with only a high school degree in the Netherlands, but probably higher than here, but. European schools have odd requirements. Dude, some of them do. Yeah. No, not really. For international students, some of them do. Like some of them have very odd specific things. Yeah, for international students, LMAO. Okay.
Maybe
Hold on,
hundreds of billion.
I don't know if you're aware of it, the history of it. The Odrovich case or the Lavallato case, which you should be researching on.
You should be required to swear loyalty to the welfare state of public ownership before being allowed into any school. That is true. Dude, that's at least for Norway probably makes you do that. Okay, that's why they have the. I didn't look into going to Norway for school that much because they used to have basically free education. I don't know if it was 100% free, basically free education for international students. But then they got rid of it, like literally a year before I was looking into going there. It's like jokes on fucking them. Like what do you like the American taxpayer paid for my entire upbringing. Okay, they paid Norway just had to fund one college education for me, and I would have been a Norwegian taxpayer for life. Like what the fuck? Like what the hell? It's actually not. I don't even think it's that expensive to go to college in Norway. Saving sometimes healthcare in a lot of European countries is kind of fucked for international students as well, because some of them don't let you. You should just be able to buy. You should just be able to buy in to the healthcare, to their healthcare. You should be able to pay premiums, but in some of these countries you can't. This is the true issue of single payer healthcare. Okay, but just don't pay your medical bills. Works every time. Truth nuke.
say, but wait a minute, we can't criticize those bureaucracies because bureaucracies can be useful. We always need people working in the public sector in order to enforce the will of the people, because especially the bigger the government gets. And while that's true, the problem is when these hierarchies and these bureaucracies go unchecked for so long and are allowed to engage in political corruption, they become more powerful than the elected leaders that they're supposed to work for.
True,
and
the
they
deep
certainly
state.
aren't engaged in the will of the people in the United States. The best and easiest example
Doesn't make them even more based, okay, is that they aren't acting on the behest of the people. Democracy, trade, peace. Holy shit, it seems based. If 1984 ended with "I love big government," the government would be good. Would be the good guys in that book based. Europe should be paying for smart Americans' healthcare. They need elite human capital. That's what I'm saying, bro. Bro, they could have had such a high human capital individual. They should be subsidizing me just to go there. They should be literally paying me a living wage, a $15 an hour minimum wage, okay, just to go to the Medicare for all. What's up, Brass House? Very true. So based. Elite human capital comes from the PRC. That is true. People's nice one.
A gift for that is it is massively unpopular to have the porous border that we had under the Biden administration. It wasn't Biden himself that was making those decisions.
A Laffer curve for democracy. Holy shit, this book seems based.
It was people behind the scene doing it. It did not matter that the will of the people was almost unanimously, like 80% or so, hey, we don't want this shit occurring. So much to the point
Central bank independence? Oh, wait, or is this the power to print money and then to decide who gets that money has to be on the top 10 list of superpowers? It's clearly way ahead. A Pete Vision or clinging to walls, but unlike superpowers you read about in comic books, the power to print money actually exists. It isn't a power of rich democracies. It's a power that rich democracies have overwhelmingly kept as far away from voters as humanly possible. Central bankers like the European Central Bank, Bank of Japan, Bank of England, and the U.S. Federal Reserve, the Fed, are the government entities that are typically granted this power. Central banks today mostly do their job lending money to other banks, but the money they lend is different from the money you lend. When you lend money, you have to find the money before you lend it out. When a central bank lends money, it just creates it out of thin air. It's typically created as an electronic credit deposit. Oh, wait, but hold on. By the way, if you guys have papers on indoctrinated money and George Selgin has his paper on it, and I need to read that. And then there's critiques of that paper. And if you guys have more critiques of George Selgin's 50-page paper on a critique of endogenous money, maybe one day we'll get to that. Who knows?
that even Democrats, even Hispanic people in the United States voted against this shit. And so I would say to you,
Being good at math is not a valuable skill. That is true. Not with ChatGPT around.
idea that we can't criticize that bureaucracy or we have to do it in this specific way is nonsensical. You know that the bureaucracy is corrupt. I'm pointing out the specific ways that they are, and I feel that your criticism's just a general, but we have to be careful because people can take what you're saying and go too far.
Rob, after the machine gun that you did, let's just address this real quickly.
Hey, before you start that, can I just ask, can you hear me? Because I just want to test my volume.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So let's address this machine gun point.
ChatGPT can't do advanced math techniques. I don't actually I don't know if that's true, but there has to be an AI that can do it by now. We have empirical evidence on the effects of monetary policy. Just treat the actual system as black box. It should not be looked at. That is actually the most based take I've heard before, actually, or ever. Actually, that is okay. Actually, you know what? I think I like that idea. I think I'll roll with that. Okay, yeah, we're not ChatGPT does fuck up math, but other AI is better for that. Yeah, bro, we got photo math. What the fuck? You kids and you ChatGPT these days, you just need photo math, bro. What the fuck? Like, it shows you the steps and everything
that you made. So You and I can agree bureaucracy and the criticism towards bureaucracy and its actions is a necessary action. That
Bro, Reniold's camera is off by now. Why the fuck does he have such a e-boy fuckboy profile picture? What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck? Like, what? Oh, you can't see it because it's covering itself up. But
action happened. That might be true, but you're using that cleverly to disguise the actual criticism I had on this specific point. There was no political will, nor was it the status quo to import millions upon millions of illegals. That wasn't an argument. It wasn't like, oh, that's something that had been going on and it took 2 decades before people could vote their way. That's something that bureaucrats did because they saw an advantage in doing it, and the people abruptly spoke at how pissed off they were about it. So your point's sort of nonsensical there. The first point, I'll just ask you a question real quick, and I would appreciate if you give a concise answer, hopefully not drag on for 4 minutes. The question I'll ask you is, can you name me any criticism of any function of government that theoretically, if taken to the extreme, couldn't be abused by authoritarians?
Can you rephrase your question?
Yes. Can you name me any criticism of any type of government function that, if taken to the extreme, couldn't theoretically be abused by authoritarians?
Okay, the question is not making much sense, but
You want me to explain the...
Reniold is he's not. I don't think he's happy. Okay, he's I DM'd him and I was like, bro, just say something, please. And he's like, yeah, these tangents are fucking stupid. I just want to see my boy speak before I read. Wasn't that there was a I know what paper it's fun. I can't believe I know what paper it's from just based on the fucking graph. I have this paper saved. Wasn't there? I remember there was I feel like I saw King of the Coast tweet about it. I feel like there was actually a decent critique of this paper, but oh, it might be this. No, wait, no, this is the same paper. Right? We're rationing under sticky prices. Oh boy. I think I might. By the way, I need to read just the I want to say Causal Inferences by Passion, but it's not the name of the book. The Causal Inference to Mixtape. I need to read that book. I think I'll probably read that book on when I go on vacation in like a week. By the way, I think June 7th I leave for vacation. I might have. You know what's funny is I told like Isaac and JC. I think I'd probably ask Reniold and maybe Shenandoah to you know, I was like, hey, I'm going on vacation for like a week, you know, next week or whatever. You know, with Restream, you can stream to your platforms and my platform at the same time. If you guys do a stream, you stream to mine as well, so I don't get totally fucked. But it's funny because after I said that, I didn't stream for 5 days on my own when I wasn't busy at all. I was just lazy. But maybe we'll get some. You guys will have some Reniold /Isaac /JC takeover streams. Posted in stream chat Discord thing. This paper or a paper about dodging its money? Oh, the graph. Oh wait, you're Lucas? I don't know you were Lucas. I don't know. You were the same. Same person. I don't know what I'm looking at. Impulse response to monetary policy shocks informationally robust specification from Figure 3 of that study, but estimated using PCE-PI in place of CPI, and the Bray Butters Kelly RGDP in place of industrial production, and with the accumulated median rate of price changes, excluding sales. TLDR monetary policy works. I think I understand about 30% of this. If I read some of that paper before it, I probably could maybe get it. But.
Utility.
Let me Steelman. Steelman, your question to see.
I asked you to be concise. Now let's see you not be concise. Here we go.
No. Let me just Steelman. Are you asking bureaucracy is?
Oh my God, they're still talking about it. Oh my God. Let Reniold speak. Please, please, please. I want to see him ask the question that we both wanted to ask Rob. Only guys share in chat. It's more straightforward. Wait, did you send it in the YouTube chat? YouTube chat is not like links. You should. Yeah, I don't know if you're in the Discord. You should probably send it either in Discord or in like Twitch chat or Kick chat or fucking Trovo chat. Actually, I don't send it in Trovo chat. I don't have Trovo chat pulled up. I don't know why I would have that pulled up. But. Do you know the 2014 Bank of England paper? I know of it. I have not read it. I know broadly its findings, and I know that this is I've said this before. A lot of times, I just feel like I just need like smart people smarter than me to like debate something to like make up my mind on it. Because like I don't right now I don't have enough information to know when I see King of the Coast and Sam beefing on Twitter, which one of those people is right. But I just need like an hour-long conversation between Sam and King of the Coast on the Bank of England paper, okay? And then I will make up my mind. I have Discord but barely know how to open it. I mean, you can try it in Twitch chat, or you can just tell me if you tell me the name of the paper, I can Google it and it'll come up presumably. But if you need a link, I definitely have it, the link saved somewhere. But I don't know. But yeah, you know, that's why the reason I know the George Selgin paper is because I think George Selgin did that paper in response to the Bank of England paper, basically. I don't know. But also George Selgin's got a lot of other kooky ideas, so maybe he's just kind of kooky on this as well. Kooky is maybe a harsh word, but...
Is it necessary?
Government coming from the top.
Oh my god, who is talking now? Why the fuck is someone else who is not renewed? What the fuck?
Down to the bottom or the bottom to the top? And just curious, Rob, like on your thoughts on that.
I can't speak for Ditzo, but I'll say this. I've had a lot of previous conversations with Collins with
I think
him.
he's generally reasonable. I don't know a ton about it. I just know he's like, I know he is for basically free banking is my understanding, and then also at like 0% inflation target. But
he seems to really.
I assume all the smart people
the
just
power
turn their brain off and walk away when they hear endogenous money. Sam's a smart guy. I mean, to be fair, I said smarter than me. You don't have to be that smart to be smarter than me, okay? But maybe cat tricks.
In the United States, which I agree with a lot of that, but paradoxically, the Orange Man bad is so deep in him that he will defend those very institutions and their attacks against Donald Trump. He views Trump as more of a threat, for example, than the CIA, that he will say, I could give you a rich history of the CIA engaged in color revolutions and getting involved in South America. He's an activist in South America, so that's something that he's deeply concerned
I subscribe to my
with.
Black
so
Box
when
view.
we'll talk about like, well, okay, but the very people...
Oh, Steve Keen? Do I trust Steve Keen on this? I don't know if I trust Steve Keen on this. I love ResearchGate. I love ResearchGate. I love ResearchGate. Dude, I think I probably have to turn emails off for ResearchGate. I think ResearchGate. First of all, ResearchGate emails me with like a bunch of dumb shit. It's like, are you the author of this post? And it's like fucking a paper on like coal. Okay. Hold on. Ah, fuck, I want to find it. There's one paper, and I'm pretty sure I've told them no before. Fuck, where is it? but they ask, like, are you the Jared that wrote this paper on the fucking effects of coal on some bullshit? Like, it's so funny. I'm not gonna be able to find it. Fuck. Does your uni not give you access to other stuff? Honestly, I haven't tried in that many places. I think I tried. I think I've tried before for something probably more niche than this even. I don't think I'm access to that much. I don't think we're not a very prestigious college or whatever. Plus, anyone has access. All we have to do is go to Sci-Hub and paste this, and then whoa, the paper for free.
People that
Is there a difference between endogenous money and the money multiplier effect? Yeah. Endogenous money people think the money multiplier effect is not real, or not that it's No, I feel like saying it's not real. It's fair to say they dispute that view. They will say banks don't actually. There's actually no multiplier. Banks can have the ability to create essentially. They won't say as much money as they want because there are still reserve requirements. They just say the reason the reserve requirements exist is not to constrain the money multiplier. The reason the reserve requirements exist is to ensure that banks can actually cover the needs of their clients at any given time, right? Like that. But yeah, no, they say capital constraints. Yeah, is that? I mean, I guess it said reserve requirements, right? Oh shit! Hold on, guys. I gotta play Wordle real quick. You ready to watch me throw this shit, dude? I'm fucking ass at Wordle. This is my strategy. Okay, I do train, and then I do everyone's favorite word. Bopes. Then that gives me a decent amount of letters that I can use to try to guess it. Okay. Where it's probably like an M or fucking H first. M-I. Money. There's no N, I guess. And there needs to be an I. Mom. Ill. Moil. Is that a word? Oh, it's not second. Oh, you're right. Oh, it's not second. But I'm not thinking. I'm not using my brain. There's no. There's no R, I guess. Dim. Timmel. Dimmock. Why did the prices go up so much in the last 50 years? Like houses, is it just population? It is all just capitalism. Very true. It is all. It's because people just got more greedy over the last 50 years or whatever. Dude, you know what? You know what really pisses me off? You know what really grinds my gears? Is that people just don't. Whenever people talk about like, oh, healthcare has gone up a bajillion, quadrillion, bajillion percent. College has gone up a billion trillion. I try to blame. They'll say like, oh, government policy is responsible. Like every it's because of corporate greed. And it's like I don't know what proportion of it is Bumble effect, but like, no, why does no one ever mention Bumble effect? Like I feel like a big portion of it has to be Bumble effect, but no one ever mentions Bumble effect, and I don't know why. Widow? That's just I don't want any advice from my chat, but what effect? Bumble effect. Cost disease. The fact that the price of services tends to rise more than the price of goods because the productivity goods sector it usually increases faster. So, and that bids up wages for all industries, including wages that haven't seen very high productivity growth. So in industries like healthcare, where you see an increase in wages for healthcare workers, even though they have not gotten much more productive, so they raised the prices. Yeah. I probably shouldn't be checking that on my fucking thing. My understanding is something like this: banks don't lend reserves in the literal sense. Yeah, that is true. Yep, or that's what they say. I don't know. I don't know that to be true. Reserves still move from bank to bank after a loan is made due to interbank clearing. This means that banks still are reserve constrained in a sense. Okay, sure. Hold on. Fuck Wordle. Give me a second.
Actually,
is my boy Reynolds speaking yet? Holy shit! I just want this guy. Let's just let this man speak. You're bad at Wordle? I am bad at Wordle. I literally said I'm trash, but regardless. That's a Celsian position too, if I remember correctly. Okay.
Actually, we have a problem. But if you didn't criticize that sort of behavior with Democrats, and now you're like,
when will Sarah the Raisin Tomato host is muddy endogenous panel?
well, I was silent on that.
Dude, Matt, do you think she'd be down to do that for Throwdown Thursday?
But I think Trump's over the threshold. Then I guess I would say, then I'm not interested in talking to you, because the better
we actually need
explanation
that debate.
is that you just hate Trump.
No one is very. I'm not prepared for that debate, much less anyone else. Okay, I think if I first of all, if I tried to prepare, my brain would explode. I don't want to read. I don't want to read 100-page papers on fucking endogenous buddy. And then anyone else who tried to weigh in their brains would explode too.
And you were willing to overlook these types
yes,
of shit
you do.
because you didn't really care about them. All
you
you
love
really
that
care
stuff.
about is going after Trump.
Do I? I like Starfuse's black box policy. Okay, we have empirical, you know, observations about monetary policy. Okay, and we just don't need to know how it works. We just don't. It's a black box. We just don't. It just does it. It just kind of does it. Our respective research and debates. Well, I appreciate it. No one else seems to. Well, not no one else, but my opponents don't seem to. I don't always agree, but you're always prepared, yeah. Which, by the way, we are probably tomorrow. Research element, true. We are probably, because we didn't do it tonight. So presumably tomorrow, we're talking about rent control with that guy, and I might do reading off stream for it because I've not been locked in, but I want to be able to cite papers in that conversation.
But if you'd like to take a specific example of something that you didn't think warranted criticism under the Biden administration or the Obama administration, but you did think warranted under Trump,
we're not going to let you on this committee.
Who's this guy?
As a result of that, we're going to take the recommendations from the committee and we're just going to start prosecuting people. So it kind of leads back to that.
I could be mistaken, and you could fill me in because I'm genuine about this.
You're a sheeple not
My
can't even
impression
beat
was
Wordle.
that
Do we want to? I'm probably not going to beat Wordle. I'm trash at Wordle. Okay, so. Groin. There's no N. I'm gonna do groin anyway. Fuck me. Alright, I's in the same place too. Fuck, I shouldn't have done that. See, I am trash at Wordle. What words start with O? I just say debate bros who think they want to debate because they're sorry, just because they want to debate means their stance is correct. Yeah, I know. It's limos. There's no S, I guess. Okay, well, I know what the O is, and I have it. I know that M is there now. The answer is yes and no. You can index money, creation to anything you want. So anything will be true. On the accounting side, the point is that their bonds and commodity indexes are political choices. Agree with a lot of Rob's stances, but he fast talks to win. It feels like bad faith. I mean, I don't know. I have not had any personal bad experiences with Rob, so I don't want to. Oh, I have this paper. You don't think I have Diamond? Is this it? I might not have this paper linked, but I have it. I know it's in this blog post. Yeah. I think of ADHD and Asperger's with a hyperfixation on liberal brain rot. I mean, I do have I definitely do have ADHD. I have a childhood diagnosis of ADHD. And I also, reached out to these fucking online psychologist people. Not they are real psychologists. They just do online appointments. Because I was I was doing obviously for their college stuff. I was maybe it'd be good to get on medication, which I think I was on medication for a fucking 2 weeks when I was 10 years old or something. Why the fuck? Someone tell me why the fuck, okay? When I email them, I just email them. I just email them saying, hey, this is who I am. And I literally said in the emails, you can email me at my email, all right? Why the fuck? Why the fuck do these people just call me? Just email me. What the fuck? You think I'm going to answer a phone call at 9 a.m.? Fuck you. I ain't doing that shit. Even if I was awake, I ain't doing it. Which I was awake for some of them. I ain't doing that. Just email me. What the fuck? Anyway, that's my number one complaint in life, okay? Is having to make phone calls when they could just email me. How many a link makes it seem cooler and more convincing? Do you think that people who support rent control are not going to care? Most of them are, but
it was that the Republicans that were chosen that is corrupt, regardless of the fact that I point to something Trump does is corrupt.
Bro.
That matters to me a lot. So
I appreciate
think that's important to understand.
I appreciate you made the same point, except this time in a more lengthy way. Thank you for that.
I appreciate the fact that you're continuing to be smug.
Thank you for interrupting again, too.
10
You
years
have to
age.
listen, Devon. By the way, the name's
As long as you're
Rob.
gonna be smug, I'm gonna interrupt,
It's Rob.
bro.
Noah. That's
it
the
ain't
name.
really nothing.
There you go. You're interrupting again. So that's interesting. You could say, well, I just have character issues with Trump. That's another way of saying that my bias allows me to overlook the specific facts that you're talking about. Because I just feel that his character issues are worse. That's why my focus has been talking about actual issues that we could see, giving actual data. You quickly
FBI
brush
corruption.
off when I talk about kids in
Why
cages.
would character be concerned? Dude, it is funny that it's not funny, it's depressing, okay? That it is a genuine concern. There is a real probability that because a reporter mentioned to Trump the taco phrase that Trump always chickens out, okay, that Donald Trump is just gonna hit the crash the economy button 100 times over. It is insane that is a real concern. That should not be a real concern. There's a zero probability that because although the courts would probably strike it down, we got that one court ruling. Actually, we got two court rulings that said it was unconstitutional, and then the appeals court said it's we're gonna let you still collect the tariffs while we decide whether it's unconstitutional. I think it's pretty likely they'll say it's unconstitutional too. Stop biting Destiny so hard. Okay. it's insane that that is a real probability. That like he's gonna wake up tomorrow and do 100% tariffs on every fucking country. Ooh.
And you're like, yeah, Obama had him too. I guess that was bad. I wasn't even talking about Obama, right? What I was talking about is we heard Democrats say kids in cages are bad. Now, you could say that you could have a value system and think, well, the reason I think kids in cages were bad under Trump is because Trump's just a lamentable. I know you didn't say anything. I know that you just repeated yourself. Nonetheless, the point that you're trying to make. Please, I give you the courtesy without interrupting that much. I'm sure you can do the same.
You think we could gaslight Trump into starting a nuclear war at November 20? You know what? Maybe. I don't know, man. I don't think so. No, I'm not. I don't have that type of TDS, bro. But I think, like I said, there is a non-zero probability that because Trump knows about Taco, okay, he's not gonna do any more tariff deals. Or sorry, well. Not going to do any more fucking tariff negotiations or anything. He doesn't actually... No deals yet. There's a concept of a deal, non-legally binding agreement with the UK, but that's it.
I'm smug, but go ahead.
I did call you smug, and yet I gave you the courtesy of not interrupting that much. So I don't know if you have gray in your beard or not, but you seem to want to talk as an adult, so we're talking as an adult.
Is read enough on? You don't have to go full MMT to read about it, lol. Yeah, no, I'm not concerned about that. I just don't I mean it's just like the marginal benefit is kind of low and the opportunity cost is kind of high. Like it's I don't know how relevant some of this stuff is to like any conversation that I have ever. And like when I could be reading 10% less democracy or like something about how based billionaires are, it just feels like those are more relevant and interesting things. But one day, okay, I will collect papers on it so I can read through them all eventually. We started Twitter trend Trump skeleton nuke.
That I'm making here is when you say...
Hold on, I figured it out, guys, okay? Trump is too scared to do a DBCFT, okay? Trump is doing tariffs. Trump does tariffs because he's too scared to do a DBCFT. We figured it out. Hell yeah. Holy shit. We've done it.
Ah, yes, but you could think that because of his personality traits that what he's doing is worse for governance, et cetera, et cetera. That may be true, but when we're talking about a specific situation, kids in cages bad. Okay, if you say kids in cages is bad, but I could show you that literally there were 2 times more kids in cage under Biden, and you criticized Trump, but then when Biden came in, you didn't criticize him, and by the very numbers, we could see it was worse under Biden. I don't give a shit that your response is, but I'm justified in ignoring it under Biden or not saying anything because I think Trump's personality traits are worse. And those are the exact situations that I'm giving over and over. For example, I
think post-Keynesian works a natural extension for your politics, though. It might. Who knows? We'll end up... I mean, I brand myself as a liberal and everything. Which, by the way, I don't... I like the memes about it, but I kind of don't like doing it. Because like, I very well could have my mind changed more towards post-Keynesian or something. And I don't want my entire brand to be neoliberalism in the event of that happening. But that's why I have the Biden head behind me for memes because it's just fucking funny. And I mean, I obviously do like Joe Biden, but like I don't know, like I never. As much as I love, okay, let's pull up like IRIs, like Let's look at his setup. I never want my what the fuck, a brilliant thumbnail we got here. Listen, I never want my, you can't really see his setup, but like he has so many unbelievable like amount of like Biden Harris signs and like branding and everything. Like he's been a Democrat for a while. Like just it makes sense. I respect it. Okay, it's just I don't know. I feel like if I'm like in a debate or something, even if my opponent has a good point, if I have the fucking sign behind me for my position, I feel like I'm never conceding on that position. Like I just don't like. just don't want to do that. But Joe Biden's goated, and I like it. I like having his head there. It is funny, dude. I bought it after he dropped out too. It's like a little bit after he dropped out, they removed everything from the website, and I was so fucking upset. But then they a little bit later they put stuff back and were like, hey, we're just clearing out the remaining stock we have of this. And I was like, fuck yeah, I can spend $40 on a fucking Joe Biden head. Hell fucking yeah. You need a VTuber avatar? It's just I know Isaac made one once. It would be a funny meme. I will almost certainly do it one day. And I will do funny meme VTuber streams. Okay, I'll make a character of ginormous fucking tits. Okay, not as a meme. Why would I do it unironically? Fuck that. But kind of a. It's either a lot of work for me to learn how to do it, or a lot of money to pay someone to do it correctly. For viewers, because you're kind of ugly, not gonna lie, unfortunate based.
Example of Russia collusion.
Obviously part of the reason that my VTuber is gonna have gigantic fucking milkers is for the viewer experience. Like,
able to objectively prove that the Russia collusion with the Hillary team was worse. I gave the example of obstruction of justice. I could objectively prove that the Hillary Clinton example of obstruction of justice was worse because they destroyed subpoenaed evidence. I could do the same with Trump's health. People say that Trump's covering up his health. I could do the same with Joe Biden and show that the cover-up was worse. With the mishandling of classified documents. I could do the same and prove that it was at least as bad with Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton.
At least as bad. Okay. I thought he was going to say it was worse, which it being as bad is still fucking insane because there was probably no malicious intent from either of them, almost certainly. And then definitely there was no obstruction for Biden at the very least. Maybe there's some convoluted argument that Hillary did obstruction too, but I don't think you can make that case when Trump very clearly did obstruction of justice. But okay.
With having unelected officials have access to information in the form of Elon Musk. I could do the same. Please, Duck. I'm making a point here.
No, you're not.
Please.
I
am. Please. Thank you, moderators.
Just for
Rob,
1 second
please continue.
Thanks, Mime. The point I'm trying to make is I'm giving specific examples where I can point to objective truths. Your answer is you come in and you're like, yes, but we might think that Trump's characteristics are worse. So that justifies us looking at those situations and saying, we think that subjectively it's worse with Trump. And this is an argument that people make all the time. For example, let me ask you a specific question. Do you think that Trump should have been impeached over his conversation with Zelensky, the first impeachment?
That's one way to put that.
If I were to look at the exact details, then I would know, as far as I know, if it wasn't exactly, because there's two different narratives here, right? There's one where it was a sort of like a bribe, a quid pro quo. If I could look at the details and see that, and it does lead to that case, then yeah, sure. If not, then no. I think there's a lot of things that happen to Trump that shouldn't actually happen to Trump. I actually, because I'm the kind of person where it's like I don't like to speak on things that I don't know of yet. The judges halting the tariffs, at first I was like, because I'm a Democrat, obviously I had the intuition to be like, oh man, they got him. But I want,
bro, I ain't a lawyer, but there's no shot that tariffs are constitutional. There's no shot. The law that he's citing doesn't even mention tariffs. There's no good. There's no shot. No shot.
I wanted to be fair and say, I don't know if this is something the judge can do. Maybe I should look into that. Maybe I shouldn't speak on it more. So for one, I just want to say you got the wrong one because you're making a bunch of assumptions. But what I'm trying to say is not that he has personality traits. What I'm trying to say is that there are character traits that carry over to the way that he carries himself in office. And I think that those things historically, even in the media that we watch, like even in movies, like you can see it with like a Mr. Krabs type character. When you have those certain character traits, when you have a history of being this way and being sort of self-serving, and when that shows in the way that you act, when it shows that you can't take responsibility.
I wonder what this guy thinks of corporate taxation. I bet he has opinions. Which person? The guy speaking right now.
Your accountability for the certain things that you do, when it shows that you want to surround yourself
I have no
with
clue
big
this guy
suckers
is,
like Cash
so.
Patel, who wrote a book about him being the king. Like, bro, when you have that sort of mentality,
Starting out,
there's
he
a lot
wrote it
more that you
about
can look at and
Russia
say,
collusion
maybe
hoax.
this warrants more criticism than some regular politician. Yeah, he's corrupt and like system to get him out, the system checking whatever. I just feel that those certain characters, I understand that you need to filibuster, but just let me finish, right? I think that those character traits are important and indicative of a leader. And I think that it's unfair to say that because you don't hold like the certain weight about certain things, or because you didn't criticize certain things, which granted I will, I think that's unfair to discard the way that people see character traits of a leader and someone who's running for countries who has that responsibility, and to say, oh, it's laughable that they're criticizing it. I just think
the equivocation that you say, I didn't say personality traits, I said character traits, proves sort of the sliminess that you're trying to gauge. Can you explain?
No, you're not fully
please,
listening to what I'm saying.
Let me. I know the need to filibuster, Devon, but can you answer my
do.
question without going on a filibuster style argument? Can you explain the difference between personality trait and character trait to me?
Okay. They're both the same thing, but can
Thank you.
Like, can I expand on
No,
that?
I gave you a long chunk. I gave you a long chunk of time to answer. I do.
You wanted to ask me no question because you didn't want to
answer.
explain myself. You wanted to come in.
You
Let
can
me
answer. What you did
explain
was
what I
no,
said,
because you just
right?
got to talk for a nice 2-minute period, right? You got to talk for a nice 2-minute period. I asked a yes no question, and now you want to talk.
Oh, they're doing a 1v1 now, man.
I wanted to open it up. Rinyald, you've been so patient
Yes,
and quiet.
let's go.
And I appreciate it.
Yes.
And Foxhound as well, Cleaner. But I do
Finally.
want to start with Rinyald because he's been here since the get-go.
Thank you. I don't like interrupting. Okay, so nice to meet you, Rob. All right. So I think that we could probably agree on certain instances of corruption within the Democratic Party. I think personally that the person who deleted the subpoenaed evidence on behalf of, well, not directly on behalf of Clinton, but like in the Clinton campaign should have been charged. I think that's fine. There's definitely things that you can point to. I don't know a whole ton about the Burisma corruption thing, whether or not he should have been impeached for that or not. I think it's fine that they opened the impeachment inquiry. I think that was fine. But one of my problems that came up not on behalf of Soy Pill, but just in that controversy. I feel like if we're super concerned about corruption, I think viewing it as like through a party lens is just not going to be a good way to fight corruption. Like if we have somebody like literally coming out and saying like, hey, yeah, the who saves his country cannot violate any law, or that him like coming out and saying like, yeah, if you work with these law firms, we're going to revoke your government grants. I feel like shouldn't we be fighting against that corruption just as hard, no matter if it's the Republican Party doing it or if like the people who are alongside us fighting it are people who are, you know, inconsistent in their ideology?
In general, I'll say yes, but on the specifics, I don't think you're correct about either of those situations. For example, the Napoleon quote, one, this is just Trump's words. We've heard other people say similar things in the past. Second, objectively, that statement is probably accurate, and I could probably get you to agree with it, right? There are times, for example, if you are someone who exists in the time of slavery and you're a politician in this country, clearly slavery is the rule of the land, and yet would you say then that it would be unfair for those politicians that maybe decided that they were going to break into a place and free the slaves? You would say, how dare they suggest something like that? Clearly that's lawlessness. Would you say that?
I mean, it is going to be lawless, but it's not going to be immoral. But I would also say that the fact that Donald Trump was saying it, I'm pretty sure off the back of an injunction on the AEA deportations. I think that's what it was for, or one of the deportation things. I think the context of that, basically, you know, hinting at the fact that maybe we could ignore court orders, especially since, you know, Tom Homan said something very akin to that as well. I think the context here is super duper different.
No, it wouldn't be. For example, if a president wanted to ignore a court order that said that slavery was legitimate or black people couldn't vote or women couldn't vote, I'm assuming you would look at it differently. And the point I'm trying to make is the quote that Napoleon's making, if you got to ask Napoleon, he would say, of course I'm not saying if the governing body says it's illegal, then it's illegal. I'm not saying no, it's not illegal. He's saying that there's a higher law. There's a higher authority, a moral authority. And so I answer to that higher authority. And if that means breaking the lower authority of the governments of this country, then I break no law because I answer to God's law or to the moral authority. Now, I actually didn't like the quote by Donald Trump, but the idea that this is something that we need to objectively push back against is nonsensical. And I guess my answer to you would be this. Yeah, I've criticized a lot of things that this current Trump administration's done. I'm not interested in hearing from it for people that cheered on evidence of corruption in the previous administration. For example, you seem to be someone who's quite studious on politics, at least enough that you're talking about things recently. Did you push back against the fact that because Bannon and Navarro violated a subpoena that they were jailed? Did you push back as that was a political attack on people associated with Trump? Did you push, and follow-up question, did you push back on trying to disbar a bunch of Trump's lawyers and piercing attorney-client privilege to attempt to go after them? Did you push back on that?
So, I mean, in regard to the Bannon Navarro thing, I know you pointed this out in the beginning, but I only really started following for this election
It's fair.
because I just, I'm
Mhm.
21. This was the first election that
that's
I could
not
vote
fair.
in.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
So, this is the first election I could vote in. So, obviously, I'm going to be paying more attention to this election than, past elections. But as it comes to violating attorney-client privilege, if you're referring to like Eastman being disbarred, I think that that's probably fine. I don't know if it is a violation of attorney-client privilege. So I probably don't.
How about this? How about this? We do something different then. Well, let's take you at your face and say you're young. You didn't follow politics until right up to the point where Trump was sworn in this time. Okay, let's accept that for a second.
Not quite that, but yeah, sure.
Okay, so you said that it sounds like someone in Hillary Clinton's team that intentionally deleted subpoenaed evidence should have been charged. You stand by that?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so would you say the fact that the FBI didn't charge them shows that there was a double standard by the FBI?
I don't know if it would show a double standard by the FBI because I don't know if we can lump FBI agents to guilt the entire FBI. But I would say, yeah, probably there was a double standard there.
Okay, do you think that double standard is worse than, say, Trump's mean tweet about Napoleon?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so you're starting to see my point. Like, even if I forgive you and say, well, you just didn't focus on any of this is because you're young. The people in the Democratic Party, the media, etc., that want to hyper-focus on things like this, that had no problem with the fact that the FBI went after Trump like a rabid dog for things like obstruction of justice and literally let Hillary Clinton's team off the hook for something that was far more blatant, to even to the point where you admit, yeah, that's a double standard. The FBI should have charged him. Can you start to see why I don't take those people seriously when they talk of issues of corruption?
Kind of, but I think also the problem is, like, if we have an interest in fighting corruption instead of fighting for our political party, we would probably be like standing hand in hand with those people anyway to try and fight against real corruption that exists within the executive branch.
I do
right
stand
now.
in hand to hand with the people that are legitimately trying to fight corruption. I do not stand hand in hand with the people that are selectively only going after Donald Trump because he's seen as a political outsider, and the FBI, which is far more powerful and dangerous than Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden or Barack Obama. That's an institution that could do far more in putting their thumb on the scale of our elections and interfering than anything Russia could ever do. And yet our entire country stopped for 3 years while we investigated Russia collusion, so it was so serious. But now I got to listen to the same Democratic media people that cheered on the Russia collusion hoax, that cheered on going after Trump for obstruction of justice for classified documents, who's sitting there knowingly that Hillary Clinton's team deleted subpoenaed evidence and the FBI left him off the hook. I do not stand hand in hand with those people because those people aren't interested in fighting corruption, as the evidence shows. Those people are interested in Orange Man bad and holding a double standard so that they can take down the Orange Man. Fuck those people. I don't stand hand in hand. I mock and ridicule them and call them out for the corrupt bastards that they are.
If it does result in less corruption to stand hand in hand with those people, even if they are bad faith in pushing against real corruption from Donald Trump, don't you think that would be a good thing?
No, because it won't, right? One, even if it would, it wouldn't, because if we have unequal application of the law in this country, and this is an argument people try to make to me all the time, right? Okay, you're right. The FBI was
How would
fucked
you
up.
feel
They
if
never
you
charged
didn't eat
people for
breakfast
FAR
this morning?
violations until it was Trump's campaign
Wait,
manager, Paul Manafort. But now they should start charging people. Oh, okay, cool. We have blatant evidence that Hunter Biden violated FAR, so go after him, right? Well, the FBI didn't. You'll be like, well, but still, isn't it better to go after one corrupt? No, because what it results is unequal application of the law, and the corrupt get more entrenched because all it means is they're allowed to be corrupt with impunity, and anyone that's considered an outsider to them they'll say, show me the person and I'll show you the crime. So no, it's absolutely against the very tenets of what our legal system should be, which is equal application of the law. If the people that are enforcing the law are intentionally allowing corruption to occur from one side and intentionally looking under every single nook and cranny to go after corruption in the other side. No, it's not better that, well, at least they got corruption on that other side. And that's even when you further then look at, even that's accepting that it is actual corruption they're going after Trump's team. Most of the time, like with the Russia collusion shit, it wasn't corruption. It was bullshit. And they manufactured it all knowing that it was bullshit and coming from Hillary Clinton's team, and they hid that truth from everyone. So no, I don't trust those people now when they say, trust me, bro, this time it is legit corruption.
Can we
So
agree
quick
that...
question here. We've got a new voter here, right?
Uh-huh.
A brand new voter. He's asking what to vote for. Would you say, Rob, that the most important election is the presidential election or your local elections? Do you start building community locally and growing it to society, or do you just all show up for the presidential election?
You should get involved in local elections, and in many ways it has more of a direct influence. However, there are certain things at the national level that may impact you in more significant ways. It's not as cut and dry
I
as at one
agree.
time we've been seen. For example, if we have a federal election that says, hey, I'm going to force everyone to lock down, if the president theoretically did that, then it would be small comfort that you voted in a good way in your local election. But you are right tangentially that you should not just be focused on national politics. You should be focused, and you actually have far more ability to influence your local election. And in many ways, that has more direct influence over your life.
Yes, and ultimately, does not the local elections influence what the national elections eventually will be if you're focusing on your local community first?
It can, but there's certainly you could draw a line to that, but that only goes so far. For example, if every local election came down to a way that was a populist on the left or the right, doesn't matter for the sake of this, right? But there's $500 billion that are put into the presidential election. Probably the side that's getting $500 billion would outweigh, well, what about your school board election? Everyone had a good school board election. But yeah, you're tangentially right. I'll go even further than that. Even your local elections are more influenced by culture first. Politics is usually downstream of culture. And so if you have cultural shifts, that will first affect your local elections, and then it will start to affect more like state elections, which then in turn will affect more national elections. But yeah, you're directionally correct that there seems to be a downstream effect.
I would say more upstream effect, right? Because ultimately,
who cares what direction your
people,
stream's going? But no, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, ultimately, if you focus on your local area, right, and you're doing those electives, and you get your states, and you get your governor, all the people that you elect are basically going to be the same people that are pushing for who's going to be president, right?
Yeah. This is a weird tangential line of question, but yeah, what you're trying to say is you should vote locally. Agreed.
He's a new voter, right?
Okay.
I'm trying to teach him to vote
locally.
I did. The worst thing ever is for people only to vote for president.
Agreed.
Right? They should vote locally.
That's not
they
the
should
worst
pay
thing
attention
ever.
to everything.
I think slavery was worse than that, but you know.
Well, everybody shows up for presidential elections, but they do not show up for their local elections, right?
Just
That's a
wanna
really important thing.
Read
Sorry,
a
Sarah.
few of these. Timbo with a Big Ten. How much for Duck to be kicked for 3 months? I put the math in the chat. You're welcome to hit it if you really truly want it. But sometimes, just like right now, I'm just keeping Duck backstage because, well, I'm sparing all of you. And then Rude Mud Crab in with the Big Ten and sent Abe and Cleaner backstage. I only had room to bring one up, and Abe was first in line, so he's back on. But if you want to get Cleaner back on, you know what to do. And then, of course, Rude Mud Crab sending in the love for the tomato. I appreciate that. Rinyald, I don't think you were done. I do want to hand it back to you, but before... before I hand it back to you, I just want to say I am going to go check on my daughter real quick. Rob's in charge, so you're all fucked if you get stupid, okay? So I'll be back in just...
Rob.
I'll shut up the whole time. I'll leave you talk the whole time, Rinyald. So
it'll
no
just
conflict
be
of
a
interest.
few
You're good. I like you. I like
the panel's been fairly mild tonight, so I'm not too afraid to step away and leave you in charge. But I'll be back in just a few minutes. Go ahead, Rinyald.
So yeah, I agree that there's going to be a problem with unfairly applied laws. Obviously, I'm going to agree with that. I would say that this also seems to transcend party, though. I mean, surrounding a lot of the stuff with the 2020 election, I think we saw very, very clear evidence of very similar weaponization happening when it came to trying to pressure the attorney general to send letters, asking the state legislators to lie about their election results, things of that nature. Tells me almost the same exact thing, or trying to pressure the vice president to do what they were asking him to do. I feel like this institutional corruption, I agree that it's a good thing to point out, but I think just focusing on, well, I'm going to focus on, whatever happens, but I'm not going to go hand in hand with the same people that only see half of it. I think that that's going to be not an effective way to address corruption.
I disagree. I think, in fact, what you could see is the more we've shirked people presumably like you, that want to have a selective way of just saying, trust me, anyone from outside the system, we focus on their corruption while we ignore our corruption, that we've started to see better cultural and political gains. That's why we're seeing trust in the Democratic Party reach all-time lows. They're tired of the bullshit that the Democrats are saying where it's like, democracy, as they just had an election where they intentionally subverted democracy by installing a Democratic candidate that no one got to vote for. When they're bitching about things like, but what about like insurrections and shit like that, as Joe Biden himself actually made fun of Donald Trump when there was a Democrat-led insurrection on May 30th, 31st, 2020.
Such a
we
good
saw
thing if you
Democrats
believe
injure
in
some
any type of
60 Secret Service
utilitarianism,
members as they deployed things like Molotov cocktails.
What was the Democratic insurrection? Hang on. What
so
was the Democratic insurrection?
Yeah,
Hold
this
up.
is
I
probably
love this.
bad.
Holy shit. I love the Democratic insurrection. Bro, look, I'm the libtard, okay? I won't even go so far to say that January 6th is a actual, quote unquote insurrection when you talk about the fucking definition. So if Jan 6th isn't an insurrection, what the fuck is the liberal fucking BLM insurrection? Please tell me. I want the details. Let's go.
Wow, the fact that you
thank you.
interrupted
Look, I'm
so
hyper,
much,
bro. Thank you.
It really illustrates your points. I don't think that January 6th was an insurrection, nor do I think that May 30th was an insurrection. By the token that the Democrats,
thank you.
which should
As long
be
as
held
you
to
say
their,
that, I'll calm down.
By
now.
the token which the Democrats said that January 6th was an insurrection, then May 30th, 31st would also be an insurrection. My argument is that they should be held by the standards that they sought to employ to other people. On May 30th, going into May 31st, 2020, what happened was we saw a bunch of Black Lives Matter Antifa type people attack the White House. They were stopped at the gates of the White House. They burned down a temporary guard station. They injured 60 law enforcement and Secret Service agents. They were
that's a rowdy ass protest. Holy shit, that's a rowdy ass fucking protest. But what about that as an insurrection?
Let me finish. Well, the same thing with the rowdy ass protests of January 6th
Yeah,
wasn't
thank
an
you.
insurrection
Thank you.
either. Now, the point that I'm trying to make is, but we had to have the largest FBI investigation in history to go after January 6th. We tried to keep Trump off. We tried to keep Trump off the ballot because we said that that was him engaging in an insurrection. And yet, when May 30th happened and they literally took it so seriously that Secret Service that was being injured moved Trump to a bunker, Democrats not only did not call it an insurrection, they not only did not demand large and FBI
Whose call was it to move Trump to a bunker?
Let me finish. It was the Secret Service. Please let me finish. But they actually made fun of Trump. Many of them did. And before you say, prove it, who made fun of Trump? Not 2 weeks later, Joe Biden was quoted as saying Trump needs to go back to his bunker. Now, if Donald Trump after January 6th said something back under our desk, the Colorado court would have used that as evidence that he engaged in an insurrection. We would have seen Democrats screaming, oh my God, Trump's flippantly sort of making jest at this. And yet when it was Trump, Democrats had no problem making fun of Trump when violent lefty. The only reason that the violent lefties didn't get into the White House and actually be able to remove Trump is because it's one of the worst kept secret that the lefties are fucking violent. Everybody knew that. Let me finish.
No one's ever going to get to the White House. It doesn't matter if you're left, right, fucking center. You're getting shot by the fucking turret that pops out of the goddamn grass, bro. You're delusional.
Let me finish my point. Avius. I'll finish my point here. The reason that they were unable
Thank
to
you,
get in
bro.
was-
There are so many people that say my name incorrectly. You know, I respect you for that. I'll shut the
Look,
fuck up now.
Davon doesn't like my name pronunciation, so at least I got yours right.
No, I respect you for that. There we go.
The point that I'm trying to make is the reason that they were unable to get in there was because everybody knew that that riot was going to get out of control because that's what lefties do. There were hundreds of examples of riots after George Floyd that occurred. It was the worst kept secret that we all know they're fucking violent. We know it. And so there was
How many people
adequate protection.
died?
Please let me finish. Please let me finish. Unlike January 6th, what we saw with January 6th is mysteriously when we saw the Capital City Police Chief, Sund, who was actually tasked with defending, he repeatedly requested both before and during January 6th to have adequate Secret Service protection. He said it was incredibly unusual, even when there's just normal rallies that are occurring there, there's far more sharing of communication that happens to ensure there's security. But for some reason that day there wasn't.
Okay.
He also
Rob,
testified.
I don't disagree with that. I completely agree with that. We had people that literally elected Gallows. Yeah, obviously we needed more Secret Service. Literally,
They didn't
Gallows
erect
were
Gallows.
fucking elected,
They didn't
bro.
erect Gallows. So just to be clear, if that's going to be
You're
the
saying that
criteria-
didn't happen?
I'm saying that it was a gallows that would about go up to your chest.
Okay,
It
it's a
was clearly
different kind
prop-
of gallows. Okay,
Right,
it
wasn't
a different
functional-
kind. My
Right.
bad, bro.
Just to be
It
clear,
wasn't like
there was
the-
just to be
legally.
clear,
It wasn't to have a legal gallows. It has to be above 6 feet. My
okay,
bad.
just to be clear, you also spoke up vehemently when we saw the protests this year after Trump was in the White House of people that were carrying around nooses. You spoke up about that, right? Oh, you didn't?
Those
Those were nooses. They were trying to hang Donald Trump. Why didn't you speak up against it?
Look, fuck the evil woke media
That's what
brainwashed me. I didn't even know what that was. It was the evil fucking woke media.
And you didn't care to look
I don't
into
know,
it.
bro. I'm sorry.
I didn't.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
Can we get back to Rob and Renaud's point, because I think
For real.
Renaud was
Good point.
I would like to get
Good
back to my
point.
point before I was cut off too. I would
Let
rather
me
have
ask.
this opportunity.
Let me ask, and then I'm going to hand it right back to you, Reynald. Okay. David says with a big 5, Rob, what has any Democrat done that compares to sending people to foreign concentration camp without even charging them of a crime?
Barack Obama ordered the execution of an American citizen named Alawaki without having any due process whatsoever. That's infinitely, well, not infinitely, that's far exponentially worse than sending someone to a jail. Did you criticize Barack Obama, David? I don't think so. All right, let's go back to Reynald's point.
So
Go ahead,
the
Renaud.
reason that I brought up January 6th wasn't to get on the terminology of insurrection. That's not what I was intending to bring up. The thing that I was just trying to isolate is that we see inappropriate or corrupt interactions between Trump and his cabinet officials to do like objectively inappropriate things to try and use the DOJ to pressure the states to change their election results. That is, I would hope that we would agree that that's corrupt. And I think that it was kind of telling.
They didn't do that. That's not true. That's not what happened.
Okay, well that's fine, but we could have that.
Where did that happen? Georgia?
Georgia. I think it was involved in the Georgia indictment, but I'm pretty sure that we have the letter that Clark was trying to pressure Rosen and Donahue to send to the state legislature
To change the election results. It seems to be, I think what was happening was to...
Yes, it was to decertify their election results.
Correct. And what was the goal? The goal was to have a separate slate of electors so that there could be a challenge, just like in the 1960 JFK Nixon election that we saw in Hawaii.
Rob, you don't believe that.
Yes, I certainly do believe that. And if you want to get in depth into the 60 alternate slate of electors, we can.
In 1960, no one ever pressured the vice president to make the unilateral decision to choose the election.
It doesn't matter. There's nothing illegal about. There's nothing illegal. There's nothing illegal about what the vice president or pressuring the vice president that they should have some sort of elector challenge. There's nothing illegal about that. Now, having said that, I criticize Trump's decision to do it, but it doesn't rise to the level of illegality or anything like trying to have a coup that we're trying to hear. If you go back to the Nixon JFK Hawaii circumstance, the argument that we're told is the alternate slate of electors themselves are what would be illegal. And the reason is because only the governor has the right to certify the slate of electors. Right, Non-Fun?
Sure.
Okay. Well, did you know that in the Nixon election, actually, the governor did certify a slate of electors, and it was the Republican slate, and yet still the Democrats sent an uncertified slate of electors to the White House. Now, Renaud, do you know why they did that?
Yes, because there was an ongoing recount in, I believe, Hawaii that may change the results of the election.
That's correct. And so the problem was that there is legislatively rules that say there are certain timeframes that you have to meet. And the fear was once the vice president certified the slate of electors, even if after that point the recount actually showed that it was the wrong slate of electors, it would be too late, correct?
The problem is that that's not permitted in the Electoral Count Act. You don't get a delay past January 6th via the Electoral Count Act, and asking the vice president to make that unilateral decision instead of pass it off to Congress would be against that federal law.
It doesn't matter. By sending those alternate slate of electors as a delaying tactic anyways, it's the same thing. The only difference you have is Trump said, yeah, you should accept this delaying tactic. If the delaying tactic's illegal, then it was illegal when Democrats were trying to do it as well.
No, because they weren't trying to use the vice president to bypass congressional debate. But
yeah, what was the congressional debate? I mean, again, I'm saying I don't particularly like this strategy. I thought that it was slimy. The idea, like a lot of the other shit with this, wasn't bad. It's okay to have legal challenges. Democrats do it all the time.
Okay, all right. I don't personally like conspiracies, but can you pull up from a president that majority of Americans don't think he was elected by the fucking mob? Can you pull up an example from, I don't know, past 1985? Something that has like voting machines involved with it. Do we always have to go all the way the fuck back to the 1960s for you to actually argue your point?
Yeah, let me answer your question. 2018, a YouGov poll showed that 66%. Please be quiet. Wow. Please be quiet. You asked the question, I'll answer. YouGov poll in 2018 showed that 66% of Democrats believed that Russia interfered and actually messed with voting machine tallies to steal the election from Hillary Clinton. That's because we saw Democrats that were beating that home, including Hillary Clinton herself, that has said multiple times and continues to say that the election was stolen from her because Russia interfered.
And if we did a poll and asked Americans, was the 2020 election rigged? If we asked Republicans, what would they say?
Maybe 70%. And your point?
Okay,
if it's
so
contemptible,
to
if
me
it's
that sounds like a
contemptible-
lot of Americans are fucking stupid.
Wow,
I'm just going to be
maybe,
honest.
Maybe that's true, and yet we only focus on when the Republicans do it.
I'm not focusing on either side. No, I think it's dumb when Democrats focus on Russiagate, and I think it's dumb when Republicans focus on 2020 election.
Okay.
Both of these things can be true at the same time.
I'm arguing against the 2020 election focus,
I'm
or
gonna-
the
I'm gonna
January
dip out.
6th shit.
I'm gonna
That's what
dip
I'm
out.
doing.
Can I say one more thing real
Rob,
quick, and then
sure.
I'll leave.
Yeah, go ahead, Reniel.
I want to say it was kind of telling that our bar for success in fighting corruption was unpopularity within the Democratic Party. I think that was a little telling.
I don't understand your point.
don't know if
Maybe
that's
I'm
actually
misunderstanding.
fighting. I don't know if that's actually fighting corruption as much as, like I said, probably just going for partisanship. I think we should be focusing on fighting corruption regardless of party systems.
I don't know,
feel
but
like we're only-
can I ask you to clarify? I literally
only
don't know what you're
opposite.
saying when you said about unpopularity of the Democratic Party.
When I ask if you think it's an effective way to fight corruption, to not hold hands with the people who are actually interested in fighting this kind of corruption as well, the thing that you cited in being successful was the unpopularity of the Democratic Party.
Let me ask you a question before you leave, right? And I'll explain that point, right? If a local police force sat there and watched speeding, and they only ever pulled over black people. Now, the black people they pulled over were literally speeding, but you sit there and watch them, and you watch white person after white person after white person speed. Would your argument be, but nonetheless, we must arrest those black people because we have to stop the crime, and it would still be better to stop some crime than all crime? Would that be your argument?
To be honest,
I already said that I agree that it's bad to have double standards. I already agree.
Okay, so the reason that I bring up the popularity is because the American people no longer believe that we should stand hand in hand with the Democrats, the media, the FBI that engaged in the double standard. They are not buying your argument, and it's because they're right.
We're backing another corrupt party to fight a corrupt party. That's
not true. They don't believe that it's worth having singled out only one side. Just like the American people majoritarily would be disgusted if we said we're just going after criminals, they happen to all be black. They would say, no, fuck that. Then stop arresting the black criminals if that means that you're going to selectively go after only them. That's what the American people would say. That's why the Democratic Party is unpopular. They're not buying this bullshit that everything Donald Trump is a crime, it's corrupt, but we could overlook all the shit that Democrats did. They don't buy it. That's why I bring up that their popularity is at record lows. Why don't you run on policy instead of lawfare?
At what point would the government become comprised of enough people to where you don't have to worry about the Democrats doing anything weird because they're not in power? At what point would it be that, okay, we're not talking about there any double standards anymore? At what point would it just be, okay, now I'm just going to specifically call out this corrupt administration, even though they're my party, and I'm going to lock hands with people who may not, have had the biggest criticism of the Democrats, but they can acknowledge that both are equally corrupt.
Before you answer, Rob, Mr. sends in a big 50 on Cash App and says, boot ass hat mustache boy. And I confirmed in the chat, Avius, that is you. You are out for 50 minutes. I don't know if you want to sit back there for 50 minutes. That's a really long
might
time.
as well.
But, all right, fair enough.
Shit, I'm here till 2, so we'll.
That's
but,
fair.
Yeah,
And
the point.
Pardon me. I apologize. I do apologize, Rob. I had just a couple more. Daniel says nobody was convicted of insurrection. Avis, don't make me boot you in the back. Calm the fuck down. And unfortunately, that boot happened anyways. Josh says, is Rob's claim that there was no legal due process that Obama used, or that he simply doesn't agree with the legal justification?
No, there was no due process. What was the due process that was afforded? Did the Alawaki get even an ad abstentia, any defense whatsoever? Anyone want to answer? Any lefty that knows about this?
I don't know a ton about it. I believe, didn't Obama consult the Office of Legal Counsel before he did it? Or was it after
What's
he
it
did
matter?
it?
What was the due process that was afforded?
That's not necessarily due process, but it does seem like he went through some steps to make sure it was legal, and also the president is granted pretty wide authority when it comes to national security.
Yes, you're right. They are. Keep that energy going for the Alien Enemy Act.
I mean that comes down to does the president have the power to make a determination?
Let's see what the court says. They haven't rolled in yet, have they?
No, I don't think so. Or
so
no,
if
wasn't
the Supreme
there?
Court
I thought
says
there was...
it's legal, then you'll rescind the accusation that it's terrible. If it's a moral
well, I would
question,
still hold it's immoral and bad to do or whatever. I would just obviously the Supreme Court is the final say on what the law is. Now, if I developed a better understanding of the law, maybe I could have a reasonable disagreement with the court in some places. But that's going to be
Now,
contingent
let me say, I actually am not a big fan of every way that the Alien Enemy Act's being instituted. My theory is that what the court will eventually say is, yes, the president has the power to use it. However, there is some limited form of due process that should be afforded to the people. I agree with this. I think it's one thing to deport people back to their country of origin. It's another thing to accuse them of being tantamount to a terrorist and sending them to a foreign prison. However, I don't think that this is some like unique thing that, oh my God, no other president would do this, when Obama objectively did something that was worse. It doesn't matter if he consulted the Office of Legal Counsel. We're not talking about legal, we're talking about the morality of it. Executing an American citizen without giving that American citizen any chance to defend himself, and then 2 weeks later killing his son in a similar fashion seems to be pretty fucked up, even if the Office of Legal Counsel said it was all right.
I don't know if I would consider like killing a U.S. citizen as a collateral damage as more immoral than deporting.
It wasn't collateral damage. He was specifically targeted.
Was his son collateral damage then? Wasn't one?
Well,
One
yes,
of them was,
the son was collateral damage, but
Right.
Al-Awlaki himself was specifically targeted.
was he targeted because he had connections to a terrorist group?
That was
in that
the
case,
claim. That's why the Alien Enemy Act people were being targeted. Same issue.
And Sarcastic Saint says, since the Josh Groban lookalike non-fawn never sound like he has a manly voice, then 5 in the back until he passes.
I like non-fawn. I'm excited to talk to him.
It's only 5 minutes. We'll come back to it. And then also,
what the
where
fuck?
we go. Rob takes his mask off to reveal he's actually Alex Jones.
Dang.
I'm not turning in frogs gay or anything. Also, I like
And Bill
Devon.
hit.
I like Devon too. I like people who are actually fucking arguing with me. That's fun to me. So let's
That's
get back
I
to
do
Devon.
too. I do
And
too.
then-
And like, I honestly like, I watch you, Rob, and I kind of
Really?
like you. And, like,
Oh
this
shit!
go back
What the
and forth.
fuck?
Like, I give
You're a
you lot of
man. I
stories
know
in
you can
here.
handle the
Hold on.
fucking chirpiness.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
fun.
yeah.
Okay, what's up?
Ask if you come back in. SCOTUS has already ruled on the Alien Enemies Act. It was JGG and AARP. They ruled that you have reasonable notice and the ability to challenge your detention through habeas. They already ruled on it. There's no like broad, wide deference as to whether or not the president can just get rid of people. It's not legal.
All right, I appreciate it.
I wanted to make that clear. Okay, I love you. Have fun.
Oh boy, we'll see. JDGV, Donald Trump is a name for class action. Habeas corpus lawsuit filed by its relative immigrant. But does this have to do? We were talking about like whether the president has the authority to make a determination over what an invasion is, which I think is because the dispute is like, oh, if Obama had wide national security deference to kill an American citizen without due process, does the president then have the power to essentially determine what an invasion is under the same like wide deference? I'm using that term right. I think there might be another term I'm looking for. The determination has been ruled on the due process rights have. Okay, thanks for noting. That's probably unmuted, huh?
Would we be happy with it? No, it'd be fucked up. So I criticize that. Now, I think that ultimately the Supreme Court's going to weigh in and say that there has to be some form of due process, and it turns out that there was a little more due process than people think. But the problem I have is that we've had this system that's so systemically corrupt for so long, and that Trump's sort of a demolisher. That's what he's doing. He is, in fact, the symptom. He is what happens when your government is ran by people that don't give a shit about the constituents. So finally someone comes in that rightfully or wrongly, they think this guy's going to fucking shake shit up. By the way, this is the same reason that people like AOC are going to get more power in the left. I'm not going to sit here and mock AOC voters. In fact, I would say, although I think she's terrible, I understand disenfranchised Democrat voters saying every fucking year we told we have to pinch our nose and vote for a Hillary Clinton or a Kamala Harris or a Joe Biden. And we don't get someone who actually wants to do the progressive policies that we want. We never get that. And so I understand wanting someone to shake things up. And I'm here to tell you that if AOC would win and she would get in there and actually attempt to shake up shit like the FBI, they would do the same shit to her that they're doing to Donald Trump. That's what puzzles me. That the same people that have talked about like systemic racism or systemic corruption in our institutions will, at the drop of a hat, all of a sudden back those very same institutions because Orange Man bad. Up to the, I can't think of something more dangerous than lying about Joe Biden's health, right, and the shit that happened like that, or the fact that Chuck Schumer announces like the president can't criticize the FBI; they'll fuck him over. And I'm sitting there looking at like my reasonable Democrat friends like, holy fuck, did you just hear that? And they're like, and then we watched the FBI illegally spy on Trump. And we watched the lawfare over and over. We watched people like Letitia James run on the promise of, yeah, I'm going to arrest Trump if I get elected. And then as it was all going down, one bullshit case after another, Democrats went, yes, yes. And the American people said, fuck you. They said, fuck you, we're tired of the lawfare.
Rob, do you mind if I ask you a question?
You know what? I have a question, Duck, and most of the time you tend to run on into shit that has no fucking point whatsoever, so can you just shut your fucking hole for a minute?
Shut the fuck up.
Bro. I have a question for you, Rob. So, to approach the prompt, right, would you also give the same appeal to Republicans talking shit about the Democrats as well? Like, you kind of laugh at them as well? And, like, if the media was backing that shit up?
So if there is a Republican that only focuses on corruption with Democrats and ignores that same similar type of corruption, would I give them shit? Yeah, absolutely. I think that there are Republican figures, like this is why I've looked at people like Sean Hannity as a fucking joke. I think like it's clear that he's just a cheerleader. There's a lot of people on X that are like this. That are just
Benny
rah,
Johnson
rah,
is one of them, right?
Who?
Benny Johnson.
I don't know as much about Benny Johnson, but yes, it seems that he directionally is going. I can't sit here and claim, though, that I've seen every tweet. Hannity, I know a little more about. But yeah, there's definitely people you see, like, I'll give you an example of someone that's not Trump all the time. Ian Miles Chung. Ian Miles Chung is just Elon Musk's little kiss ass. He's going to say everything that he thinks Elon Musk wants him to say. And you understand why? Because Ian Miles Chung's job is getting clicks on X. So why not suck up to the boss? But why the fuck would I take anything he says seriously? Because I know that he's not telling me what he really believes. He's just saying what he thinks his daddy wants him to say. Sometimes that's criticizing Trump's. Oftentimes it's not. So yeah, I view them. However, what I would say is, okay, nice. Good job, babe. However, what I would say is that the institutional power that has been the problem in this country for the past 30 plus years has been enshrined, and it is all hegemonic and against outsiders like Donald Trump. And they're far more dangerous than Trump or Biden or Obama or Kamala Harris or any of those individual politicians. And so when I see, for example, Doge showing how much like corruption and fucking politicization there is, like we have the National Endowment for Democracy, for example, that is writing articles trying to convince the government of Poland that they should arrest the previous party that was in power because they're populist. One of the reasons the National Endowment for Democracy, this is our taxpayers paying for this, one of the reasons that they give is because those corrupt fucking populist people in Poland in the former administration,
like
they pushed for mail-in voting during the pandemic. And we all know the push for mail-in voting was for corruption. Meanwhile, back home, they told us that we should be censored if we criticize mail-in voting. That's the shit that I'm talking about and the power that these institutions have. And so I'll take someone that's an outsider, a demolisher.
How is like an NED grant going to like one organization that had one journalist write an article about that?
Despite the fact I hate socialism, without batting an eye, I would have voted for Bernie Sanders in 2016 over Jeb Bush. Because at least I thought he was somewhat of an outsider that had pure convictions that he actually gave a shit about people. That's how I felt about it. I don't believe that anymore about Bernie, but that's how I felt at the time.
Fuck It Button says with a big 5, what does the process do for illegally entering property? Nice thing to do would be allow you to leave in one piece. Liberalism is BDSM5. What's B?
It's a complicated. DSM-5 is sort of like the medical. I forget. It's like the diagnostic medical journal. BDSM
of mental disorders,
right,
specifically.
Right. BDSM's clearly the sexual stuff. Yeah. Due process, just for anyone who's wondering, due process is different in all sorts of different situations. So, for example, the due process for an American citizen charged with a crime is different for the due process for an illegal alien that's tasked for deportation. Even as an individual citizen. What's that?
That's not correct.
Oh my God!
Of course,
Rob,
it is.
I love you.
Actually, is
but
correct.
I'm so sick of listening to you. Can you like filter some questions here?
Well, I would assume there's people that haven't talked much that wanted to, but sure, I'm not running the show. Whatever Sarah wants to do. I know I talk a lot.
Yeah.
But
Listen,
that's because I'm smart. I'm good.
Well, here's what Throwdown Thursday is. It's one guest, and they are here to defend their claims against everyone on panel. So there's 9 of us versus 1 of him.
That
right?
makes sense why he was talking so much, bro. I thought it
He's
was
got
just
a
like
great radio voice.
Yes.
I wish I had his raspy voice as well.
Are you saying I'm ugly?
Really
I don't
good
have a
at
face for
interjecting.
TV.
He's got that power. But
thank you. I know.
Rob is the guest star. We are guest panelists.
Yeah. We are guest
That's
panelists,
the differential. He's the guest star.
Rob,
hoping.
do you have?
Rob, I had a second question. Oh,
let him
Whoever wants to go, I don't care.
yeah, I had a second question, and it relates to what you were talking about earlier with how overreaching our government has currently gotten, the federal government at least.
Sure.
So when our forefathers first came up with the conception of how government would work, we had like the county level and then like the city level, state level, all that, right? Going all the way up until we get to the federal level. Do you think that there's been a meandering of the federal getting all the way down to the county level instead of the counties handling their own shit? The federal government is instead handling county shit, where it's like hyper specific. It's almost like it's making laws for 2 people in a county instead of like the actual way that the federal government should be handling things.
Yes, though there is one small caveat, but you're absolutely right. The one small caveat is there are certain things that should be the purview of the federal government that they shirk the responsibility to the states. Like the federal government should be the government that's tasked with allowing who's allowed into our country. We shouldn't allow California to decide, well, because we want them in California, they could come right up through Texas. That's bullshit. But yes, you're absolutely right when it comes to the rest of that the massive growth that we've seen in the federal government is disgusting. It's never what the founding fathers
This is
imagined.
true.
Furthermore,
Starfuse.
the shirking and the abdication of responsibility for Congress, which I've had interesting debates on this, so I'm going to be very careful in what I say here because someone will say I'm full of shit. My belief is that the founding fathers intended Congress to be sort of the one closest to the American people, and so they should be creating laws, and then the executive should enforce, and the judicial should interpret. That's sort of, everyone agrees that's the case. Congress has abdicated almost all of their responsibility. But the problem is people, in my opinion, falsely say they've given that power to the president. They have not. The president's merely a figurehead. Joe Biden didn't know what the fuck was going on, but to be fair, neither did Barack Obama or, for that matter, Donald Trump. The real power is within the agencies in the federal branch, or in the executive branch. The people running the DOJ, the people running the CIA, the people running the State Department, they have far more power than Barack Obama. They have far more power than Joe Biden or Donald Trump. And that's the problem. Power is consolidated federally in the hands of people that are not accountable to us.
This seems
and
like
so
a
instead of your
holy
and the
base
entire
paper.
idea of the
Localists would
concept of
hate this.
federalism is your local government is more accountable to local people, right? They know the issues of your local situation better. Think of it this way. I worked at Burger King when I was working my way through college. It's probably why I gained like 80 pounds, that and drinking like fucking crazy. But when I was working there, one of the things I noticed was we had this burger called the Rodeo Burger. And it was a burger with onion rings. All right, so we had this. It was the biggest seller in my little town of New Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, the biggest seller. And yet, corporate and Burger King decided we don't offer the Rodeo Burger anymore. Now, we had all the ingredients.
Yes, you asshole! You guys have Dunkin' Donuts that have the peanut butter filled fucking donuts, man.
We got them, baby.
We can't get those anywhere in the South. You
We
fucking
got 'em.
asshole! I'm so jealous of that.
But the corporate said, Hey, we're done doing this. No, we had the ingredients to make them, but we weren't allowed to put it on the board. How fucking dumb is that? A more localized restaurant would say, hey, that burger's working here, let's keep selling it. But because of the nature of bureaucracy at a large scale, they're unable to have the efficiency to have sort of the unique situations in each locale. And it makes sense from a corporate sense, so that would be the case. The same is true of your government. Your local government's always going to be able to understand the issues of your local situation better than the federal government. The federal government's not going to understand exactly what's going on with like our roads here or the weather that we have here and all this other shit. And that's just with the issues of incompetence or sort of difficulty to manage. That's not even getting to issues of corruption. So yes, a long-winded answer, as all of mine are. But yes, I agree with that. You're absolutely right on that.
And I just want to back that up. Local government is the most important government you can vote for. And that, I think, that trickles up.
Okay.
It can trickle up or down, whichever direction it is. Yeah. Do you think that a movement to get us to segregate our governments out a little bit so that the duties and responsibilities are placed appropriately again would be a net positive for us as a people?
I do. I don't know if the lefties would think that, but I certainly do. In fact, I think that not only should it become more localized, more federalist, but I think the size of government itself should shrink. That's my belief. But I don't know what Democrats think. Like, there are populist Democrats. I don't know if they would feel that way. I think no, because I think most of them understand that sort of judicial activism and activism within unelected bureaucrats benefits their agendas. So, like, someone like, I'm guessing non-farm, though I could be wrong, probably didn't have a problem with the millions of people that were coming in under the southern border. But they know that they would be unable to have that through an elected democracy. So better to have unelected bureaucrats do that through fiat. And then when we say, we don't like that, let's send them back, they say, oh, no. It's not that simple. We're going to drag our wheels to make sure that it takes years and years and billions of dollars to be able to send them back.
I have an issue with the way they came with a border. I'm obviously probably more.
But you want them to stay, don't you?
Well, I'll get to that, but I'm probably more pro-immigration than most of you guys. So like I'm probably okay with like the aggregate number of people who came over. I just think it's bad that they came over through through primarily fraudulent asylum claims. But
should they be sent back?
So let's say, I mean, some of them probably, but basically because I don't have a huge like issue with them. Like if I believe most of them here are like benefiting the U.S. and it would cost a lot of money and probably lead to a lot of infringement upon rights, like we've already seen with these deportations, then it's probably not a net benefit to do deportations.
But
they're not benefiting the U.S.
Well, that's a lengthy debate in its own right, and I'm happy to have that debate. But non-fun, to skip that debate, even if I concede that they're beneficial to the United States, can you not see the problem that someone like me would have then when you're like, listen, even if I'm unhappy with the way that they came over, the problem is now that they're here, there's basically nothing we could do about it. Do you understand the problem I have with this bureaucracy then, where it's like they do shit that they know doesn't have the will of the people and they have no accountability, and then when you try to fix the mistake, you have to throw your hands up and go, well, it'd be too hard to fix it, so I guess we just roll with it.
Well, I mean, there's obviously so there's probably a dispute over how much unelected bureaucrats really control or whatever, and that's a much broader
You think
conversation.
Biden was doing it?
But I mean, I think Biden was cognitively aware enough during the first few months of his term to understand that he was repealing a lot of executive orders about it with Trump on the border and everything, and I do think some of those were probably conducive to some of the asylum.
And if you kind of believe that that's the
claims.
position of Democrats anyway, like I feel like that would have just been.
I don't think so because
but look, so I would just say I'm in favor of doing things that I think are, generally speaking, net benefits. I just don't think it's a net benefit to do. I just don't think it's a benefit to do mass deportations. If it's against the law, I mean, it would probably depend because
so
I think there's value.
Vibe, please, Vibe. I know you're going to talk about local government again. Let me go. This is an interesting line of question. It's an interesting. Listen, please. This is interesting. This is a debate I want to have. It's a debate I want to. Vibe, I'm just fucking with you, but it's a debate I want to have. Something that Non-Fun just said. That's a serious question that gets to sort of like our philosophy on how government should work. If it is objectively a net benefit, if you're absolutely certain that it's a net benefit, is it okay to allow the law to be broken to have this obvious net benefit?
In some cases, the obvious answer is going to be yes, but like I'd be concerned basically about the potential for, I mean, corruption and, future encroachments on a law. So, like, even if it, like, let's say hypothetically, it would be a good thing for the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates. Well, if the president tells the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates, that might be like, a net benefit in the short term at least. But, like, I'm just generally don't want the president to have the power to set interest rates. So I'd be concerned about basically future corruption and future encroachments.
Okay, but fair enough. But you do acknowledge that there is a point if something is of clear net benefit, objectively a net benefit, but for whatever reason through corruption, bureaucracy, whatever, this just can't get done, that you would be okay with breaking the law in order to have that net benefit that would be able to benefit us all. Like,
yeah, I mean, quite obviously,
equivocated.
like, I'd be okay with breaking a law to end slavery. Like, that's
Okay, so then 2 points I have real quick. One, you have no problem with Trump's quote, Napoleon quote then. That's exactly what it's saying. And secondly, that's exactly how me and Trump feel. Send these fuckers back home.
Well, I obviously just don't think it's a net benefit. And, like,
We disagree on that, but you've already
Sure.
conceded that if we think it is a net benefit, then we have the moral right to send them. We would just disagree on what's a benefit and what's not.
Well, again, it would have to be a sufficiently sized net benefit to justify, any potential centralization of power in the presidency.
Net benefit. You're going to disagree, but you see the problem with this. When you say that certain tactics are allowed, if it's good enough subjectively to you, then the debate. Like, let me put this in an easier way that maybe everyone. It's an analogy that works for me. Is it okay to punch a Nazi? Right? I say no. We have to have certain agreements that we can't use violence for political ends unless it's in a direct case of self-defense. But if you say yes, sometimes it's okay to punch a Nazi, implicitly what you're saying is it's okay to use preemptive physical violence if we think that it's warranted in a specific situation. Now, the only thing that's preventing you from punching me is me winning the debate that I'm not one of those red shirt people. And that's not the way that we should operate. So if you're willing to concede that, yes, if someone can prove that it's net beneficial, then they can ignore the law, that's exactly what Trump's argument's going to be. Now, I don't think he's doing it yet because we're going to see what the Supreme Court says. But if he would just violate it and say, look, here's all the fucking evidence that we could outline, and the American people, it seems, agree with Trump that they want these illegals deported, then what leg would you have to stand on? You've already conceded the moral high ground.
Look,
that if it's a net benefit and these people believe it, then why shouldn't democracy be enacted?
I mean, I really don't think we actually disagree that much here. Like, Rob, you would say it is obviously justified to break the law to end slavery, right? Like, that is like, yeah. So like, clearly everyone has like some, sometimes consequentialism here is like.
I think that he's saying that Trump he fits what he's trying to do, fits that, because it's like, okay, fuck it. Like, I feel like it's a net benefit to get these people out of there so Trump can do whatever.
Well, it's not just that. And again, I'm not saying that I would necessarily agree with that. We'll have to see what the court says and how that would play out. But there's all sorts of things that I could make that argument. For example, I don't think that my tax dollars should have to fund media enterprises that fucking hate me. I don't think that they should go to fund academic institutions that are billionaires that are teaching people to be indoctrinated to hate me. I don't think that should be the case. And if for whatever reason we say, but legally you have to allow that, I say fuck that. Now, I'm not saying that, but I could make the moral case for it. I would still want Trump to follow the law, let me be clear. But once you agree, you're right, we all have that threshold where we say at some point, if the law is unjust enough, then we are justified morally in breaking it. Like, yes, I agree. I'm just trying to say it seems that the Democratic argument is it's heinous to even suggest that. And I think you're in agreement with me. Well, not really. It's more complicated than that. Was that soy pill?
This is the off about this conversation.
Kissy cat.
I gotta go to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Take your time, Rob. You take your time. Sending the big 50 and says, I think K2 would like to see some firemen. And apparently, I guess, well, maybe K2 did, maybe they didn't. But either way, you're welcome. And thank you, Kissy Cat, from all the ladies on behalf of all the like 5 ladies that watch this show. That's for you. And a Sarcastic Warlock sent 5 to ask you, RK, are you doing all right there, buddy? You look like you're struggling to breathe. You doing all right?
I'm struggling to be quiet. I got a few words to say, waiting to chime in. I'm struggling to hold out.
All right. Well, let me get through 2 more super chats and we'll hand it over to you. JB says, this is why you shouldn't debate Dems on policy. You need to get to the prior issue that they have baseless morals informing their decisions. My feelings. And Mike says with another 5, Rob is really cooking the panel right now. He's very good. We might need to bring the Piscos, tomfooleries, and Destiny on Sarah's panel for this one. For the record, I did shoot Pisco a little nudge that Rob was going to be here and it was going to be open panel, but he didn't show up. So I don't know. Either he didn't see the message or he didn't feel like coming, because the last time he was here, I yelled at him for talking too much and not letting anybody else talk. So maybe it was a good thing. All right. I wanted to ask RK, go ahead. You wanted to push back on some things. You're more than welcome to. Give Rob a break to take some beverage or something.
Actually, I'm actually not even in opposition of Rob. I actually agree with what he is saying. I actually want to come on here and express my thoughts because I'm a lifelong Democrat, liberal, and I've seen for the last 25 years of how the Democratic Party has spiraled downwards, and it's just not even funny of how bad the Democrats have become. This whole thing about Trump, this Trump deranged syndrome, I've been seeing this happening since 2016. He got elected. As soon as the day he got elected, it was just a smear campaign. For 10 years, it's just been nothing but smear campaigns about the Russian collusion, the Charleston, where Obama chopped up Trump's words, saying that there's foreign people, trying to say that Trump is backing up Nazis. You hear the rhetoric about Trump not doing anything proactively to try to help people during the COVID-19 pandemic, even though he had Operation Warp Speed. They call him racist, but there's First Step Act. You look up all these little certain things, and these leftists are just getting pissed off because they're running out of arguments. In the last 10 years, the left has made more enemies than they have actually made friends. Look at Tulsi Gabbard, look at Joe Rogan, look at Elon Musk, look at Matt Taibbi, Matt Schellenberger, the list goes on. And these guys just don't get the fucking hint to that what they're doing, their platform is not fucking working. Also, the Democratic Party has also pushed out moderates. Anyone who speaks out against the institution of the Democratic Party. For an example, when you speak out against Kamala Harris about her being appointed and not being elected by the constituents of the DNC, automatically the leftists are going to have an argument. Oh, you must be racist. You must be having fear of strong women. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. The left is going to continue to go downhill, and the left is going to continue to be at this rut that they're in right now. And the fact is that they have a very high level of negligence of thinking to themselves that if Trump is overreacting now, then why is it so that we're here now? And with the border situation, the reason why that there's mistakes happening where people are actually being deported from this country that don't need to be deported is because Biden let about 20 to 40 fucking million people come into the country. 2023, a sheriff in Butler County, Ohio, even had a press conference saying that, hey, we discussed in the national
US population is illegal,
and the FBI has informed us that there's more red flags of a potential terrorist attack than pre-9/11 era, and we saw it happen several times. One notably during the New Orleans attack that happened at the beginning of the year when somebody was affiliated with ISIS. The left has fallen from grace. I am sick of it. And what they're doing right now is the stepping stones of what happened in Venezuela, and people in Venezuela, leftists attacked, firebombed, killed, riot, everything. And they have done that here in America. They want to destroy America. They think what they're doing is good, but they don't even realize what harm they're doing to themselves. That's all I got to say. I know there's some people, I'm tired of this shit. I really am. You're making those kind of liberals are making my kind of type look really bad. Like liberalism is very important. What we're referring to is what we're disgusted with is the neoliberalism progressive liberalism. Those two branches of liberalism are the fucking cancer, and it needs to be eradicated. The version of liberalism I'm referring to is liberalism that gave the country the independence to liberate from a tyrannical monarchy in England, and also it gave the French Revolution the beginning stepping stones to throw out the monarchy so they can have, the French Revolution really did help shape modern politics. It's been perverse, and it's just downright disgusting that the left just don't give a fuck about facts. I'll leave it there.
Do
I
you think
apologize.
that kind of
Did you say you were left from the beginning and then you totally switched?
No, I'm still center left. I still uphold values of liberalism. I do. I have a liberal mindset. The problem is that when I speak on defending Trump, for an example, that they say he's a fascist, I'm thinking, okay, first off, what the fuck do you consider fascism? Because I'm a history guy. I look up at history, and you can't bullshit me on history. And when I hear people say fascism about Trump, it's the same smear campaign. It's the same tongue, different voice from the 10 years. And I'm sick of it. I'm not MAGA. I voted for Trump. And that's another problem. It's an axiom that the left has at this point, that anyone who voted for Trump is A, a fascist, and B, a MAGA. And that's not necessarily true. And you seem to hear these people on the panel that, who are trying to make that false affiliation with, it's like a false paradigm that these people are willing to do. And whenever you're trying to correct them, they just, first off, they can't shut up and listen, or two, they can't get with the program and understand that what they're thinking and what they're doing is not working. They lost this. Look at the election, for an example. They lost the presidency, the House, and the Senate. This is the second Republican trifecta, and the first one was during Bush when he first got elected in 2001. There's a reason why that the election happened the way they did. People are just sick of it, and I can go on and on and on and on. And frankly, I don't give a shit how the left, the radical lunatic leftists think about what, it doesn't really matter. I align with Rob what he says. If you're not willing to call out the bullshit in your party, but yet you're willing to call out the bullshit with Trump, I don't want to fucking hear it. I'm with them because look what have they done the last 10 years. All they did was firebomb, kill people, murder, riot. They've done everything that they can to threaten and coerce people, and people are just sick of it. Like, there's more people that are against the left, and the left has allies. Period. And there's just
I get what you're saying, dog, but like I feel like the people that you're describing, the people where it's like they're unwilling to call out who's corrupting their party, from like I guess looking at it from a balcony perspective, even though I am a Democrat, it just seems like society's just getting like that on both sides. Like it feels like one administration comes in from one side, the other side goes crazy about certain things, and they can't make extreme, and then the other side, or they fumble because no administration is going to be perfect, and it's going to be easy for the opposition to sort of like point these things out and be like, look, they're doing you wrong. The other one comes in, it's the same thing. I feel like the problem with this is that it feels more of like a cycle than it does feel like just one party is being this way. Like, for instance, my experience with a lot of like MAGA people, personally, me, I understand that there's reasons why people voted for Trump this time around. You look at the state of the economy at the time post-COVID, you look at the way that like sort of progressives were starting to message and getting like sort of like infecting the way that the Democrats started talking. I could see that turning off normal people. I had a lot of fights with people in around the 2016 era when everything was like, when everybody was like SJWs and everything. I had a lot of problems because people were just calling everything appropriation. People were doing like all the culture war stuff. I hate that on both sides, but I think the problem is that the reason why people reacted to the way that Trump was on the left is because there were a lot of things that were happening on the right towards the left beforehand that weren't going unnoticed. And I think that the left took it a little far, where it was like, hey, we're not paying attention to the negligence of certain police officers and what they're doing. That evolved into the cops are hunting like every black person you can find. People will take a legitimate criticism and then they'll explode it, and then it becomes the extreme side, and then we just go back and forth in this whole dance where we can't ever just get centered and just call out, okay, fuck the party shit. Let's just acknowledge genuine corruption, what is happening in the Democrat Party, what's happening in the Republican Party. And my experience with a lot of people that I talk to on the MAGA side, and this may be your experience with people on the left, is that they will call out corruption only on the Democratic side, and they will have a double standard. So
And-
it's not
If I
everybody,
may.
obviously, in the party, but I think this is just the way that society is moving in general.
If I may.
And
hold on.
hold that thought before anybody interrupts. Sarcastic Warlock came in with the big 5 and says, I once had a 20-minute conversation with Rob. Couldn't get a single word in. Doubt he knew I was even there, but he was right, and the wall was nodding.
Thank you.
And then one more before you enter.
This message is sponsored and
Shout out from K2 to Kissy Cat with the horse girl video. You're welcome, Kissy Cat, on behalf of K2.
You're killing me.
Now,
You're killing me with
hold
that
on, hold
shit.
on. I want to talk to Devon for a second. Because because he said a couple of things that I want to touch up on. Now, Devon, don't mind me asking. If it's too personal for you, you don't have to answer this question. How old are you?
I'm 32, turning 33 in end of July.
Okay. So you're a little younger. I'm 36. How much of the Bush years do you remember? You remember 9/11, but do you remember how much of the Bush years do you remember?
I was in middle school and elementary school, so I don't remember.
Okay. So to what you're talking about, like both sides, calling each other out, back in, after 9/11, the post 9/11 era, this is when the last time the Republicans were radical. You listen to Fox News, Glenn Beck, Sean Hannity, Bill O'Reilly. They were feeding this narrative. They were perpetuating this narrative that was from Condoleezza Rice, Dick Cheney, Bush. It's like, you're not a patriot if you don't support the war in Iraq. You're not American. They really weaponized the tragedy of 9/11 and used it to pin it so they can try to influence. It's like flag propaganda. It's where you create a problem and then you use that problem to justify whatever you want to do next, and that was to invade Iraq. And I lived in Florida. I lived in Florida. Jeb Bush was the governor, which was the brother of the president of the United States. And when I said I don't support the war in Iraq, I don't like the president because this, that, and the third, I got sent to the principal's office. No joke. I got sent to the principal's office because I spoken out against, I didn't like Bush, because the argument was that you need to respect the president. He's having a war over there to prevent the terrorists from coming here. They defended, everything that Bush was doing because of X reason. Now, I'm not sure if you're going to agree with me on this one, but I personally feel that the reason why Trump got elected, and there's two things. The reason why I think that Trump got elected in the first place is one, the consequences of the Obama administration after his second term when he converted to identity politics, and two, he got elected
you're
because
talking about Trump. You're talking about Trump 1, why he got elected in his first term.
No, there's two. This is my personal opinion. Two personal opinions to the reason why I think Trump got elected in 2016. One of it was because of the consequence of the second term of Obama, and the second one is because the DNC sabotaged Bernie Sanders' campaign. I do personally believe that if Bernie Sanders was to win the presidential primary for the Democratic ticket, he would have taken a lot of votes away from Trump, which would have made it closer race than it was with Hillary Clinton and Trump, because the DNC, I was a delegate for Bernie Sanders in the state of Nebraska in 2015. I was a staunch Bernie Sanders. I'm not anymore. My views has changed from then, but I was a delegate. And I remember when the DNC had this institutionalized delegates called super delegates, and super delegates hold a super majority, and they've automatically proclaimed that we're voting for Hillary because she's our girl. But it was the whistle, it was a dog whistle, meaning that she is an institutionalized politician. We're going to vote for her, not Bernie Sanders. And also, that's the same thing that happened to RFK with the last election cycle. And I would have voted for RFK. He's the last true Democrat. And again, it goes to show it's a testament of how bad the Democratic Party is, of how bad they're willing to push and moderate out, because RFK was the one that could actually revive the Democratic Party and restore the honor of the Democratic Party. And I'm personally not happy at the state of conditioning of the Democratic Party. We need a reform on the Democratic Party. We need to reform the left and stop this bullshit and drop the Marxist idea. Get rid of it and get back to what's going to help America great again, instead of fighting the opposition just because they're wearing a fancy hat that says "Make America Great Again." It's fucking ridiculous.
If I can, right, and to piggyback off that, just the tangentially a little, and then to respond to Devon here, yeah, super delegates, my democracy, right? Just like no one gets to vote for Kamala Harris, my democracy. It's all horseshit. Like when they proclaim these things, like it's all for democracy. We need a disinformation board for democracy. We can't have the people saying what they actually feel. It's all bullshit. Devon, though, I think that you draw false equivalency. It seems like a big brain take, and there's a little kernel of truth to this to say, but both sides do it. But I find this to be one of the most lukewarm, like mindless takes. While it's technically true that both sides have
so much. It's like 5 different tangents going on right now.
Proportionally,
Dude,
it was far worse than the left in almost every way,
please.
and that's why people were driven away from the left. For example, on college campuses, were there both sides doing it, where there was the right equally censoring the left? No, not even close. Was there violence on college campuses from people that was close from the left and right? No, it wasn't even close. You didn't have to worry about getting the sheep beat out of you if you're a left-wing speaker coming, but if you're a right-wing speaker, you did have to worry about that. Cancel culture, overwhelming on the left. If you disagreed with the right and you were a corporation, they would just say, hey, we don't like that. If you disagreed with the left, they'd try to fucking cancel you. They'd go through your yearbooks, all of this shit. It went on and on and on. Then when you talk about like, well, the right does bad shit too, and like, you know, Trump, it started with Trump. This is absolute horse shit. I could ask you a couple questions real quick. Like, for example, can you name me a time when Trump weaponized his FBI to get FISA warrants on his opponents? Can you name me a time of that?
No, not that specifically. But what I'm saying is that, go ahead.
But there's a litany of things like that, like 37 felonies against Trump. Trump never weaponized like that. The fact that we had district attorneys that were creating laws, like, you know, Alvin Bragg was doing there to go after Trump. The fact we had Letitia James running on going after Trump for a crime that she herself committed, and hopefully she's fined $500 million for that mortgage fraud as well that she sought to go after Trump. All of this shit was piling up over and over and over against the right, against Trump. Was there a situation where on YouTube you had to worry about, you couldn't say certain things that were connected to politics on the left? No, you can basically say what you want.
I just wanted to be clear. I'm not saying that both sides are bad thing. What I'm trying to say is that with the way that society is moving, it seems that each party keeps doing a thing in response to the other party, and everything continues to get progressively worse, as opposed to, oh, both sides just do bad things. And I feel like instead of us saying, or being able to, we get into these points where we're just like, I'm not going to call out corruption on my side because the last party, they did this thing, and it just continues this cycle of people not calling out corruption on their side because the last administration did something worse. And I feel like we're just missing the point if we keep doing that, because it's not really going to end the cycle if we just say, yeah, but the Democrats did this and they were more worse, so I'm just going to not call out Trump stuff, which you do. But I'm saying that a lot of the MAGA people that I talk to, they literally do not. They don't have.
But here's the problem: when it comes to the people of institutional power, the people that are the MAGA people that you're talking about have none of it. But the people of institutional power, particularly bureaucrats like in the FBI, they do have that power. And so all of a sudden, what we see occur is, in my opinion, this is my worldview, that we've had these bureaucrats that have actually been running the show, and the Republican and Democratic Party have both been sort of institutional establishment parties, that there's not much different between Hillary Clinton and Jeb Bush. That's my view. In fact, I would challenge you if I just showed you foreign policy decisions between George W. Bush in his last term and then Barack Obama in his first term, and I didn't show you the dates or told you what those executive issues were in foreign policy, you'd be hard-pressed to tell me where Obama started and Bush ended, because the foreign policy was almost indistinguishable. And when it comes to like bailing out the banks, remember, everybody thought that Barack Obama was going to be this populist, and one of the first things he did during the 2008 financial crisis was he gave this famous speech to all these bankers and said, I'm the last thing standing between you and the pitchforks, right? That's the sort of things I'm talking about. That was the establishment class that we saw. Trump and Bernie were seen as people that were outside of that scope. They did everything they could in the primary process to disenfranchise Bernie Sanders. And then in the general election, they said, just like with Brexit, we'll be able to win this election easy easy. We believe that we'll win 99% chance to win. And so they did all this fucked up shit, right? They did the FISA warrants. They did the lawfare. They did the leaking to the press. All of this shit was occurring over and over and over again. So the idea that it's like, well, now it's a tit for tat. I'm sorry. The truth is, unfortunately, this will never end until the people that wanted those consequences on their opponents face those consequences themselves. They are not going to disarm if the other side says we're not going to come for you. And it sucks that that's true, but it's analogous. It's analogous.
Right?
I would rather it not stop than my side be the side that's always fucked. If the bargain you have for me is, well, on one hand, you constantly are persecuted and the side that you grieve for is constantly persecuted. On the other hand, both sides are persecuted. I choose the latter. And let me give you an analogous situation. It's like cancel culture. For years, I argued. Years and years and years, I said, listen, don't give in to cancel culture. Cooler heads will prevail. Eventually, corporations will see we're not going to give in to this fucking pressure that we see overwhelmingly from the left. And you want to know what? I was wrong. Now, I still don't engage in cancel culture, but now we're seeing cultural movement because the right said, fuck you, we'll play that game too. We'll start engaging in cancel culture. And what people like you probably would say is, no. Those of you on the right, please stop engaging in cancel culture. I didn't speak up much when the left was exclusively engaged in cancel culture, but now that you're using the same tactics, we beg you to please stop or things will escalate. And my answer, unfortunately, is fuck you. You should have spoke up more when these things were occurring and this corruption was occurring, when this party was doing it for years and years.
Yeah,
and even if you did, last point, I promise,
point.
even if you did speak up, unfortunately for you, you were unsuccessful. And now these fuckheads that used lawfare against Trump should suffer the consequence. I don't give a shit if they jaywalk. Throw the fucking book at them. No one is above the law. That's what we should do, and nothing will change until these assholes suffer the consequences that they sought to other people.
And Single Dad Club comes in with Big Ten.
I got a point,
Rob,
too.
shut the fuck up.
Mhm.
Says Rob RK cooking. I don't understand why I love tomatoes now. Thank you, Sarah. And Single Dad's Club also asks with the Big 20, can anyone on panel define exactly what the 34 counts against Trump was? Judge Merchan also disallowed exculpatory evidence and instructed the jury that there could be no hung jury. Is that justice? Oh, that's a good point.
Real quick, just before we get into that.
No, you have to either answer the question or don't. Well, I'm tired of everybody switching
No,
gears,
sorry, I
and
just didn't know.
realize I'm
I
not
genuinely
confused.
just didn't know. I didn't.
Literally just said, can anyone on panel define?
It was
Is there
falsifying
anybody-
business records in commission of another crime.
34
the
times.
34 counts against Trump was lawfare.
For each, like,
it was law
document.
It was
warfare.
past statute of limitations. That's what.
Well, he was just
It was
they were just
law
asking
warfare.
to define the thing. That's not so I haven't done a ton of reading into it, but I've done enough reading to know that the crime that he was accused of was falsifying business records in commission of another crime, which is the thing that elevated it to a felony and able to be prosecuted past the ordinary statute of
In the
limitations
spirit
or
of this
whatever.
question to Devon, or oh, your mic is totally screwed, guy who just talked. Sorry, but in the spirit of this question that the chatter asked, non-Fawn Devon or anyone else who may be on the left that would like to field this, do you think that was lawfare, or do you think that was a legitimate case?
Is that the one that was brought forward by Alvin Bragg?
Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't really too big on it. Once I read it initially, I was like, this is probably just some bullshit political shit. So I didn't really.
So the question which is fair. Go ahead, no fun. I'm sorry, I asked.
Sure. I don't think it was lawfare in the sense that a lot of people on the right seem to think it's lawfare. Like, I don't think this is a top-down, Biden directed initiative or anything. But I am skeptical that he would have been charged if his name wasn't Donald Trump. I'll give you that.
And the point I'm trying to make, without getting too afield here, is the first time in history that we've charged a former president and frontrunner for president who happened to be of the opposite political party of Alvin Bragg was a bullshit charge that even the Democrats on here admit, yeah, it's kind of fucking stupid. And they broke the glass ceiling on that. They were like, fuck it, charge him. And so can you really be surprised when Trump gets in office and is like, okay, motherfuckers, game on? And it should be game on, because none of the Democrats stood up and were like, what the fuck is... In fact, they ran on that. They said, 34-time felon, 34-time felon. So, hey, you reap what you sow. I don't want to hear the crocodile tears.
Yeah.
That's the way it's got to be.
I
Can I
understand
ask
that
my last
feeling,
question?
but I guess just real quick, I just want to wrap that up with Rob. I think my thing is I'm coming from
kill me.
less of a political end and offering something philosophical here, right? I feel like this isn't getting us anywhere. I'm big on the human race surviving, and I see the way that this happens back and forth where it's like, well, the Democrats did this, and you kind of just did that thing, right? Where it's like, the Democrats did this, so they this party should reap what they sow. Okay, at some point, this is just going to be a downward spiral into the point where the next, like even now with like Trump, you talk about the bureaucrats and everything. A lot of people don't look at the fact that he's putting in people who are literal sycophants into his administration. Like when I say Kash Patel wrote a book about him being the king, bro, like you could shake your head. And I'm not even saying that's the most
case
extreme
with
thing.
every president.
No.
Barack Obama called.
Hold on, wait. Hold on.
Eric Holder said he was the wingman for Barack Obama, the head of the DOJ.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. This is someone that was elected, and help me out here. Did they like sycophant? Were they a sycophant for him, and like before they got elected, and then he got elected, and that's what happened?
Eric Holder certainly was.
Okay, what did he do specifically? You said he was a wingman? I'm actually genuinely asking.
He announced it as the head of the DOJ, which is the boss of the FBI, so a station above Kash Patel. He said, I am Barack Obama's wingman.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm not convinced that like one comment about him being Barack Obama's wingman constitutes him being a sycophant or something. I mean, it probably just means they're generally on policy.
The point's absurd. The point's absurd. Name me those people. Okay, if we're talking. Correct me if I'm wrong. Real quick, we'll go through this. Sycophant would mean that they're always going to bow down and be yes men, basically, to the elected leader. Correct? That's what we're talking about with sycophant?
Not just that, but it's just like idol worship in general. Like,
cool. Why does the idol worship matter? Why does the idol worship matter if the practical application is they always agree? If it's because they want to keep their job or because they worship them as an idol? What's the difference if they always agree?
They probably have some respect to something like the Constitution over the president. And I'm not convinced that would be the case.
If both of them always agree 100% of the time, one does it because of idol worship and the other does it because they want to keep their job. What's the practical difference? Why does their motivation for why they're always yes men make a difference?
My issue is that I feel like the general public could look at this thing and be like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense why this person would do that. And then you see the sycophant in office. Like,
the issue. The worry is, are they loyal to the Constitution and to the rules?
There's no sycophant and they're able to
process and procedure, are they loyal to the president?
Do that. I agree with the general public. Would just be a better dynamic for me.
That might be a better dynamic, but I would make the argument that Joe Biden had far more sycophants because every single person in that administration could see that Joe Biden was a human vegetable and didn't say a fucking thing.
You don't think that there's like a heavy amount of like Trump dick suckers that ended up getting
sure, and
bro.
Biden dick suckers and Obama dick suckers. Yep.
As much they suck. I'm
yes.
gonna stop
yes.
saying that. They did that as much like in public as
yes.
The Laura Loomis, as the Dan Bongino.
That's politics. Kamala Harris, listen, Kamala Harris said that she believed the accusers of Joe Biden. She said that Joe Biden was basically a racist because he was against forced busing. And just like that, when she was picked as VP, she said, he's the greatest. I'm with him 100%. That's fucking politics. That's what it is. You're identifying a problem that's fair, that you don't want a bunch of yes men around, but that's what it is. Everybody's kissing ass when it's the president because they want to get promoted. They want to be the person that's seen. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but you're isolating a problem with Obama or with Trump that you could name about literally the past 4 presidents easily. Okay. And so I just don't get what you're
doing.
I
think that just goes back to the idea that I don't think this is sustainable regardless of what side's doing. I feel like we're just going into this spiral where both sides are just doing this thing, and we're not actually addressing the issue and trying to fight that. Instead, we're saying, well, if they did this to my team, my team.
You know what?
Real quick, please, because I gotta leave soon. I'm supposed to be out of here. I can stay a couple minutes past 2, but let me just ask you this, Devon. Right, like the idea. Okay, let's say you're right. At this point, it's tit for tat, and it'll escalate each time. There'll be a MAGA type person, then a Democrat. Escalate. Then MAGA escalate, Democrat escalate. If Trump came into office and said, you know what, I'm going to pardon all these Democrats. My DOJ is not going to go after any Democrat, even if they're breaking into ICE facilities. Nope, we won't do that. And then the nominee in 2028 is Don Jr. Do you think the Democrats would go, you know what, we're not going to use lawfare against him? Do you think they would do that?
No, but I would be
right. So then what you're suggesting is, so I just want to let you know from my perspective, this is what you're suggesting. On one hand, we're always going to use lawfare against the people you support, but the alternative is you just conceded that if it's Don Jr., they're going to use lawfare against him.
Yeah, again, but I said I would disagree with that because I think that's part of the
would you vote for Don Jr.? Would you vote for Don Jr. then? Yeah. In that world, or would you vote Democrat?
That depends on a whole host of factors, not just
okay.
that.
Okay, so if you're acknowledging that you have this big fear that there's going to be this constant escalation and tit for tat, and you're acknowledging that even if the one side said, nope, it stops here, and the other side you absolutely knew was like, fuck that, we're going to keep rolling, give me the circumstance when you would vote for that side.
Oh, I'm sorry. Considering that the administration is like openly going to like attack him, right? If the administration is going to openly attack him, yes, I would speak out against that, and I wouldn't like. I don't like corruption, regardless of who it is.
Would you
I
vote
think
for
that
Don
there's
Jr.
an
then?
existential danger in that sense. Probably, yeah. Like
I don't believe
I haven't voted for. Then why are you at like? Okay.
I mean, I'm asking,
You don't
but
have to
you
believe
can't
me,
make
but,
me
like-
believe you. I just don't believe you.
I understand that, but if you're not like actually trying to believe someone when they're trying to actually tell you their worldview and their philosophy on this, we're not going to get anywhere anyway. So
I think that
it doesn't
these
matter what I
reach-
say, right?
That's fair, but I'm telling you, you don't have to like my answer. You're subjectively allowed to dislike it. What I'm telling you, though, is what this reeks of is what we always see. When our side does it, we're silent. When your side does it, whoa, it's an existential problem. It should stop. Then when your side gets back into power, it happens, and you don't speak up that much, and you still vote for him. And then the other side gets in power, and you're like, whoa, it should stop. Fuck that.
But I did.
It's not going to stop. You already acknowledged. Even if you would vote, it's irrelevant to my point, which you have acknowledged that even if Trump unilaterally de-escalated, the Democrats wouldn't stop. The only chance for a tit-for-tat stopping is that the side that started it has the same standards that they've enforced on other people enforced on them, and they say, oh fuck, this sucks. Did you ever watch Family Guy?
Yeah.
Did you ever see the one where Peter goes to jail and there's this big muscular guy that's like gonna stab Peter?
No, I don't think I have.
Okay,
actually.
well,
If I
it's
have,
one
it's
of
been
the.
a while.
Okay, okay. Anyways, right as he's about to kill Peter in prison, the guards come and they say, "Griffin, you're out of here." And the inmate's like, "Ah, shit." And he sits down and he goes, "I wonder what this feels like." And he stabs himself and he goes, "Oh my God, is that what I'm doing to people? I'm a monster." Until they get metaphorically stabbed, they're not gonna fucking stop. And so I say, sharpen that fucking blade and send the DOJ after every one of those motherfuckers. And I don't want to hear any of you complain about it any more than you did when they went after Trump. You both admitted,
that's
you
the
both
fine
admitted that you
philosophy,
thought
but
that
that's-
charge was basically bullshit in the
that's-
Albert Bragg
yeah,
case. So
but-
line them up, baby.
Yeah,
I
that's
have a
me.
question
That's
that
not,
actually
that's
leads
me
into what
saying
you're
one
talking
side,
about.
I'm not holding one side to the same standard, which is what you seem to think that I'm
You
doing.
are.
So I have a question.
Did you vote for
Rob
real quick,
and
real
the
quick,
panel.
real quick? Did you vote for Did you vote for Kamala Harris in this election?
Did I vote for Kamala? Yeah, because I felt that Trump was
Despite the fact that you saw that the weaponization and the lawfare was only at that point coming from that side, and despite that, and you're outraged by it, you still voted for it.
Yeah, because I weighed factors like my economic situation.
That's
Yeah.
right, and you would weigh those factors again in 2028, which is why I said I don't believe that you would
Yes,
vote for
however,
Donald
Speaking
Trump.
of that,
I
by
would,
the way-
however, I would criticize the administration if they were to act a certain way towards.
Your
the other
criticism means jack shit to the effect that you're still going to vote for it.
Well, then if my criticism doesn't matter, then I guess me not criticizing or criticizing it is irrelevant to your whole argument. Why
That's
does it
right.
matter?
That's right. You're absolutely right. Which is why we should not take. That's why I say we should ignore people like you and mock you, because it's totally irrelevant. You're gonna, no matter what you say, at the end of the day, you're gonna say, but at the end of the day, Republicans are terrible and Trump's terrible. So even though I'm waxing on poetically about, well, we need to stop this escalation of lawfare, I'll still vote for it at the end of the day. I'll wag my finger, but I'll still vote for it. So why shouldn't my side say, well, given that, why shouldn't we engage in the same scheme that your side's doing? And you don't have an answer. You're just like, but
No,
fuck, that
I
would
do.
affect me too.
I do, but I just don't think you understand me, and that's fine.
I do
That's
understand.
fine.
Nonsense.
Okay.
You had something real quick? I know you're chomping at the bit before I
Yes,
head out.
before you leave, I'm just so curious. I was watching an old conversation, okay, between you and my good buddy Econobly, okay? And you said that business certainty was one of the most important things for business investment. Business confidence is really important. You have to agree. Come on, you have to agree that having the president unilaterally impose tariffs and turn them off and back on again 100 times is not good for business confidence, right?
I'll concede 100% that. In fact, I'll concede so much that might be why these tariff policies will be a net negative. However, there are positives to the tariff policy. The easiest one that I could give you now in this short time is I think that the status quo is not sustainable. We'll continue to see a transfer of wealth. We'll continue to see manufacturing hollowed out. And most importantly, we'll continue to see the biggest export of the United States be the financial market and dollars, which will mean that the markets that we see in the United States will continue to be financial, which isn't really gaining any benefit to the average people in this country. And that means that we'll continue to be reliant on countries that we look at like our enemies, like China, for simple things like like not just general manufactured goods, but actually things that would matter if we ever have a conflict with them, like ammunition. Or things like, God forbid, we ever have a pandemic, like protective equipment, that we then accuse China of being the country that started this pandemic, and then paradoxically say, but we rely on them for the protective equipment that we need to treat it. And for simple things like simple pharmaceuticals like antibiotics and things like that. That shit's not sustainable. And eventually China's going to surpass us, and the very corporate interest in this country that we're fine with selling out manufacturing in the middle class in this country will just take their business elsewhere. They won't give a fuck about the people of this country. So something needed to change, and it needed to be radical. And so I support the fact that Trump is trying something. However, to your point, trying something doesn't necessarily mean it'll end up beneficial. It may end up worse. Things could get worse. I hope that the tariff policy of Trump has a short-term effect of business confidence being harmed, but will ultimately lead to better trade deals that then in the end would mean manufacturing has a better chance to come back. And we understand that the idea of exporting dollars as our primary export is something that's negative. That's what I hope. But if not, if those trade deals don't come and Europe holds out and these other countries hold out and say, well, we think if Democrats take over in 2026 or the courts will intervene, etc., so we're going to hold out, then I absolutely think that the benefit would far be outweighed by the lack of business confidence, because there would be a huge uncertainty in the United States and people don't want to invest. Last thing I'll say on it, though, a far bigger example of uncertainty of business is when we could say, oh, you know what, by the way, your business is non-essential, see you fucking later. Why would I ever open, say, a restaurant in this country when I know that the government could go, you're non-essential, see you later, and I lose all the fucking investment I put in? That was a far bigger attack on business confidence that, although there is blame to go for Trump for this, by and large was largely committed by Democrats, especially Democratic governors. And I bet you didn't speak up against that loss of business confidence.
I mean, I'm not convinced that that was a significant driver of business confidence during the COVID pandemic.
Wait a minute,
I feel like
let's
there
say
were
you
other-
own a restaurant. You own a restaurant. The government comes in one day and says, you can't be open now, you're non-essential. You don't think that would shake your, quote, business certainty and business confidence?
No, I'm sure that had some effect, obviously, but I also think the uncertainty from the pandemic itself was probably almost certainly greater than just
there were a lot of places that closed down.
50% of small businesses will never
It was definitely an overreaction.
Yep. Anyone else before I go? I know I'm being selfish, but
hold on, Foxhound. I don't think Foxhound has spoken this entire panel, so I turn it over to you.
He looks like Mr. Beast. He's about to donate like $1 billion here.
There's like 20 false things that Rob said about financialization and tariffs and manufacturing and globalization, but
and I kept walking. So that's hilarious.
I'm gonna show this to my son.
Just edit out where it says Foxhound and just write Mr. Beast. People are gonna be like, no shit.
But so really fast, I do have to attack you.
Sure.
If you took a jar from the whatever podcast and you tried to open it, it'd probably be really sticky or greasy. So let's grease your jar's lid and then see how you do. All right, second point, real fast. I'm just going to machine gun it.
Cynicism maneuvers. Basically everything he's
Devon here is probably
Look,
the most
basically,
open-minded and most actual sentient.
I don't think there was a
liberal
single
that I've ever
correct
heard
claim in that.
speak. So I feel like we're going to turn him. He's going to end up being on the right side.
Maybe I shouldn't have talked shit so much, huh?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Number 3, I want to give Evan a gun immediately because Duck said he shouldn't have one. Also, awesome, you're mulching. My banana just flowered. Soy Pill is an absolute clown. You don't need to respect him.
This guy's killing it.
And then, there's virtually no Republicans who aren't rhinos that criticize Trump.
Okay, I gotta leave soon. You want to know what he said was wrong? Basically, okay, he said, "Oh, it's the American middle class has been hollowed out." That's just blatantly not true. I don't know what metric that he's looking at for that. That's just the American middle class is doing like better than ever by any conceivable empirical metric. Like, look at wages, look at compensation, look at any of the stuff, and like that it's just wrong on that. Secondly, he said like, "Oh, trade has hollowed out manufacturing." Well, I'm not convinced that manufacturing has been hollowed out. If you look at manufacturing. Output, real manufacturing output, that was increasing all the way up until 2008 when sort of structural factors post the 2008 financial crisis. The difference in Senator Maneuvers, if you want to join the Discord, we can. The reality is I have data for all these things. You're not going to have data for any of these things. You just have vibes and feelings and bullshit, okay? I can mention the Discord and chat. It's in the description if you really want to do it, okay? But real manufacturing output was going up up until 2008, when sort of structural factors after the great financial crisis reduced manufacturing productivity. If you look at areas where manufacturing has been hollowed out, for example, the manufacturing share of employment, that obviously has decreased. That's not, in large part, trade is not responsible. If you take a trend line of manufacturing employment from 1960 to 1980 and extrapolate it out, it predicts the manufacturing share of employment today almost exactly. That's indicative of the fact, if you would expect if NAFTA or if China joined the WTO, if trade had these big effects on the manufacturing share of employment, then that wouldn't hold true. That extrapolation wouldn't hold true. Like we have, again, the reality is I have studies. You don't fucking shit, okay? I can cite you studies. I can cite you studies. Do you want the studies? I can cite you even David Arthur, who is the economist who came up with the China shock. His own study, which uses controversial econometrics, okay? And it's probably an overestimate, says 2.4 million manufacturing jobs were lost due to trade. The rest of the 5 million were lost due to things like automation and productivity increases. There's other studies that say it was because of unions and the demands from unions in the Midwest decreased manufacturing investment. Okay, so two, I'm not convinced that trade is responsible for the decline to the extent that manufacturing has declined. I absolutely don't think trade is the primary driver of that. Number three, I'm not convinced tariffs are actually a net benefit to manufacturing. Look at Trump's first term. We did tariffs on steel because steel is an intermediate input. That reduced total manufacturing employment by almost 75,000 jobs. Half of these let's just look at the survey. If you look at surveys, the Dallas Fed, Philadelphia Fed, New York Fed have all done surveys. All these manufacturers expect to be hurt by tariffs because guess what? Tariffs. You tariff intermediate goods, so goods that companies rely on to make their products, and American manufacturers rely on to make their products. If you have an American manufacturer that relies on imported steel, if you tariff steel, you fuck them over. Secondly, tariffs appreciate exchange rates, which hurts exports, right? If you have a tariff, that means less people are buying foreign imports, which means less dollars to supply to other countries, which means there's less dollars to buy American exports. A lot of American manufacturers rely on the export business. They export their manufactured products to the rest of the entire fucking world. A lot of manufacturing companies rely on economies of scale. I don't know if you know what that word means, to reduce their average cost, because you have fixed cost, and the more stuff you produce, the more stuff you produce, the lower your average fixed cost is, which means you can charge lower prices. And that's why, for example, that's the reason why semiconductors are all made in Taiwan, right? That's the reason why countries specialize in incredibly niche products. So if you hurt if you hurt our ability to export because of exchange rate appreciation and also retaliatory tariffs placed on us, you hurt American manufacturers who rely on exports for their businesses, and you also hurt other American jobs which rely on, exporting to the business or whatever. Fourthly, it's just a more efficient allocation of resources. There's no reason to favor, unless it's national security reasons, which you have just some justification for. There's no reason to favor, strictly speaking, manufacturing jobs over other types of jobs. Like if we, countries specialize in what they're good at. It makes sense that labor-intensive countries specialize in labor-intensive goods because the opportunity cost for them is lower, and they don't have the capital-intensive things to do capital-intensive things. It makes total sense. It leads to an overall more efficient allocation of resources, in that you use less resources to get the same amount of things, or with gains from specialization and economies of scale, you use less resources to get even more things. It leads to overall more efficient allocation of resources. It increases American productivity, and that increases American wages. It gives Americans access to cheap goods, and that mechanistically increases Americans' real wages. What do you want? Again, join the fucking Discord if you really want to have a conversation. But I don't know what to tell you. I have facts and data for all these things. You don't have anything. Yes, it is. So there were factories holding up small towns in the U.S., and those towns have been decimated by trade. You're unbelievably fucking retarded. I'm just so, after everything I said, do you think that so what, you don't have nuance? You don't think I have nuance? Oh, are you kidding me? Do you think after all the reading I've done, okay, this whole rant I go on, do you think I've never considered that, there were small towns that got shut down or whatever, or small town factories that got shut down. One, I'm not convinced trade is the main driver of that. I think most of it, at least 60% of it, was automation, okay? Even The Economist, that is the highest estimate, is 60% due to automation and other factors in trade. So even, guess what? What do you mean it is? Do you have a study? Do you have do you have any evidence beyond just feelings? Because I'm citing The Economist, who came up with the term China shock. How did automation send rivals to China? Are you fucking retarded? Motherfucker. Do you think if you automate factory production, manufacturing jobs go up or down? I'm just so curious what your like gut instinct on that is. Do they think factory owners employ machines to automate? Do you know what rivals is? I don't know. No, I don't know what you mean by rivals. How did automation send rivals to China? I don't even mean by rivals. Is that a company? They used to make all your kitchen appliances, okay? I don't want... Okay, so number one, I don't think... You're retarded. You're actually retarded because I just gave you. I cited data at you. I cited data at you. You give me one anecdote. You give me a single anecdote that doesn't refute any of the data I sent you at all. Obviously, even these most extreme studies that I can cite you that say 87% of the decline in the manufacturing share of employment was due to automation and not due to trade. Guess what? That still means 13% of it was due to trade, okay? So conceivably, it makes sense in my mind that there were jobs offshored to China. Believe it or not, that's a thing I can concede. I don't think that's a net bad thing. I think that's probably a net positive. I think it probably increases net jobs, at least to a more efficient allocation of resources. This American have access to cheap goods. That's all these super, really good things that you don't understand because you've never opened an economic textbook in your life. But you're retarded because what data do you want me to cite at you? All of them. So you want slavery? Yeah, we did it, guys. We pivot. Okay, we pivoted to the child slavery argument. Realistically, no, I don't want slavery. I don't think slavery is a good thing. I think that there are. Could you please stop talking like a child? Bro, you're talking like a child. I don't know what to tell you. You're just retarded. When it comes to slavery or anything, I agree. We shouldn't be buying goods from literal fucking Chinese Uyghur slave plants or whatever. When it comes to when people say slavery, though, it just mean cheap wages. They just mean people who are oh, we're buying slave goods. They just mean people working 12-hour days for $2 an hour. And it's not actually as bad as you think it is. I think that's probably realistically the best opportunity these people have. That's the bet. Sweatshops are probably a net good overall. But yes, I want slavery. Kids should work in good factories and other fields. Yeah, exactly. The alternative for these people working in sweatshops is much worse opportunities working on rural farms. And I have empirical evidence I can cite you. You're not going to care. You're not going to care. You're not going to care about anything I cite you ever. But, let's go. This book is a little bit outdated. I have the second edition in Agricultural Labor is Very Dangerous. Yep. I have the second edition in print. I don't have the second edition. I haven't been able to find a PDF of. But I have the first edition. This book is called Out of Poverty. It's a cool book. You can read it. It's about sweatshops. It's about this very topic. We can just scroll through. How do I check my highlights? And you're so out of touch. It's old data. Are you retarded? Okay. Average data person versus anecdote enjoyer. Okay. Average data enjoyer versus fucking anecdote Chad. Jesus. Post link to this PDF. I have this downloaded. I can't really post a link to it. I'd have to upload it to Google Drive or something. But you can. It's out there. Okay. It's out there. Okay. You have a friend named. If you hypothetically had a friend named Anna, and hypothetically she had an archive of these things, then she could potentially host a website called annasarchives.org that would potentially have that book, the first edition. Like I said, I have the second edition in print. Cynicism Anubis. If you wanna join a Discord, you can. We can talk. Otherwise, probably gonna go to bed. But what's up, Ophelia? You see the new song from Baby No Money with music from OTK? No. Centers how many people is China pulled out of poverty? Yeah, this is true as well. But people, it's so funny. People are like simultaneously like, trade is, we're enriching China. We're enriching China. You're gonna make China rich by exporting and manufacturing there. But they're also like slave labor, slave labor, slave labor. It's like, okay, well, what do you think made them rich? It's the fact that they're benefiting from this so-called slave labor, which China does actually legitimately have. Slave labor, most likely. We're gonna pretend like I've done a ton of reading, like Uyghurs or whatever. But like, you finally made a good point. What good point did I make? All my points have been good. Sinners definitely would bomb 3 Georgia dams if they could set China back. Yeah, just to set China back. They censored Amazon everywhere because he became or Asman everywhere because he became a Nazi based. Producer was 800 million. That's a big. I'm not gonna pretend like I know the figure or anything, but is not a Nazi. People are literally insane. Well, I don't think he's a Nazi, to be clear. The chatter who said that, Chicken Jockey, is a well-known Marxist troll. Okay, he thinks Kamala Harris is a fascist. So there's not any. He's not a serious. Do not take Chicken Woo Jockey seriously. Okay, but I love being Neolib, being right about everything is amazing. Exactly. Okay, I think we'll probably read about a little bit, just read through some of the rent control studies off stream a little bit, and then tomorrow we'll probably have a conversation about it or someone, and then I need to read about retirement. I want to have an opinion on retirement. I got a little bit of flack for my privatized Social Security take on Twitter, which oh my god, I hope the soy pill is not watching. Absolutely, fuck soy pill. Okay. Do you know the Chile study? Yeah, King of the Coast actually sent it to me. I haven't really done about it, but yeah. Yeah. He's a hack, oh man. But I had my privatized Social Security take, okay. And like I said, literally, why not? And the soy pill, fuck this dude, because it would probably run into similar problems privatized healthcare does, and I trust the government to guarantee the money more to the people than them. And it's like, okay, healthcare is like a market failure all the way down. Okay, like we have information asymmetries, like we have monopsony, like we have all the monopoly, not necessarily monopsony. Although the American Medical Association. If you want to be a doctor, you have to go through the American Medical Association. It's not really a monopsony, but they do restrict the supply of doctors or whatever. But that's like market failures all the way down. Yeah. Is he the guy who wrote the Chile study? So there's a hard time definition. Yeah. So also, I trust the government to guarantee money. What are people wanting them? Like I have to read more about this. I was told by someone to read. I was told by privatized Social Security himself. Okay, that if you guys are aware, that econ Twitter user, to read a lot of this stuff by Andrew G. Biggs, and like he has data here. It just shows that like plenty of retirees have decent amounts of savings. Okay, like I'm not convinced. Like if we just got rid of Social Security, like the majority of fucking people wouldn't be in poverty or anything, but And then, yeah, I just mentioned like other countries have like Australia has a privatized social security area. I mean, not social security, but privatized system, and like we just don't see that. There are presumably other countries too that have similar things. We just don't observe negative effects, or as negative effects. Okay. They don't? What are you saying they don't do? I think you're saying they don't to someone else. Okay. On YouTube, you can go to fucking food shops. On Twitch. Who is live on Twitch? Is anyone live on Twitch? Irrelevant's live on Twitch. Okay, head over to Irrelevant on Twitch and fucking food shops. I could rate Irrelevant on YouTube too. I won't do that. Hey, he doesn't need 2 raids. Okay, I've given him 2 raids before. I think I rated him on Twitch and Kick, both one day. But are you leaving? I know you just got here, Philia, but I've been streaming 5 hours, which is not that long necessarily for me. But I just got here. Yeah, I mean it's 2 a.m. for me. I probably want to go on a walk before I go to bed. So, you guys should subscribe, smash that follow button. Okay. Yeah, YouTube subs help a lot. You guys should all subscribe to the YouTube channel. A bunch of debates uploaded there. You guys should all go watch. Following on whatever platform you're on, be it Twitch, be it Kick, be it fucking Rumble or Trovo. 5 hour a week. 5 hours is not particularly long for a stream. But yeah. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, love you. Love streaming. Love you guys watching the stream. Make sure to smash that follow button, and I'll see you tomorrow. Become the #1 chatter. I love the #1. I love this new YouTube feature. It's awesome. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow.